destroyer.
Yes.
How's it going, Andrew?
Good. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfect. How are you?
Good. I'm doing really well. Thanks for having me back. I wanted to revisit the conversation we'd had
Sure.
when I went out there in person. I thought we had kind of a bit of a spirited back and forth. I know that we...
You know, it's interesting. I remember the one where he was actually in studio. I did not react to that one. So I guess I'm reacting to the right one, we'll say.
We agree on a lot of descriptors, but some of the prescriptors I thought we could get into again.
Okay.
After I was thinking about some of your points, especially. So,
Sure.
moving back, I wanted to start with this. Do you agree with me that promiscuity in women is generally bad?
Of course.
Sure.
You don't think that that's a good thing?
I don't really want to go down that rabbit hole because good and
Okay.
bad doesn't matter. I'm in the business of predicting.
Okay.
So
well,
if I had
from
to
a-
predict where
Well, the thing is this, listen, is female promiscuity good or bad? Listen, in the grand pantheon of things, guys, there isn't, when we talk about morality, we talk about the difference between right and wrong, right? Is it right for unmarried persons to have sex? I don't know. Is it wrong? I don't know. Here's what I do know. Female promiscuity leads to a lot of mental and physical issues for women later on down the line. I think that's obvious. Whether that's good or bad doesn't really matter. I guess it really just depends on the person. So, you know, if you ask me, hey, is female promiscuity good or bad? I don't think it's a matter of good or bad. Okay. Now, as far as relationships are concerned, yes, it is definitely bad. If any given woman wants to eventually be married and have kids and have a happy relationship, then yes, if she has her hoe phase, whatever the case may be, it's not going to end well for her. Chances are. So, you know, the more promiscuous a female is, the less likely she is to have a good relationship with her man. And it's not the less likely, the far less likely she is to have a good relationship with her man. So I understand where Pearl is coming from to a degree here. We can all say, yeah, female promiscuity is bad. And you know, from a context of talking about relationships, marriages, et cetera, yeah, female promiscuity is definitely bad. But in the grand pantheon of things, I'm not really a moralist. It is what it is.
Thoughts on the show? Hate it, love it. We'll start here.
Whoa, what the hell?
where it's going to go. Women are going to keep getting promiscuous.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
So your
And-
predictive model, I agree. I'm not going to get into like morals or ethics with you. That's not what I mean by good or bad, like moral or immoral,
Right.
right? But like,
okay.
is it bad for women generally to be promiscuous? Like, does it lower their value structure?
Yes.
You could say that, yeah, but I don't
Okay.
really always see promiscuous women have bad outcomes in real life, unfortunately.
Right. And this is what, and this is funny. Pearl actually sort of jokes about this. She jokes about this. She's like, hey, man, like hoes are winning, da-da-da-da-da-da. When Pearl says they don't have bad outcomes, some of them don't have bad outcomes. That is absolutely correct. And when Pearl says they don't, I've seen a lot of promiscuous women not have bad outcomes. And she's right. And when she says that, she means they end up being married. However, where I would disagree with Pearl is that, okay, it is a good outcome to eventually be married after you've been a hoe for 15, 20 years. But are you happy with your husband? Okay, are you like, okay, so she got married. She got the ring, she got the bag, whatever. She actually got the ring. She got the ring, she got the husband, she got the kid, but how, like, is she really fulfilled? Is she really fulfilled? Because again, the more promiscuous a woman is, the less likely she is to be happy in her relationship. So yeah, you know, Pearl might know women who have had pretty good outcomes after being hoes for a number of years, but really, how happy are those women? And I think that's what we have to ask ourselves.
Yeah, well, the thing is like, because if it is the case that you think that men are going to check out of society, they're going to check out and become promiscuous because marriage is a raw deal, right? Then you're actually assigning.
Some men don't care enough to even like some men are just going to check out. They're not even going to try to get sex.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
I agree with that. So,
and listen,
but wouldn't you be
and some men can't even get sex. A lot of men check out because they can't have sex.
assigning these promiscuous women value then? Wouldn't they actually be a valuable asset to society if it is the case that if men can't get married and can just play the field and have sex with tons of women, wouldn't they actually be very valuable to men then?
Yes, I agree. And I say this a lot. Sex workers are valuable to society. Any man who can't get laid, just using organic type game, can always just go out and buy sex. Because if a man can't buy sex, he's either going to turn to pornography or he's going to be doing other things, like taking out his frustrations out on the world. And we certainly don't need that happening.
Why would they be valuable to men?
Well, because obviously men want to fuck them, right? And if they're loose and willing to...
men need sex, right?
Yeah,
that isn't need
then,
for a guy.
Jay Hancock says, damn, YouTube is really throttling Don today. No. I'm on my backup channel, Jay. This is my backup channel. And just real quick, the reason why I'm doing this on my backup channel today is because on my main channel, over the last 30 days, my main channel has lost 7 subscribers, while this channel has gained 86 subscribers. So I'm like, okay, if this channel has a little bit of momentum, why not do it here? So let's do it.
So then these women would be valuable, right?
Well, I think if they were valuable, they'd marry them, wouldn't they?
No, not in the see, and Pearl is misunderstanding Andrew here. What Pearl is talking about, the valuable that Pearl thinks Andrew is talking about, is valuable to a man, right? Valuable to a man. So a man of value looking at this promiscuous woman. No, that's not the value that Andrew is talking about. When he says valuable, that means valuable to society, not valuable to high status men.
Question though, if you're not going to marry,
that's the whole point.
If you're not going to marry them and you're just going to have sex with them, then the value's in the sex itself.
Yeah, I mean, men do want to have sex. Yeah.
Yeah, so then that would be what would make women valuable, is that they were essentially that they were hoes. Essentially, would make them valuable.
I mean, they bring more value than the wives that are married and they don't sleep with their husbands.
That's exactly
right. You think hoes bring more value than wives?
Than ones that...
Guys, I say it all the time. Girlfriends are better than wives. Girlfriends are better than wives. The reason why girlfriends are better than wives is because wives are incentivized to leave. They're not incentivized to have sex with you, whereas girlfriends are. If you're with a girl and you guys are just boyfriend and girlfriend, you can just up and leave without any collateral damage. There's no court involved. There's no state involved. It's just, hey, it's been fun. Toodaloo, thank you very much. Obviously, granted, if there's no children involved, then you get out scot-free, whereas in a marriage, there's paperwork.
But don't sleep.
Yeah, Dre Raven, this is actually a very good term. He says maybe useful is a better term, and I would probably agree. I'd agree with that.
Sleep with their husbands, which is really common.
Yeah, well, I went through and pulled a bunch of the stats, right? So, especially when it comes to sexless marriages, that usually happens years into the marriage, over a decade, in fact, before that starts.
After the youngest kid goes to preschool.
Yeah, that's often the case. And often those are only for limited amounts of time, right? Though not always, right? But it's actually a more isolated case. When I look at this is from Petrelli Privatira LLC. They made a study on this when we're talking about Christian marriage, because you're asking, what's the incentive for men to get married? Well, from a secular standpoint, I think I agree with you that secularist men probably shouldn't. It looks like it doesn't
we're in a secular society, Andrew.
Not yet. We're getting there, but we're not there yet.
You don't think it's pretty secular now?
Not yet.
What percent of people even attend church weekly?
Well, that's true, but 70% of the populace does consider themselves to be, at least self-identifies as Christian.
But you need actions to match that?
Yeah, you do. But interestingly enough, there must be, because it's only 20-25% of Christian marriages which end in divorce at all.
I mean, that's, again, what you guys say, right?
I mean, that's what the stats show.
Okay.
Yeah, 20 to 25%.
But Gen Z, you don't know what Gen Z is going to be. And that's the whole point.
Wouldn't they follow the same trends, roughly?
I would guess it would be worse.
Why?
Because Gen Z women are the...
Jay Hancock says, religious or secular, women are the same. Absolutely. And guys, I've talked about this, and I forget which law number it is. I think it might be law number 17 of the 49 laws of Sharpe. Women very rarely have any steadfast beliefs of their own. They only believe what the strongest man in their life believes. So whether they're religious or secular, to me, is immaterial. Religious women are every bit as promiscuous, if not more promiscuous in some cases, than secular women.
First women that are on social media. Plus, divorce keeps going up over time.
Well, divorce is lower now than it has been ever.
Right, because people aren't getting married. Because you're kind of trying to
The
divert.
divorce isn't going up.
Because the thing is, you're trying to divert from the question. If you want marriage to increase, you have to give a good answer to the question.
Because it's the only way that you can have. It's the only way you can have children without single motherhood.
What do children get out of marriage?
Well, if mommy and daddy aren't married, right, then the children have very, very bad outcomes. Single mother homes have terrible outcomes, and single father homes aren't tenable, generally speaking.
This is interesting. I don't think I've ever reacted to a debate where I like both people. This is actually quite fascinating.
Because they're the working parent, right? So the only way for men to have families is through marriage.
So what do women get out of marriage?
All of it.
They generally get resources. They generally get resources, and they get access to...
Right. So what women get out of marriage is they get resources, right? And I recently tweeted something out, and it says, men, we understand... Here, I'll actually... Let me just bring it up. Let me just bring it up here quickly. So this is a tweet that I recently put out. It says, men understand that we are not owed sex from women. Women do not understand that they are not owed resources from men. So when you're talking about marriage here in 2025, in terms of what, just like Pearl asked in her video, what's in it, or in her documentary, what's in it for men, that really is a good question. What is in it for men? Because when a man and a woman is married, it is generally understood and almost taken for granted that no matter how the woman is treating the man, no matter how much or little sex she's having with the man is required to provide. Regardless, if a woman decides to snap her legs shut, the man still has to provide. But if the man doesn't provide, women reserve the right to snap their legs shut. Do you guys see what I'm getting at? This is exactly why Pearl's documentary is entitled "What's in It for Men?" Because in marriage, we are required to come through no matter what. No matter what the circumstances are, we are required to provide for we are required to provide for our family, our wives, whatever the case may be. But women, for whatever reason, are not required to have sex with their husbands. As a matter of fact, I think, I forgot who said it. Might have been yesterday. Somebody said that they were going back and forth with somebody on Twitter about why having sex with your husband is basically indentured servitude or akin to slavery or something like that. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Status, social status, security, things like this.
And what do men get out of marriage?
They get children out of marriage.
Okay. And what do they get out of marriage that they couldn't get from just a live-in girlfriend?
Children.
Mothers.
Oh.
So here's, an intact family, in other words.
Okay,
so
they can't,
here's the thing:
if the woman lives with him, what's the difference?
the thing is when we look at
hang
on. Well, let me respond to it.
Go ahead.
If we look at the social data for what you're talking about, this happens all the time. That's called a single mom, right? You live with the chick, you impregnate the chick, you're not married to the chick. Those end up in the most.
Crowder's in the same position.
Yeah, but Crowder was married to his baby mama. Now, Crowder's wife is a single mom, but it didn't start off that way.
There are a lot of
he doesn't have children with some. No, he doesn't. He doesn't have children with some live-in girlfriend, right?
Right, but he's not with the mother of his kids now. He did a really public divorce.
Yeah, but this is a different.
So, I know, but my point is, you can say data all you want, but when people are witnessing conservative people that pushed a lot of this stuff getting divorced.
There you go.
Men are going to naturally do a cost-benefit analysis and realize there's no difference.
So here's the cost-benefit. Here's a cost-benefit analysis, Em.
And so, my other question too would be, who do the kids belong to? Do they belong to him or do they belong to her?
Yeah, so I believe in patrilineal society. I think that children belong to their fathers,
right,
and always have thought so. And that would be a form of reform inside of the court. And by the way, traditionally this was always the way it happened.
But in society today, where women get custody 90% of the time, who do the kids belong to?
That's not the case anymore. They don't get it 90% of the time now.
Do they belong to her? do they belong to her?
They don't get it 90%, but they certainly get it. I mean, they certainly get it more times than not, right?
Her, or do they belong to him?
Well, they belong to the court system. Okay. They're the ones who make the allocation.
And where are the majority of the time who gets custody?
Yeah, that's.
E. Jones says she's being difficult and obtrusive with her argument. No, she's not. She's actually making good points. Andrew's contention is that. So Pearl's question was, who do the kids belong to? And I think what she should have said is, okay, which parent gets custody most of the time? Maybe it's not 90% of the time anymore, because clearly people are starting to wake up. But what she is getting at is exactly why she made the document. She said it herself. Men, we do a cost benefit analysis. Men have decided, especially Gen Z, they've seen what has happened to baby boomers, Gen Xers, and millennials. They've seen these guys get dragged through the divorce mill. They've seen these guys lose their children and their life savings trying to get them back in divorce and family court. And so what Pearl is trying to get at is she's trying to say, okay, look, Andrew, I understand what you're saying, but we have a lot of conservative, I don't know what conservative men other than Steven Crowder, but what she's trying to say is that conservative, Christian or not, women are still going to be women. That's what she is saying.
Generally speaking, women. I agree.
Okay, so what?
Generally speaking, women. And Pearl is asking the right questions.
Do men get out of marriage? If
so
the majority of the
I'll
time, the kids belong to her and not him.
Okay, but here's the thing. You got to let me actually answer.
Okay.
So I'll try to answer this question, but it's comprehensive. So the step one.
Oh, okay. E. Jones says my last comment was meant for earlier in the discussion. Oh, okay.
You have to reform the system, the court system. Men have to move.
Absolutely. That is step one. Honestly, that's the only step. Guys. If you reform the court system, then men might start to come back and get married again and have children again.
Towards the reformation of the court system. Is that challenging? Yes, but prenuptial agreements, as cited, I went and looked at the data again. They are mostly enforced. That is the case.
Right, when they're contested,
hang on,
Pearl,
let me finish, Pearl.
No, Pearl is right though. Pearl is right, dude. The thing is this, and I understand what Andrew is saying. Is like, okay, there are safeguards for men of means. There are prenuptial agreements, but prenuptial agreements a lot of times are certainly not worth the paper that they're written on. They're just not.
They're contested, because when they're contested,
because I'm not allowed to make a point. Only you're allowed to make points.
You're still gonna get dragged to court. That's the problem. So a lot of guys. If the prenup is contested,
you're not going to get dragged to court. This is the issue, right? This is a performative contradiction. Here's how.
Okay.
Because you say that women are reliant upon these men for resources. That's what women are getting out of it. So why is it if you had a prenup, they're not going to get resources? Why would they drag them to court? Why?
Because they're spiteful.
Yes.
Why did Crowder?
There you go. And see, and this is the thing. Andrew, I think what we're seeing is we are seeing the difference between a realist and an ideologue. And guys, it should come to you as no surprise. We as men, we are the true romantics. Okay? We romanticize things. We're the true romantics. Women are the realists. Women are listen, when it comes to relationships, women are far more pragmatic than men on average. Now, in order for a man to eventually become pragmatic, he's got to be dragged through the mill, divorce court, or have a bunch of negative experiences with women like guys like me, right? But I think Andrew is and this is through no fault of his own. It's the human condition. He's holding out hope. He's holding out hope that, hey, you know what? People are good. He asked the question, why would she drag him to court? And he's asking that question from a place of, okay, she got what she wanted out of the divorce. Why would she drag him to court? And that is the idealistic question. And the realistic answer is because women are spiteful. And Pearl is right. Pearl's right.
But they would be. Why did Crowder's wife?
She got a bunch of fucking money.
I know, but why did Crowder's wife leak footage to the press? She didn't have to do that.
No, she did
because she thought it would help her case for resources.
That is spiteful. That is being spiteful.
Right. But the problem is in the court of public opinion. Women are spiteful. It's not always about money. Ashley St. Clair was offered a ton of money just to shut up, right? She didn't shut up.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Ashley St. Clair is going to get the money either way, right? She has the
right, but she continued not to shut up because she is spiteful. This is what, and again, I understand Andrew wants to see the best in women, and shout out to him. He's been married to his wife for 20-something years. You know what I mean? But, you know, for guys out here, like, we know how spiteful women can be.
Kid in the arrangement, that was not a marriage. Inside of a marriage, if Crowder had signed a prenup, I bet you things would have been completely different across the board. Same thing with most men who are wealthy, who sign prenuptial agreements.
Yeah, like Travis Hunter.
They end up, women want the resources. That's the whole gain, right? I want the resources. If they can't get the resources, it's an incentive for the behavior. Not only that, but here's the other thing. If you promote against marriage, against the idea of marriage, and I'm not saying that you, like this idea that I'm Michael Knowles or something, I'm telling men, just take the plunge and take the risks. No,
yeah,
we're
that's
both doing
crazy.
risk mitigation.
Okay,
Girls
that makes
doing risk
sense.
mitigation.
Okay, I'm glad Andrew clarified that, because I was actually thinking to myself, wait a minute, is Andrew Wilson, is he one of these Christian conservatives that's like, hey man, you know, just leave it to God, blah 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 blah, take the risk? I'm glad he's not.
I'm doing risk mitigation. What I'm saying with Pearl saying with risk mitigation is, for no man is it ever worth it, so just play the field.
I did not say that. I did not.
Well,
I don't
I mean,
tell men what to do.
Okay.
I don't think it's my place.
I think it ultimately reduces to that, though. So the thing is that my position is just this: risk mitigation. If you want to have children in a family, the best outcome for the kids, it's going to be marriage. Like, no matter what, it's going to be marriage. But you have to do risk mitigation.
That's what's in it for the kids.
And for the man.
Not for the man, because when you get married, you're just adding on another layer.
Of what?
Of now she can go for alimony. Because a lot of times it's not about...
Well, and Pearl is right, but I think in some states, I don't think you can get alimony until you've been married for like 10 years. But
about the money, Andrew. I mean, yeah, like sometimes it is the money, but it's like men want...
For women, it's about both. For women, it is about both. She's right. It's not all about the money. But when women want to hit a man where it hurts, where does she hit him? She hits him in the wallet. So, yeah, women can be spiteful, and it can be about the money. Two things can be true. Women can be spiteful in that they can go after a man's money.
To stop dealing with crazy women. Like the amount of money men will pay to get a wife to stop nagging him.
Oh my God.
And now she can contest, if she chooses, contest the prenup and drag him to court.
There you go.
He could agree with the terms that she like asks for or whatever just to get it over with.
And then she'll come back and demand more because she is spiteful and or broke.
But it's like the spitefulness of women. It's not necessarily always the money. And so again, you're going back to, well, it's best for the kids, right? But you don't answer the question, what's best for him?
Having a family is what's best for him.
Right.
By every single conceivable metric, having a family is what's best for men.
Right. And Andrew is right. Having a family is what's best for men, and women know this. And this is how and why they take advantage of men. They know women take advantage of a man's women take advantage of male nature all the time. They take advantage of a man's nature to protect women. They take advantage of a man's natural predisposition to not only protecting them, but providing for them. This is where we have there's no such thing as Captain Save-A-Bum, right? There are not a bunch of women out here running around trying to save bums. No, this is why we call it Captain Save-A-Hoe. It's men who want to be the providers and the protectors, not the women. It's men who want to pass on their lineage. It's men who want to pass on their legacy. It's men who want to have who want to have progeny, so that there's some sign that he existed in some in some way, shape, or form. Women know this, and so this is why women play the good girl. I'll cook and clean and this and that and the third. And what ends up happening is it's all smoke and mirrors. It's a bait and switch. It's like they do what needs to be done to get the ring, but once they get the ring, they snap their legs shut. And now the dishes are piling up and nobody's washing the clothes. That's what Pearl's talking about.
It lowers the rates of STDs. It earns the earning income goes up.
Agree.
Their general welfare and happiness in a happy marriage goes way up. We can tell because we can look at the suicidality of men who have gone through terrific divorces or who stay single. right? And their depression rates are sky high. All of these things are sky high.
Why do you think they make more money in marriage?
Well, that would be the incentive for their kids.
Well, right. To keep up with kids are cheap. It's women's spending habits
Whoa,
that are expensive.
whoa. No, Pearl's wrong on that one. Pearl is wrong on that one. Listen, I'm not a father. I'm not a father. I don't have any kids that I know of, but kids are absolutely, positively not cheap. Kids are not cheap. Dude, I remember there's this one time I was outside smoking a cigarette when I worked at this call center, and I remember our supervisor Dale came out. He's like, man, he's talking about like his daughter's got to have something for this play or whatever. He's like, man, he's like, if I didn't have kids, I'd be loaded. And then my other supervisor Eli was like, man, tell me about it. So no, kids are absolutely not cheap. Dude, I'm not even a parent, and I know that.
Right, the Botox, the clothes.
Yeah,
I mean, we had your wife on. We had your wife on, and she was going through the costs of kids. It's not as expensive, seemingly, as what people say, according to.
Yes,
Hey, Luke, Red Pill Perry with the $20 super chat. Luke R.P. Perry has just been the very first to super chat the channel. Let's everyone at Luke Perry. For super chatting. For sending in the very first super chat of the Donovan, Sharpe, etc. channel.
Just real quick though, 90% is up to 90%. The vast overwhelming majority of prenuptial agreements are not successfully contested in court. It seems like a massive incentive for women if they want to hold their resources. Even
Kyle 2020 says Andrew is feeling the pain. I can feel it. I watch Andrew more than Fresh and Fit these days, but this topic is clearly personal to him. Yeah, absolutely. Because Andrew, see, here's the thing. Andrew Wilson is a family man. Okay, he's a family man, and his life is enriched, and he's fulfilled, and he wants other men to feel what he is feeling. Right. And so that is why that's why this issue is personal to him, because he's like, hey guys, look, I am living proof that this is the way. And I agree. I totally agree. And guys, look, man, I'm in a traditional, non-traditional relationship myself. I am quote unquote married to Devin. We don't have any children, but we are traditional. My life is so much better now that I'm in a long-term healthy relationship with a woman who trusts and loves me, and vice versa, than I ever was as a player. Yes, I had great times as a player. I love being able to bed chicks anytime I want to and having stories to tell and this and that. But while it was fun, it wasn't fulfilling. Andrew Wilson is like, hey guys, this is fulfilling. This is the way. And I agree with him. Unfortunately, there aren't that many Rachel Wilsons running around.
From a secular side to do this, but if you combine this with the Christian side, the Christian ethics side of very religious women, the divorce rate goes down to damn near nil.
Okay. Well, are most women religious in this society?
No.
Okay.
But neither are most men.
Okay. Right. But so now you're going into like selling your religion, right?
Well, only if you want to have a family.
Well,
if you want to have the most successful family, yeah.
Right, but I mean, Orthodox is 1% of the population. I'm not a religious show.
It's not just for Orthodox.
What I'm talking about is, and again, you're not really answering the question. You're saying you might get your kids.
No, what I'm saying is that by every single conceivable metric which is available for men, what is considered the loneliness epidemic, or the number one reported mental health issue for men, is that they're lonely. They feel lonely.
Right.
Andrew is right. But there's really no end in sight, because girls are going to continue to be hoes and men are going to continue to be lonely. It's sad, but it's true.
If that is the case and loneliness goes away when they get married, then it seems like what would be really good for men would be to get married in a good, stable relationship. Your counter is, but there's not that many marriageable women.
Correct.
And that is correct. There are not that, relative to the number of men who want a relationship, there are not that many marriageable women. Absolutely.
There's never always.
I know, but you agree with that, right? So
No, that has not always been the case. That has not always been the case. I'm going to tell you what, There have been, I'll tell you what, man, there are The percentage of marriageable women right now is the lowest it's ever been in history. Back in the 50s, there were marriageable women around every corner. Like, if you were a good, solid dude, you had your pick of the litter. Now it's like finding a needle in the haystack. And when you find that needle in that haystack, there's another needle with it.
Most men aren't getting a marriageable woman.
Most men never got one.
Right. So most men, it's not, marriage isn't for them.
Yeah, but you can't create the conditionals.
Most men, like if out of 2 men or 10 men, over 6 aren't going to get a good deal, right?
But they never did. They never got a good deal.
So are you telling them to take a bad deal?
No, what I'm telling them specifically is very simple. That the historic fact of the matter is that most men never got to reproduce at all.
Right.
Your chances of reproduction now are way higher than ever. And the reason the sex drive is so high.
Now that's very true. That's very, very true.
For men is because it's a biological imperative for reproduction. Otherwise, you wouldn't get a boner and want to go have sex, right? Especially not with good-looking, younger-looking women. That's the whole point of it.
Right.
If you want stability in society, which is good for men, you want stability against degeneracy, which is also very good for men, then you want stable marriages for men.
What does society give men in return for producing a stable society? What do they give men in return?
Well, society never gave men anything for the production of stable societies.
Fine, but I'm asking today, what do they give them in return?
Yeah, I mean,
do they treat them well?
What men get in exchange for having a stable society is they get a stable society. That's the exchange. That's always been the exchange.
It's its own reward. It's its own reward. It's almost like giving gifts. Giving to someone is its own reward. You know? Like a while back, my brother really, really needed some help. He really needed some help. He came out of a bad situation. He's like, hey, look, Alex, can you let me borrow some money? Can you let me borrow some money for a down payment on a car? I'll pay you back, blah, 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 blah. I asked him, okay, how much is the car that you want to buy? He said $7,000. I said, okay, how much down do you need? He's like, if I can get $1,500, I'll pay you back and blah, 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 blah. I sent him $7,000 and wished him a happy birthday. Guys, you have no idea how good that made me feel. And so what Andrew is saying is along those same lines. What is in it for men for building society? Well, it's a stable society, right? Building a stable society is its own reward. And I'll even go as far as to say this. We enjoy building society. We enjoy the process. We enjoy the progress, right? We enjoy the act that comes with, making our world a better place. I was actually just at Home Depot before I came on live. And I'm going to tell you what, man, I absolutely love buying flowers. I bought a bunch of them today. But the act of gardening, the act of interacting with the earth, that to me is its own reward, right? Okay, the oohs and the ahs from the neighbors. Hey, I like your yard. You have nice grass, nice flowers. Yeah, that's great. But I like to see it for myself. To me, it's its own reward. Adoboy, Abdiraman says men get disrespect for making a stable society. Yeah, they do today.
Mm-hmm.
Like historically, men have always been fodder. They've always been war fodder. They've always been basically treated poorly. But the idea here that...
Well, that doesn't make it right.
Well, if
we have to make perfect conditionals for marriage absent any risk or mitigating risk is silly. That's impossible no matter what.
He is absolutely right. However, I would argue with Andrew that there is far more risk in getting married than there ever has been. So while I agree... And listen, I've actually made this argument on Andrew's side before. A lot of guys like to say, well, if you do X, Y, Z, you're still paying. Guys, women don't come for free. Women don't come for free. A lot of guys think they can cheat the game and get sexual access to a woman, exclusive sexual access to a woman for nothing. Okay? There is a cost. Women do not come for free. You know who's finding that out? Shannon Sharpe. A lot of people are calling Shannon Sharpe a simp. No, a simp is someone who gives a woman... A simp is a man who gives an undeserving woman access to his time, his energy, his attention, and his resources. Okay? Shannon Sharpe didn't give the OnlyFans bitch any of that stuff. All he did was give her a stiff dick and maybe some cheap cocktails. The reason why he's getting hemmed up is because he tried to cheat the game. He thought that he could have sex with a sex worker for nothing. Shannon Sharpe forgot that she was a sex worker. And sex workers don't give up their sexual access for nothing. She is going to get something out of that deal. And if you don't give it to her, she's going to take it. And that's exactly what she is going to do now. Right? So while I understand what Andrew is saying, risk mitigate. This is what I teach in the space, is risk mitigation. Okay? Is there a chance that Devin could divorce me and take everything I have? I don't really see a world where that could happen. Listen, nothing comes without risk. Even though I've safeguarded myself in this and that and the third, there are still risks that comes with me being with Devin. I get that. However, it's about risk mitigation. If the risk is way too high, most guys just aren't going to take the plunge. And here's the thing, guys. Most men, we are risk tolerant. Women are the ones that are risk averse. We're risk tolerant, right? Women are risk averse. They don't like taking risks. Men, we're risk tolerant. We're men. We're masculine. Hey, let's fucking do it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Scared money don't make money. Right? Shit or get off the pot. We've got all these things. The problem is, here in 2025, there is so much risk that not even men who are risk tolerant are taking that risk.
If men keep getting married, what is the incentive for the laws to change? Where's
There you
the
go.
incentive?
Well, hang on.
That's a
They
very
can
good
still
question.
get married absent the state, and that would still create conditionals for the laws to change.
If men keep having
Okay. No. Now, Andrew just answered the question. They can get married absent the state. Well, there you go. If men get married absent the state, then that would change the laws, right? If you get married in the church rather than get married, this is what Devin and I essentially did. We didn't involve any church. We didn't involve any government. We had a little ceremony. We cut the cake. We got married. Blah 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 blah. We're now husband and wife. I wear a wedding ring, and so does she. In the eyes of society, Devin and I are husband and wife. It doesn't take, like, you don't have to go and look up. You know, it doesn't make any, like, just because you can't find us in the marriage, on the marriage list, does not mean society doesn't still see us as a married couple. And this is what Andrew is talking about.
children, what is the incentive for society to give them fairer laws? What is Where's
Well,
the
they're not.
incentive?
Well, hang on. They can still get married absent the state, and that would still create conditionals for the laws to change.
If men keep having children, what is the incentive for society to give them fairer laws?
And this is why men are not having children. Because there is no incentive. There is no incentive. Pearl is right. So Andrew is right on the other one. Pearl is right on this one. When men, it's not, dude, honestly, guys, and I'll take you through this. I'll actually take you through this. What we have to understand is that one of feminism's 4 pillars is extrapolating resources from men and giving them to women. All right? For the longest time, they did it through marriage. As soon as you sign that marriage certificate, you're now on the hook, at least for alimony. And as soon as you have that first kid, boom, that's it. You're on the hook until that kid is at least 18 years of age. Well, men have stopped getting married, but men have not stopped having sex. And so what the court systems are doing, men aren't getting married anymore, huh? Okay. Well, if you lay down and make a baby with this woman, that's how we're going to get your resources. Okay. Gen Z has now stopped getting married and having children. So what did society decide to do? They're extrapolating resources and giving them to women in any way they can. You want to know how they're doing it now? The hashtag MeToo movement. The hashtag believe all women. Shannon Sharpe is going to pay a woman $10 million whom he was not married to. He's not married to this woman, and he doesn't have any kids. Think about that for a second. Shannon Sharpe offered a woman $10 million. He offered a woman who is not his wife, who does not have any of his kids, $10 million. So now so marriage used to be the way that they extrapolated resources. A lot of men are staying away from that. Okay, children is the way that they started extrapolating resources. Okay, well, men are getting vasectomies and freezing their sperm and all this other kind of stuff. Okay, so what's left to do? The one thing, see, men can decide not to get married. They can decide not to get married. They can be like, you know what? I'd like a wife. I want to be able to get married and have kids, but too much risk. Okay, all right. Men can decide not to have kids. They can use condoms, whatever the case may be, get a vasectomy. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. So a man that they can't extrapolate resources from is useless to society. So what are they doing now? They are using the very act that is used to produce children to extrapolate resources. And that is the false sexual assault, false rape accusation. Again, I use Shannon Sharpe, guys. I can guarantee you this. There are more women extrapolating resources out of men that they're not married to, whom they have no kids with, than the opposite. I said it. That is the new way women are extrapolating resources, especially if you're a man of means. If you are a man of means and you have had sex with a woman, it's almost like, okay, I had sex with this celebrity, that politician. I can push this button anytime I want to. Oh my God, my house is about to be foreclosed on. Who did Congressman Mitchell? Yeah, Congressman Mitchell raped me 2 years ago. Let me pick a nigga athlete. Yeah. Shannon Sharpe raped me a year and a half ago. Okay? False allegations, that is the new way that they extrapolate resources from men. More and more men are walking away from marriage and relationships for that matter. More and more men are walking away from fatherhood. I'm going to tell you what, if they keep this up, dude, men might stop fucking altogether. Why do you think the idea of a sex doll is so intriguing to men? You mean I can have guilt-free sex and not worry about the bitching, the moaning, the complaining, the cheating, the kids, the entitlement? You mean I can have all the... And this goes back to the sex worker. This goes back to prostitutes. Now, are they valuable in that regard? How are you going to sign that? But they are certainly useful. They are useful to men who want to have sex. Sex workers, honestly, hiring it, and I hate to say it this way, but this is 2025. Unfortunately, the only way for a man to have risk-free sex is to have sex with a sex worker. That's it. If you have sex with a woman you actually care about, and you're a man of means, you don't even have to be a man of means for a woman to be able to extrapolate resources out of you. This is how it works, guys.
Well, what do you mean? If they have children and there's prenuptial agreements in place, women now have incentive to not destroy their own financial security for the future.
But again, so you're saying, well, she won't completely ruin your life, right? You're not saying a reward.
Yeah, but
like
let's start with the fact that
like you get enthusiastic sex with a hot wife.
But there's a lot of you missed the point though that there's a lot of marriages that work.
Statistically,
what about the fact
true.
that there's so many marriages that work?
Statistically, that's just not true.
Well,
there it is. Statistically, there are a lot of marriages that work. Andrew is right. But statistically, in terms of the percentages of marriages, and even when you talk about the marriages that do quote unquote work, they're miserable. The wife is cheating, the husband's cheating, whatever the case may be. Like, I understand.
Okay, let's look at the statistics. Since you want to bring them up,
go ahead.
You're looking at an estimate of 40%. 40% of the marriages are failing. Okay, the vast majority of them are still not. And as less people get married, those marriages are actually working out longer.
What is the obesity rate in America?
Oh, it's overwhelming for men and women.
Okay. Are most men ecstatic to take on this enormous risk and responsibility for a fat wife?
No.
Okay. So again, you have to answer the question, what's in it for
I'm
guys?
answering the question. So what's in it for men is the only thing that's ever been in it for men.
Yeah.
Family.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to be a good enough answer. If you're right, then men are going to sign up to get...
And Andrew, to his credit, he's like, it's family. Andrew has a family. He is happy. He is enjoying the fruits of having a family. So when Pearl says that's really not good enough, Andrew's confused. He's like, why? I have a family. I'm seeing the benefits of family. Andrew's not at risk of getting divorce raped. He's just not. Phoenix Light Games with the $5 super chat says, and this is why women hate it when men become successful to benefit their own lives, not for the intention to benefit women. That's why they're targeting them. Absolutely.
Married? You don't have to convince me.
Yeah, but what about what about like the qualifiers of men have to live in this world?
Right.
We have to live in this world. We live in a world full of degeneracy and basically horrifying things because of the instability of society. And you almost disempower them in a way because you're saying they don't have the power to change the nature of law.
Robert Anderson says Trump was trying to get tax breaks for women to have more kids. I remember that. How about providing men incentives to want to become fathers? That is a very good question, Robert. That is a very good question. this is the thing. The reason why and this is interesting, the reason why Trump can offer tax incentives for women to have children, and the reason why women are now trying to have children is because not only do they get the tax benefit, they get the child support benefit. You want to know what the incentive is for men wanting to become fathers, Robert Anderson? Is what Andrew said. It's got to be reform. It has to be family court reform. That is going to... The thing is this, like I said, having a family is its own reward. Procreating is its own reward. Building society is its own reward, right? So Pearl asks, what's in it for men? Andrew says family. And Pearl is right. That's not good enough. Because men know that women can just decide to destroy the family at any time they want to. We don't need incentives to want to build families. We just need there to be less risk. That's what that is. We don't need an incentive. Hey, if you go out and have a family, we'll send you $5,000. No, we don't care about that. Or, I don't know. I mean, I guess guys like me, but okay, send me the money. But what we really need is we really need some sort of safeguard in place so that if my wife or if my wife or the mother of my children decides to just blow up our marriage for any reason or no reason at all, I want to know that I'm going to be okay. I'm going to want to know that I'm going to get to see my kids. If you can reform family court and divorce court, then yeah, that would be the incentive for men. Men don't need incentive. We just need there to be less risk.
I just want them to make an informed decision.
Yeah,
that's it.
But I mean, the informed decision towards what? Their happiness?
Whatever they want to do. It's not my place to tell
well,
men.
Do you think they want to be happy?
It's not my place to tell men how to live.
Well, do you think they want to be happy, though?
Well, I think that happiness is a feeling that comes and goes. So I don't really...
So you don't want them to be happy?
I think
you just want to do what they want?
No, I didn't say that. I said it's a feeling that comes and goes.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
I don't think
I would think ultimately you would want men...
Happiness is a feeling that comes and goes. And I think what the word that Andrew is looking for is not happiness, it's fulfillment. It's fulfillment, right? Like, take the average, let's just say the average father in this country. He's got a wife, he's got a few kids. Is he always happy? Assuming his relationship is where it needs to be, is he always happy? No, of course not. He's got a teenage daughter who's dating a guy who might be in college. You know, his son is flunking out of school. He might have ADD. His other son is making trouble in school. Okay, so there are some days that he's not happy. But in the end, when he gets those kids off into the world, he is fulfilled. He is fulfilled by doing that. So yes, Pearl is correct. Happiness is a feeling that is fleeting. But the word that Andrew is looking for is fulfillment. Phoenix Light Games, another $5 super. It says, I understand the value of family, but no man wants an embarrassing legacy. The last thing I want is to dishonor my father's name by marrying a hoe. Right. That's exactly right.
Happy, right?
I want them to do what they want to do.
Okay, well, do you think that most men want to be happy?
I'm not a preacher channel, right? I'm not here to tell you how to live.
I'm not saying that you're a preacher. I'm not preaching. Right now, I'm just talking about the facts. Mm-hmm. The facts of the matter are, don't you think men want to be happy?
Well, if marriage makes them happy, then I'm sure they'll sign up. I'm sure the marriage rates will go up.
Yeah, that's not an answer to the question I asked. Sure. But the question I asked specifically is, do you think men want to be happy?
Everybody wants to be happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So if you think that men want to be happy, and if we look at all of the data that we can possibly find on male promiscuity and happiness, it doesn't look very good for them. Okay. So even if it were the case that you advocate against marriage, which is fair, especially secular marriage,
I don't advocate against marriage. I see it.
I'll try not to straw man it.
I see it disappearing from the middle class completely.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I see it just becoming something that the rich do.
Yep. Marriage has become something that extremely rich people and extremely poor people do. Marriage is really going to become an institution for the rich. That's it.
And I see the birth rates continuing to decline, and I see marriage going away because people like you can't give men good answers on why they get married. Should accumulate that risk.
What did men ever get?
You're saying risk 40% of your income for 18 years. If you have 2+ children, the woman can take you to court and take 40% of your income. It's not that every woman will. It's that every woman can. As soon as you enter into a marriage contract, she has the
Now
leverage.
answer my question. What did men ever get out of marriage? What did men ever get out of marriage?
I don't really care about
They got family. They got family out of marriage, which is what Andrew is talking about.
what they got in the past.
Answer my question. What did they ever get out of marriage?
But I don't care because I'm talking about the facts
I don't care
today.
if you don't care. Answer the question. What did men ever get out of marriage?
I don't care.
Well,
it's about like because we have to operate. We have to operate.
For marriage
like what does a guy care about what happened 100 years ago? He cares about the decisions he has to make today.
Yeah, I know, but
and he has to use
you're
the
like
facts
a question
today.
avoiding machine.
No,
so
you want me to do what you do, which is prescribe. I don't prescribe.
I'm not even asking for prescriptions.
Okay. No, Andrew does not. Andrew definitely does not prescribe because I asked him for advice and he wouldn't give it to me.
Asking right now for a description. What did men ever get out of marriage? What?
Yeah, well, I can think it's a stupid question. So like, I don't think it matters.
What did they ever get out of it? Ever?
Well, and keep in mind, guys, that Pearl's documentary is What's in It for Men. And Andrew is asking, what did men ever get out of marriage? And I think the epitaph to his question is aside from family. Men, again, we don't want anything out of marriage, okay? We just want to be married. What men get out of marriage is marriage. The wife, the children, the whole bit. That's what, and I think Andrew's contention is, look, the marriage is the reward. The family is the reward, right? The marriage and family is the reward. No one is going to be on the other side of marriage. Hey, congratulations, sir, you got married. Here is your prize. No, we don't need that. We get married, we have kids, that fulfills us. That's what makes us quote unquote happy.
I don't know. Tell me.
You don't know.
No, go ahead. No, tell me.
They got the same thing I'm prescribing, which is a family. That's the
there you go. There you go.
Right. And again, if that's so great, then men will sign up. If that's great,
so
like if a product's good, there's a big demand, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. There is a big demand. Men want to get married.
Sure.
Right, but there is a very low supply of marriageable women, which is why men want to get married, but they're not getting married because the demand is high, but the supply is low.
Then
yeah, but
if they wanted to, they would, right?
Where we talk past each other is like if you describe all the issues, that's fair, right? But the description of the issue is supposed to be for the purpose of what men do best, which is solving the issue. I don't mind you giving all the descriptors. I think that's great. Okay. But the idea of like, Andrew, what do men get right now? That's not a good enough reason. What did men ever get out of it? It's the same reason. It must be the best reason.
Then run for office. Run.
I mean, I would much rather fund NGOs so that I could get people in key positions to change law. But the same principle.
Go do it.
But what I'm saying to you is like, from a descriptive standpoint,
but that's the point. Like
I have been doing it.
Okay, then I'm sure there'll be great change in the next 10 years.
Well, we're going to try, right?
Come on. Okay. All right. Now Pearl is getting a little out of pocket here. She's getting a little out of pocket here because now at this point she's being a little bit disrespectful to Andrew. So I can listen. Pearl is one of my dude. Me and Devin and I, we love Pearl, but Pearl right now is getting into her feelings. She's getting into her feelings, and I think she's saying things now just to antagonize Andrew because she knows that he's antagonized.
Completely wrong.
Yeah, but I mean, the trends can continue to nosedive. But let's assume for a second that like it all nosedives.
Yeah, Robert Anderson says Andrew's one of those guys who's been out of the game too long for good reason. Yeah, no, I get it. It's just like David West. I remember I was talking to David West. We're going back and forth, and Kevin Samuels was in the chat. And I remember David says, okay, so you want me to listen to Kevin Samuels, who's been twice divorced, over my preacher who's been married for 40 years? Yeah. Yes, David. Because your pastor who has been married for 40 years has been out of the game too long. Your pastor who's been married for 40 years, he didn't deal with women like you married. The single mother that you married when you were a virgin. The first woman he ever had sex with was Cassie, I think her name is. Cassie, or whatever her name is. The first woman he married, the first woman he ever had sex with was a single mother. And that was Cassie, and that is who his preacher advised him to go and get. If I were that kid's preacher, I'd have been like, David, what are you doing? I know she's attractive, but she is a single mom. Man, you were always going to have to deal with the baby daddy.
What does the future look like?
Ty Lee says, I respect both. I still fully don't trust Pearl, and Andrew is out of touch. Why don't you trust Pearl?
like
That's
that.
a little weird.
Well, I don't think there'll be change until my prediction is we'll only see change when society crumbles enough for women to face the consequences of their decisions.
There you go.
And what happens
Unfortunately.
then?
Then there might be change. That's what I
Okay,
would
but what-
predict.
but I mean, what happens?
I would predict that things go down until things are falling apart enough, and then maybe there'll be a policy change. Maybe.
Meaning that we can
probably
fix-
not. Probably not.
Meaning we can
but,
fix the problems, right?
not anytime soon.
No, but when we reach this like plateau,
Sure.
so then wouldn't it logically
Potentially.
follow then that we should accelerate the decline as quickly as possible to reach that plateau to fix these things?
Sure.
Don't have to accelerate.
If that's
Yeah,
what,
so-
sure.
So then that's an accelerationist mindset, right?
I'm not saying one way or
That's similar to destroy. That's similar to enjoy the decline. Phoenix Light Games with a $20 super chat says, I think Andrew is misinterpreting what Pearl is saying. She said she doesn't care because the methods men used in order to get married in the past worked. Today they don't, which is why we need new solutions to mitigate risk. Absolutely. And I don't think Andrew is misinterpreting what Pearl is saying. I just don't think he understands. And it has to do, it has to do with, and Ty Lee said it, Andrew's out of touch. I don't think Andrew's out of touch. I think he's out of touch in terms of boots on the ground relationships. Andrew has no idea what it's like for men out here. He's got, and as a matter, I don't really know why he can't, because he is a regular, he is a regular panelist on the Whatever podcast. So he gets a front row seat as to what men are dealing with.
the other, I'm saying I don't see them changing anytime soon. That's it. I don't.
Yeah.
Right. And this is the thing. I remember, I'll never forget this. A buddy of mine once said, you want to know why cars are so expensive? It's because people keep buying them. If people just boycotted cars altogether, eventually the cost would have to come down. The cost would have to come down. So what is happening is exactly what Pearl and Andrew are talking about. They're actually both right in this situation. Gen Zers are walking away from marriage. They're walking away from children. Hell, even a lot of them are walking away from sex. You can't get children without sex. And so, and you're getting a lot of Gen Z girls talking about, dude, like, why can't I can't get a date? I can't get laid. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Well, blame Gen X and blame the millennials. Blame feminism. That's what we're talking about here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
no,
think.
but-
I don't
but
think
all-
in my
but-
lifetime there'll be major.
But
policy
ultimately, do you
changes.
want to see them change?
It would be
Of
nice.
course. Yeah.
Yeah. So then if that's the case, I'll just assume the position for a moment, your position, just descriptors, here's where we're going.
Mm-hmm.
It would still be really wise to have men's rights advocacy groups and things like this in place for this inevitable decline.
Right.
So that those types of policies can then be pushed so that we're like ready for them, right?
Sure, but the first one was in 1910, so I don't.
Yeah, that's true.
If we're where we are today, and the first one was over 100 years ago.
The first what? Policy?
No, the first men's rights advocacy. I think it was around 1910. I don't know the exact.
Yeah, but they were
year.
advocating for completely different things, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I saw ones about divorce.
No. Men's rights hasn't been around since 1910. Not in the way that they are now. Men's rights advocacy were for different things. It didn't. I'm sure that there were pockets here and there, but Pearl is wrong here. Men's rights as we know them now. That's not. Listen, they've been around long enough for us not to have to go back to 1910. Okay, men's rights have been around for eons. It doesn't have to be 1910 for that to be correct.
Divorce law early in the 1900s. Off the top of my head, I don't know, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, divorce, it used to be we had coverture laws. So, I mean, coverture laws basically, in that case, you had to have show cause in order to get divorced under coverture laws, things like that. It was most of
Show cause, and that led to no fault divorce eventually. They overturned that.
the early 1900s, I believe. So the thing that's interesting, though, is like, as I look
but
at this.
my point is, I just don't see it being effective because the last 100 years it's gotten worse, not better. So why would I
but,
think? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. But I mean, so the thing is like things have gotten better. Abortion laws have been rolled back, right?
That's
But
true.
Men's
Plan
advocacy.
B's gone up.
True. Only in some states, though. I went and checked the stats on that as well.
Sex work has gone up too.
But you know what else is going down is female promiscuity and male promiscuity over time.
Right.
And what's interesting,
He's right. He is right. He is correct. He is correct. Male and female promiscuity has gone down, and I think we can thank Gen Z.
what's interesting,
but STD rates are up. So how do you explain
because
that?
sex work is up.
Okay,
There you go.
Well, if that's not what the guys dating are saying, but okay.
Yeah, because they're dating women who have only. I mean, you're talking
Sure.
about like 1 in 10 or 1 in 20 now. It can have an OnlyFans. The sex work epidemic.
And this is exactly what we're talking about. This is exactly what we're talking about, Andrew. Yes, men want to get married. Men want to be happy. Marriage and family is the way. The problem is that there aren't enough marryable women to go around to the men who actually want to get married.
Has exploded STDs.
Right.
I mean, we can look at this objectively.
When's the last time you dated? Like, when's the last time you actually dated?
That's the $1 million question. When's the last time you dated? Right? That's the question.
Oh, it's been fucking, I don't know, like, what, 17 years
So
or
how
something?
how do you think you know better than the guys dating? Like, what's out there?
I mean, when's the last time you dated?
like
she's dating
a
now.
year ago? Year and a half
Okay,
ago?
so from your sample size, you think that in 17 years the marketplace for dating has changed so much that I'm not allowed to have any input in it?
Oh no, I just don't.
No, that's fair. That Andrew's right. That is fair. He is allowed to have input, but by the same token, he needs to understand that a lot has changed in 17 years. A lot has changed in 17 years. And again, this is what I was talking about with David West many, many years ago. He said, well, wait a minute, Kevin, am I supposed to listen to you who's been divorced twice or my pastor who's been married for 40 years? That's what we're talking about here. Okay? Pearl is Kevin Samuels and Andrew is David's pastor.
I don't think you really know what's on the ground if you haven't done it.
There it is. I even said it. Boots on, and listen, if Andrew is being genuine, he'll concede this. Hey, okay, listen, maybe I'm a little bit out of touch in terms of boots on the ground dating.
In 17 years, because the advent of social media has changed the dating marketplace
Everything.
a lot.
Yes.
Like a lot.
Yeah. Why do you think? Wait a second. Back up. I don't understand why you think that you couldn't have input and research the stat. I'm using the same stats you're using.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not, and I have the same conversations with thousands of people you have, men and women both. The same exact,
Right.
like the same amount of anecdotal evidence and statistics, right?
Sorry, what I could say, maybe a better way to say it is, I think it's like an oversimplification of the problem when you're saying, oh, it's just like bad women that these guys are dating.
Right.
Like I don't.
Right. Right. There you go. I'm with that 1,000%. It's not just, oh, you guys are picking the wrong women. That's what feminists tell us. That's what feminists tell us. When we come out and say, well, I've had this experience and that experience, and she cheated on me, and she lied to me, and she did this and that and the third. Well, you're dating the wrong women. Dating the wrong women? Like, I've been in the dating market for 10 years. You mean for 10? Dude, guys, look, man. For a guy like me, guys, oh, Jesus Christ. I have more stories about women than I care to admit. More than I can count. And the vast majority of my experiences with women have been bad. I think, honestly, man, I think dude, my high school sweetheart, other than Devin now, my high school sweetheart, that was probably the last fulfilling relationship I ever had. And that was because we were both new. We were both new. I was 17, she was 15, and then turned 16. She was pure, she was a virgin, everything was great. Everything was great. But, you know, when I was dating in my early 20s, guys, dude, I was getting cheated on left and right, lied to, all that other kind of stuff. Like, it's tough out there. It really, really is.
I really think it's
that's
that simple.
not what I said at all.
Or it's
what
just,
I said
it's
is that
just
the conditionals.
It's just sex worker women that these guys are dating, right?
No, that would
that's
account
not
for
what he
one
said.
thing. STDs.
Okay,
The STD rates go sky high.
Yeah, okay.
Phoenix Light Games with the $10 super chat says, do you want to know how women's habits have greatly affected men's biology? It used to be instinctual for men to jump to a woman's aid if they needed it. They don't anymore because it's treated as a joke. Yep. There you go. There you go. There it is, man. There it is.
Yeah. So what I gave you was the answer that you're always looking for. That men get out of marriage, same thing they always got out of it, a family. And why is it that men are always gravitating towards family? Well, it seems to be biologically hardwired in them because they've always done that.
Oh, my bad. Dr. Umar interrupted.
Sure, it is.
So if that's the case, their happiness level's intrinsically tied to that. It seems that if you wanted to advocate for men, then you would be advocating the most for the idea of keeping marriage sacrosanct and also making sure that these things got reformed as quick as possible.
Yeah, listen, I get it. And Andrew is right. But that's not what Pearl does. Pearl is, what Pearl is doing is what Pearl is saying is like, hey, this is the problem. She's telling me, hey, listen, you don't have to get married. If you want to get married, fine. If you don't want to get married, fine. I just want you to make an informed decision. Here's the information. Make the decision from there.
Okay. If someone took your prescription, can you give me like step by step your prescription for how men, if to get married, stay married, what's your prescription?
First of all, I wouldn't say, you keep on framing this as though I'm saying take a plunge when I'm not saying take a plunge.
Totally fine. Tell me what's beginning to end.
First,
so where should they source?
I would look at these stats.
No, not the stats. Where should they source the women from? Like what state should they go to? What church? I'm guessing you're going to say Orthodox.
Okay, so I'll answer your question, right? You're not going to find huge variances state by state. Okay. You're just not going to, okay? But you can definitely upgrade the chances of you finding a woman who's not going to have these behaviors, which you and I would both consider non-optimal. Okay. So it wouldn't just be the Orthodox Church, Roman Catholic Church, and even Protestants, as long as the worship is more than one time per week, right? Their marriage rates significantly go down. If you get married as a virgin, you almost never get a divorce because your sample size is super low.
So are you saying they should find a virgin, or do you think that's realistic nowadays?
No, of course not.
To find a
Andrew, the thing is church as we know it today is not a good place to find women, man. It's just not. Like, even, dude, guys, we know that church hoes are some of the biggest hoes out there, man. They are some of the biggest hoes out there. We all know it.
A virgin woman?
Yeah. No. I'm giving you a step-by-step prescription of all the things you can do to mitigate risk.
Right. No, but I'm not saying mitigate risk. I'm saying, do they download a dating app? Are they going to go on Instagram?
Oh, she's asking him like, what do they do exactly?
Go to church.
So I'll walk through it, right? Okay. But what we're talking about is risk mitigation. So let's start with risk mitigation.
I want the dating process from beginning to end.
Oh, okay. We'll give.
Go ahead.
What? You want me to give a dating process from beginning to end for every individual man on planet Earth?
Well, okay, if a guy wants to go on your prescription.
No, the dating process is going to be very
How is he going to source women?
On region. It's going to be varied on man. It's going to be varied on what options are available. But what you can look at is all the signs of the universals which mitigate risk. What you're asking is for an absurdity. It's like me asking tell me step by step, how do I become a successful podcaster?
Oh,
every woman on Earth, how do you become a successful podcaster?
I could do that pretty easily.
Do it.
No, but I asked you first, and you don't have an answer because you don't have
it's an impossible question.
No, it's actually pragmatic because if you have
it's not even pragmatic.
If you have a real plan for men, you have to have a step by step. Like, what's step one?
Yeah, so step one would be looking at the mitigation for risk. That would be step one.
But you have to get a girl on a date first before you even get there.
Yep. No, you don't have to get a girl on a date to mitigate risk, bro.
Okay, well, I guess there's no risk if you never get on the date.
Yeah, that's right. So the thing is, if you're talking about
So walk away.
If we're talking about mitigation
where is he sourcing the women from? Instagram?
You're asking for a step. Stop cutting me off.
I need you.
If you're asking a question, you got to let me answer the fucking question. But you're not
answering the question.
What's the question? But then you have to not talk while I answer it.
Okay, I'll try. I'm a woman, so it's kind of tough.
Okay, go ahead.
Step-by-step process. How does he get a girl on a date? Where should he meet them?
Get a girl on a date. You would go online. You'd have conversations with women everywhere that you went. The various things that we've always done to get women on dates.
Okay.
this is where and getting on the date in and of itself, that is the issue. That is the issue. Yeah, okay, all right. So go out and talk to girls, source girls, get online, go to Instagram. Have you seen the Tinder statistics? Like I saw one guy, I think I saw one Reddit page where a guy had been on Tinder for like 5 years. He'd swiped something like 2 million times, got like 11,000 matches, 1,200 conversations. One date, he got one date, no sex. This just proves that, I don't want to use the term out of touch, but he's been out of the game so long that he doesn't understand that getting a girl on a date, even that is a Herculean effort. Right? Like, you know what I mean? And Ty Lee says, yeah, get jacked and dress nice. That helps. Right. And this is what we teach in the sphere, is we teach self-improvement. You know, make money, muscles, game, frame, all that good stuff.
So you go on the dating apps and get women on dates.
No, I didn't say that. What did I say? Repeat back what I said.
You said go online. I assumed you went dating apps and talk to women. And talk to women. Totally fine.
Yes.
And
are you ever going to get a woman? Are you ever going to get a woman on a date, Pearl, if you don't talk to any of them?
No. Okay, so you talk to women and...
Are you ever going to get a woman on a date if you don't talk to them?
Okay, so I want to keep going through the process.
No.
I want to keep going through the process. So you meet them on a dating app, okay? Mm-hmm. Or you meet them
I didn't say meet them on a dating app.
Okay, then can you tell me where?
Yeah, I would. All you have to do to begin the initial process of dating women is use whatever connections, resources you have to start connecting with various women. You can use dating apps, sure. That seems to be one of the most common ways that you do it.
Okay.
But you can also use friends of friends. You can use your family members. You can use all sorts of different ways to connect with women the same way that men and women have been connecting forever.
Sure.
Right, but the ways that men and women have been connecting forever are not working for men. Even when we're talking about, your friends and family, social circle game, et cetera, it's just not the same. It's not the same. It just isn't.
Now you have also the online component.
Sure, totally fine. So then what's next? Do you take her on a date? Is that
you can take her on a date, but usually the second step would be to be in the talking phase. And inside the talking phase, you're able to actually identify many of these risk mitigating factors, which become immediately apparent in 90% of the conversations. Sure. They become very apparent, the red flags or the risk mitigation. I wouldn't take a woman on a date. I would be in the talking phase with multiple women.
Yeah, Trinity Boy 32 says dating market is monetized these days, so even dating is cooked. Absolutely. See, that's another way that society has figured out how to extrapolate resources from men. Is to do you think do you think women are paying extra for Tinder Gold? No. Women aren't paying shit to be on dating apps. No. 97% of the revenue generated by dating apps comes from men. This is how it is. Kyle 2020 with the $5 super chat says the average woman would have been deemed a lot in the 1980s and fire at the stake in the 1680s. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Gotcha. Okay.
For an elongated period of time before I ever took one out on a date.
Okay, fine. So how long should they talk before they get to the date?
Well, it's going to vary from person to person.
Okay, but what would you suggest?
I would suggest that you talk to them until you feel like you've gathered enough information and intel on the mitigation of these red flags, and then I would take them. Sure, you could take them on a date then.
Okay, and what information are you trying to get from them?
Well,
what
that's
are the red
great.
Flags?
Glad that you asked that question for risk mitigation.
Sure.
I'd be looking for things like, were you raised by a single mom? Right?
There you go.
What are your goals? What are the structure in life that you're after?
Now, this is a productive conversation.
Whether or not it is the case that you have a present father in your life, how many tattoos do you have? That would be another good one. Your promiscuity level. I do a little intel maybe around their Facebook, things like this. See how many male friends they have. There's tons and tons.
Okay.
The same.
Phoenix Light Games with the $5 super chat says, yes, exactly. That's what Pearl was saying. Women are picky because they think they have vast relationship options. It's sexual options, and they don't know the difference, which is bad because it adds to their hubris. Yes, this is what we were talking about on Fresh and Fit last night. None of those bitches had a ring, but every single one of them, well, I got this guy and I got that guy. Sweetheart, bragging about all the high-value men who want to fuck you is not a flex, okay? It's easy to get the D, right? Can you get the ring? That's the real trick.
Things that women do.
Yeah, totally fine. So now you get her on the date. Are you trying to sleep with her? Are you waiting till you're suggesting they wait till marriage? Is that what you're?
Well, yeah, only if they want the best outcomes. Yeah,
Okay.
And they don't want to create single moms that they have
Okay.
to take care of their children. Yeah,
Sure.
that seems
So
like a good idea.
if she's not a virgin, are you telling them they should still wait till marriage?
Yeah, I still would. Yeah.
Okay. So
If you're interested in a woman who's not a virgin, right?
well,
my assumption is the man's not going to be a virgin either.
95%,
There you go.
right?
Yeah, and most of the men aren't
Okay.
going to be virgins or taking those women out either.
Okay.
Yes, but there's a big difference between a male virgin and a female virgin. You see, even women, guys, even women that aren't virgins even virginal women don't want virginal men. Virginal women don't want virginal men. Even they want men with experience. Just like men with experience are much less likely to wife up a bitch who has too much experience. It's almost two sides of the same coin.
It's the case, yes, factually.
Okay, so
that is the dating market.
So you
now.
want men to pay a higher price for what other men got for free.
Oh,
There you
so okay. Well, let's just grant this.
Oh boy. Oosh. That was a body blow. That was a body blow. So you want them to pay a higher price for what some other man got for free. There you go. There you go. And again, Andrew's heart is in the right place. I understand what he is saying. You get a girl, you talk to a girl, you take her out on a date, blah, 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 blah. If she's not a virgin, why would you wait to get married? And guys, this is why dating and relationships are cooked. You're literally damned if you do and damned if you don't. There you go. You're damned if you do and damned if you don't, man. Because and here's the thing: if you don't, this is how fucked up girls are these days. If you don't try to fuck them on the first date, then what ends up happening is they lose respect for you, right? That's just the way, dude. Guys, this is the way girls are. So it's almost like you have to try to fuck them in order to get any respect. Okay, give me a second, guys. I'm going to restart my soundboard. Hang on. Okay, how's that? How's that? All right. All right, let me make sure I've got the... All right, let's continue.
Let's say they don't, right? You want men.
Oops. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Gotta connect my Bluetooth. There we are.
To sleep with a woman on the first date?
Can you answer my question? And I'll answer
I did.
yours.
Okay, so the answer's
yes.
in the answer. I'll explain it.
No.
So
do you
the
want
thing
men
is,
to
it's
pay a
like,
high? You don't like the answer to the question.
You don't have to sleep with this woman to get to know her if you think that she's worth the risk and you think that she's worth it to.
Right. But again, Pearl is asking Andrew a very good question. So you're asking men to pay a higher price for something that other men got relatively cheaply or freely. And that is the paradox. That's the paradox. It's almost, if you want to date a woman, it's almost like you have to sleep with her. Because if you don't try to sleep with her, like I said, she'll lose respect for you.
To, stick around to sleep with later or to, date long term. Sure. The problem that you have here is that if we operate... No, my turn. If we operate off of your logic, right? Should they... if a woman has ever slept with a man ever, should no man ever wait to sleep with that woman?
I think that's
Or should it be
Right. And I understand Andrew's question. But we're not talking about, but here's the thing. Most women have, how can I put this? Okay, this guy. Yeah, get out of here. I'm sure you are. Most women have slept with far more than just one guy. Okay? So now what Andrew is attempting to do is he's attempting to shrink. He's attempting to shrink the magnitude. If a woman has ever had sex with a man ever, listen, are there women out there? Guys, I'll tell you a quick story. There was one girl, I'll never forget this girl in college. Her name was Summer, okay? She was, dude, my freshman year, we had this like St. Elmo's fire crew. And everybody had somebody in this, this, that, and the third. Well, there was one girl in the group named Summer, and she was a virgin, like bona fide virgin. And one of our friends, Greg, got with her and fucked her and then decided to leave her. She was absolutely crushed and devastated. She was crushed. She was absolutely crushed because she thought they were going to be together forever. She didn't sleep with anyone ever again until she met her husband, David. And I think they live in Key Largo now. That's where they were. That's where they originally were from, right? So now they live in Key Largo. David got a good deal. David got himself a good deal, okay? Summer had slept with one guy one time. I'll give her that. She wasn't the virgin bride, but she damn near was. But most women are not like Summer. And the girls that are like Summer are already taken. And I don't think Andrew realizes this.
It's a tough sell.
What's that?
You can sell that. It's a tough sell.
So then you think that the woman, if you've ever had sex as a woman, you should just give it up?
Okay, so you want guys to
like
marry,
answer the question.
I will answer that question.
No, you're not answering the question.
I will answer that question.
If a woman's ever had sex, every man she dates, should she fuck him?
No, I don't think so.
No, okay.
I don't
so then
think
you're saying that
she
should make him wait.
I think there's certain men you can treat special though, and I think most men want to be treated special and not like other men. So
is every man you've ever gone on a date with, have you slept with him immediately?
No. How about you? How about you?
No, I don't sleep with any men.
No. I mean, what was your dating experience like? Did you wait? I mean, if you want to go person, yeah.
Of course. I like to get to know people, things like this, of course.
Sure.
But the thing is like, that's my point.
I mean,
my point is...
I don't want to go personal, but if you're good, you know what I mean?
No, I'm not trying to be personal. I'm trying to demonstrate a point. Of course you don't sleep with every man immediately. That would be absurd.
Right.
That's not a personal attack.
Right,
it's just an objective
but women
fact.
do sleep with men faster that they like.
Yes, they do.
Generally speaking, I think the same thing with men. They generally will try to sleep with women faster if they like
How
them.
would a guy know the difference between a girl that's using him for resources or like just trying to use him for the lifelong provisioning?
And that's again, another paradox. Another paradox, okay? If you're not having sex with any particular woman, how do you know that she's not using you for attention? How do you know she's not banging somebody on the side while waiting to marry you and then continue to bang them on the side while you're waiting for her? It's the same, guys, it's the same thing, man. That's the paradox.
Mm-hmm.
Or that actually likes him.
Well, every woman is going to be utilizing men to some degree for resources and historically always has.
Okay.
The idea, though, that you can't mitigate these risks by taking a look at the entirety of their social media, doing a little social stalking, which is you're just looking around at their connections and things like this in order to see what the general trend is. You can basically determine this fairly quickly. In fact, men have become so savvy to this in the dating market. They're beginning the high rates of rejection now where they're like, nope,
so there's no women that at all could mitigate any of this. I mean, the biggest hoes that I knew in school had pretty much no digital footprint, no social media.
There you go.
None.
Well, I mean,
that's not the case anymore.
Because it's like a strategy actually.
Yep.
Because they want to get they want to get around And
well, it's
if
really
yeah.
difficult now. Well, then even
Yeah,
if
and
that was
so
the
it's like
case,
a small
I would just put
private-
that as another red flag. Oh, you have no
Right.
social media presence? Nah, maybe that's another red flag.
But
then.
wouldn't you say that women are developing new strategies every like year
Oh yeah.
to get
Totally.
around some of totally.
Oh, yeah.
But don't you
Yeah.
think that some of the men that you're suggesting this to are going to get got? Just balance of probabilities.
Yeah, but no matter what conditionals we make
Mm-hmm.
in society, some men are going to get got. There's nothing you can do about that ever. Doesn't
Right.
matter if you had the
So,
perfect utopia,
okay.
some men are going to get got.
Okay, so what percent, going through all these strategies, what percent of men do you think will get got?
I think that you
think
could
it's
lower the risk.
0%?
I think you can lower the risk mitigation down to somewhere around 15 to 20%, which is what we see in
Fine.
these types
Totally fine.
of elongated
Okay,
Christian
so-
marriages.
So you think about 20% of men will get got.
I think that all
Okay.
20% of men have always gotten got. And they're-
Yeah, it's a lot higher than that. It is a lot higher than that, man. It is a lot higher than 20% of men who are getting got.
damn thing you
right,
can do
but
about
why
it.
would a man take that deal?
Because they want to have a family like they've always
Right.
wanted to.
Right, but
Right. And again, nothing comes without risk. So I certainly understand that. Phoenix Light Games with the $5 super chat says, no, I like Andrew, but he's wrong here. Even if we hate the girl, if she's hot, we want to sleep with her fast. It doesn't matter if we like her or not. Yeah, absolutely. This is just who we are.
and do you think that if people stay married, that's automatically a successful marriage if they just don't divorce?
No, that wouldn't
Okay.
always meet the criteria for successful
Okay.
marriage.
So
right,
what do
but hang on. By the same logic, you would have to agree then that not every time women want to get divorced, it's unjustified.
True, I agree.
So if that's the case, then you have an equal wash there. So
Okay.
the idea here
Okay,
is,
so-
what do we want for a stabilized society, which makes sense,
But you're-
right?
but
For
you're
men
saying-
to
but you're
have
saying-
maximum happiness, it seems to be marriage.
Right, but you're switching it back to what's in it for society, and I keep trying to stick to what's in it for the
Men
individual
are
man.
society.
Right,
Men run
but
society.
Do you really think that a 20%?
Yeah, they're arguing semantics at this point. What's in it for men? What's in it for society? Right? Guys, if men are in trouble, women are in trouble. The problem is just like Pearl said, they haven't suffered the consequences haven't been put on their door yet. Women will change when they start to suffer the consequences of their actions.
Failure rate where a woman could potentially really ruin his life for 18 years. Like, I mean, I've talked to like a good percentage.
Well, what failure
of
rate's
men-
acceptable?
What-
1%?
I think one is too many. When you have a quarter of when
Okay.
you have a
Well,
quarter
then-
of when you have a quarter
Well,
of men,
now that's a little 1% is too many, but come on, you're not gonna like. Now we're talking about utopia.
raising kids that aren't theirs.
That's
I
just
think
utopian.
I think one
Yeah,
time
there you go. See, there you go. There it is. He took the words right out of my mouth. It can never be in this. Now, again, Pearl's got to take the L on this one. There's no such thing as a risk-free proposition, guys. There's no such thing. And again, as risk tolerant as we men are, I teach men how to mitigate risk in their relationship. This is just how it is. No, it's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be perfect, but as long as you can mitigate enough risk, you should be good to go.
that happens, it's too many.
That's utopian. That's literally
Yeah.
utopian thinking.
Well,
so if there's
right.
ever a case that a man can get got, then you would just recommend it. No, I mean, it's so silly. That's utopianism.
If
That's
I
impossible.
was-
It's like
if
saying
I-
no men should ever drive cars because they might get in a wreck. It's like, it's going to happen.
I wouldn't say that's the same because I would say a car wreck, it is not likely that you're going to be enslaved to that car for 18 years. And I think
You're
maybe
enslaved
I
to the
just
damage it does to
I
you
think
for 18
maybe
years.
I just have a different point of view because I've seen men on the brink of suicide, Andrew, and I've seen men one of the worst. I've told you this story before. One of the worst marriage divorce stories I ever saw was a guy that took pretty much your advice. Okay.
Which was what? What's my advice?
What you say, he waited till marriage. He met a girl in a Latin Catholic mass church.
Yep.
He had the temperament. He thought she was the right person. And it was actually really difficult. She took his kid. She was actually Eastern European. So she was Eastern Europe. So she was actually raised.
Oh, no. Eastern European. That's why he took the plunge. That's why he took the plunge, is because she was from Eastern Europe and he thought that she was different. Oh, boy.
To be a wife, and she came to the U.S. He met her in California.
Yeah.
And she stole the kid and took him back. He won custody. She took him back. And he spent
boy.
$300,000 trying to get her back. He went into a war zone trying to get his kid.
Oh my God. Phoenix Light Games with the $5 super chat says, and also, that's why women can't do what we do. It damages a woman's psyche to force itself to have indifferent sex. It's unhealthy for women to do it. Absolutely. That's one of the main reasons. It's one of the main reasons we say, hey, don't sleep around if you're a woman.
Now the kid is like 6. He hasn't seen him in years. The kid doesn't recognize him, and he speaks Russian. How is he happy?
But
I know, and it's
thing.
easy. I think it's easy maybe for you to like wave it away and just say, "Well,
I'm not waving it away. That's horrible. It's absolutely horrible.
Men, it doesn't matter. Like, don't even think about that risk." But what I've seen,
think about that risk.
Right, but you're saying, but do it anyway, and I'm saying I can't tell you what to do because that is an astronomical risk that I understand. If you as a man don't want to take that. I completely understand. Another issue.
So here's the alternative.
Can you let me finish? So another issue too is like the waiting till marriage. I mean, you go on monologues too a lot too.
Not long because you cut in every 5 seconds.
The other thing is 1 out of 3 women have STDs. So you could
of sex work.
No, not necessarily.
We can look at the height of the promiscuity, the sexual.
Hey, listen, man. 1 out of 3 women having an STD. Sex work certainly contributes to that. But dude, these women out here be hoes, man.
Revolution wasn't even close. Wasn't even close.
Yeah, but a lot of normal women have STDs too.
Yes,
they do.
And they always have.
True.
So do men. They usually get it from men during promiscuous sex as well.
Right, but that's back to the what about the men, though? We're talking about.
It's not what about the men. I'm just giving an accounting for this, for how this works. STDs would be a good idea for not having promiscuous sex. But if the idea is like, because some men are going to have catastrophic results and we can never mitigate that. I don't care what society you're in, ever. You're not going to be able to mitigate that some men are going to have catastrophic results. That instead they should use women, basically, and women them for purely sexual hedonistic needs. If that's the case, then the very ideology of like, look at all these STDs, that explodes under that same ideology. That's like silly. It's counterproductive.
Well, under your strategy, they could marry a woman with herpes.
Under your strategy, they're going to get herpes anyway.
Not really, because if you wear a condom, it's less than 1% of men that.
Then why are they exploding?
They're exploding because men and women aren't wearing condoms. But if you wear a condom, it's not the likelihood of you getting something.
Yeah, most sex that is had is unprotected, guys. I think that's obvious.
Especially as a guy, is pretty low.
So men are just stupid, don't know how to wear condoms, or?
No, it's not that. It's just that we can be stupid.
I mean, some men, they really should.
Yeah. I don't think so. I think that.
To be honest, I mean, a lot of guys, they don't.
What happened?
Dude, listen to Brittany Renner, man. Listen to Brittany Renner. She knows.
What's happened is promiscuity, especially in the sex industry, where STDs are 10 times higher, has now been gravitating towards women's bedrooms on OnlyFans and things like this. They have a continuous chain of men who come in they're promiscuous with, and this has exploded the STD rate. And by the way, I can prove this because in every Western nation where sex work can be done from the home, you see these explosive rates generally in the areas where there's the most amount of sex workers. It gravitates out.
You think it's all sex work? It's not the women in college?
No, there's always been STDs, of course, that have been in the general public. I'm not talking about the accounting for the explosion in them.
Right, but you don't think it's common on, say, college campuses for STDs to go around?
Of course, but that's always been the case on college campuses.
Right. But saying that's always, I'm trying to operate in today, not the past, right?
Yeah, but...
There it is. That's it, right there. I'm trying to operate in today and not the past. I think if Andrew were privy to what is really going on, I think his positions might change a little. I think they might change.
I'm trying to give you a prism so that, because you're acting like this stuff is new, or that that risk mitigation is somehow new. This has always been the case that men had to mitigate risk when it came.
Not as much. Not as much though. Okay? Not as much. Yes. Men have always had to mitigate risk, but dude, not as much as we have now.
Into marriage, you're only talking about the selection of, well, you could get really fucked by the courts, which is true, and that the courts are biased towards women, which is true. I'm giving prescriptors for how we begin the process of changing those things. Whereas what you do is you act as though these are brand new societal issues when they're actually not brand new societal issues.
No, I operate in today, so I try to focus on what's going on now.
Yeah, but can't you look to the past for prescriptors?
Right, but why?
No. You cannot look to the past. You can't look. That's why women can't do what we do.
Do X, right?
Well,
it's like, okay, well, here's why. And then you say, but here's the risk for that. Okay, I agree there's the risk for that. Well, now what? I don't know. Is that it? Just like, I don't know?
If a product is good, then people are lining up to buy it. And so what you're doing is you're saying,
there it is.
No, there's no risk. Men are lining up to buy this, but the stats just don't say that. They don't. So if you're
and it's not only the stats, it's boots on the ground, man. People are letting other people know, hey, it ain't like this anymore.
Right. Then
well, first of all, I reject your scripts.
If you're right, then the marriage rate will go up, and traditionalism will return. I hope you're right.
Yeah, but don't you understand that the positive of your framing is completely rejected by me? I'm not one of these guys who's making these crazy advocations for, hey, bro, just take the plunge, bro, and hopefully things will work out, bro. That's the Con Inc. guys who are saying, oh, this is all men's fault, this and that. I'm talking about prescriptive mitigations to try to fix the issues in marriage, the very thing men are
And I agree with Andrew. I agree with Andrew. But in the meantime, what do we do?
Screaming that they want more than anything, and you just say, well, kind of just do what you want. Here's the information. Good luck. It's like, okay, you can do that, but then in what account can you ever criticize any of those guys in the Con Inc. party who give prescriptions? How can you ever do that if you don't give a counter prescription?
Well, if their prescriptions are leading men to their death and men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide because they don't warn them, I can criticize them.
Then what should they do instead, Pearl? Then what should they do instead, Pearl?
I think they should make an informed decision.
Venus Light Game says religion is no longer an institution that women fear anymore, specifically the shame and isolation and ostracism of women when they commit an act that hurts their virtuous desire from them. Yeah. Like, this is why we always say bring back shaming. Bring back shaming. Bring back the scarlet letter. There is no more scarlet letter. There isn't.
Oh, same thing I think.
I think they should make an informed decision. Why is a man immoral if he doesn't choose to get married? That's not
immoral.
Okay, so then why are you arguing with me?
Yeah, well, the argument here is about men's happiness and what they get, right? Not about whether or not it's moral if they get married or not. I'm not saying it's immoral for men to not get married.
I could be, okay, then what's the disagreement? Then why do you care?
The disagreement is on the prescription of why it is that
I didn't give a prescription.
Marriage, well, here's the disagreement. I'm trying to explain it to you. I'm not saying that it's immoral for men to not get married. I am interested in the happiness and longevity of men and their overall wellness, well-being, and health in the society I have to live in, because I count on them to provide the security. I count on them to provide all luxury. I count on them to build all infrastructure. And so if men aren't doing well, none of us are doing well.
There you go. There it is. Totally agree. Totally agree. Andrew is right. If men aren't doing well, then nobody's doing well. I said it earlier. If men are in trouble, women are in trouble. Phoenix Light Games with the $5 super chat says, yes, Andrew, but the problem is that most influencers side on the left. Most are liberals because it's, quote, cooler to be liberal rather than conservative. Absolutely. Kyle 2020 with the $5 super chat says, how can hundreds of men screwing individual OF models make the STD rates for women higher than men? That would have destroyed Andrew's argument. Yeah, you're probably right.
Who associate these problems, and Con Inc. says, well, just take the plunge because society continues to go, and Pearl Davis says men can just do whatever the fuck they want, then it's like, well, then how do you criticize anything prescriptively? How do we get anywhere prescriptively? It makes no sense to me.
Do you think men should do what you want?
I think that if prescriptively you move towards the type of society I advocate for, I think, yes, the wellness of men would do way better.
So men should do what you want and not what they want.
No, they should do prescriptively what's best for men.
Okay.
That's not now. That is true that I'm aligned with that.
Okay.
But that's not doing what I want. That's doing what's in their best interest.
Okay. So men should listen to you, and not not what they want for their life, but what you want for their life.
Well, what did I just say? I just said that
according to
what they want for their life
okay.
is happiness, and if I want for my life happiness also, and if we have a combined belief on the prescriptive things that would make us happy, then that's what men, including me, should move towards.
So you're saying I read these stats, I read these studies. Now do what I say because I read these studies.
Go on, and Pearl Davis is doing the same thing. I read these stats and studies, and everything's really bad for men. So I mean, if you want to, if you want to take the plunge of 20%, you might get fucked here. And is it really worth it? I'm not sure it's worth it.
I say you're a man. It's your house. You get to do what you want in your house. It's out of order. I'm not going to tell a man what to do.
Well, you're not telling them what to do, but you can still. Isn't it true that you can offer up prescriptions in society which are good for society and good for men without telling men that they need to do those prescriptions?
Right.
Like, hey, prescriptively, if we did X, that might be really good for men. That doesn't mean you're telling men what to do.
Okay, that's fair.
I can give my opinion if somebody asks, but that's not my job. I'm here to, did you lower the volume a little bit? I don't know why I can hear him less now. No? Wait, could you talk again?
Testing.
Could you turn up my mic or my headphones just a little bit? Sorry.
He's like, turn me up in the headphones. Turn me up in the headphones.
But then you wouldn't say.
CS says, no matter what country a girl is from, what church she goes to, making her fall in line with your program despite all these external factors is the goal, not just compromise by, quote, mitigating risk. That makes sense. E. Jones says, I don't think shaming will work. Pandora's box has been opened. The things that have come out of it will not be easy to get back in the box. No, shaming works, E. Jones. Shaming works, my friend. It absolutely works because why does anybody, women on my 600-pound life, right? The reason why they get thin is because they are ashamed of it. When people shame them, listen, people fight against, we shouldn't shame people, but shaming works. Shaming works.
You should do it. You would say you could. But once you get into then you're saying this is what you should do.
I would say any prescription
that's
going to be good for the
better.
overall health of men, they should be moving towards that, yes.
Right. And so if it was moving towards the overall health of men, it would be an easy sell and men would do it.
And that, no, not necessarily. Men have gone along with lots of different things.
I think they're arguing semantics now.
Which were an easy sell because they were misled or they had bad information or collectively from the society. Like, here's an easy one. Men go off to war. They go off to literal war when they get drafted. And that has been an easy sell, but it definitely was not good for men.
What is this? I think it might be here. Sorry. It's buzzing now a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Okay, sorry.
Technical difficulties.
So you're saying that men, but men in reward for protecting the country, they got a family that actually stayed together. But today that's not the norm.
No, they didn't. In the Vietnam War, they didn't get that. That's not the case. They got that maybe post-World War II. They weren't getting it after Korea. They weren't getting it.
There it is. Kyle 2020 says, shaming worked on Lizzo. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Absolutely. Yeah, Lizzo was the queen of body positivity. We shamed her into oblivion, and now she's losing weight. Alaskan K says, my problem is, Andrew, if guys are spending hours doing researches to get research to get rejected in one or two messages, how is he supposed to be working on his purpose? Okay. Robert Anderson says, the reason they cry out against shaming is because it works. That's exactly right. Jay Hancock says, Andrew isn't pushing for the good of men. He's pushing for the good of society by sacrificing men's lives to prop up a society that disrespects and hates them. I don't know. I think Andrew's heart is in the right place. I don't think he's like, hey, just send everybody to the slaughter.
And after Vietnam, they're drafted for both wars. They weren't coming home to a family. They were coming home getting spit on, literally spit on.
All right,
and the thing is yes, men can be tricked collectively into doing things that are really bad for men's health.
Absolutely.
But the idea here that we should not be prescriptively
do you think they
trying.
did it because it was an adventure? That's probably why, right?
No, they didn't just want to go on an adventure. They did it for honor.
Yeah. I mean, and
Honor.
I would say at one point society rewarded them for it. Like now white men are the least likely to be in the military, or it's like the lowest numbers in years. Like men are dropping out of the military because they don't see what's in it for them anymore. And you know, it's interesting. I think this like
yeah, well, that's because there's no honor.
I think it's an interesting like sell. What you're trying to do: meet the women, wait till marriage for a woman that's not, pay a higher price than a previous guy, and you'll be married for life. I hope, men, if you want to,
that's not. So this is again. This is very
if you guys want
classic
to,
Pearl.
if you guys want to do that,
Pearl framing.
If you
but
want to
that's
do,
not actually what I said. I'm not. I'm offering only an alternative to black pill. And what am I saying?
Okay.
There it is, black pill. Right. And I think Andrew thinks Pearl is advocating for some sort of black pill. No, I don't think that's the case.
The same thing you are. Men should be gravitating towards things which are good and healthy for men. Men are gravitating towards families because they want them. But if they didn't want them, they wouldn't be having them.
Who has more information on what makes a man happy? You or him? Like an individual man watching your stream.
This will be trivially true about any human being on Earth.
Mm-hmm. So each man has more information to make decisions in his life than you do, right?
Well, no, that's not always the case. But I would say, generally speaking, people tend to think or know what makes them happier than some guy they don't know. Sure.
Yeah. So I don't know if I want to use. Can I use you as an example, but not say your name? Can I use you? Yeah, I can.
My producer.
Okay. So my producer's watching now, right?
Yeah.
He's listened to me talk. Now he's listening to you for the first time, and he's hearing your strategies for marriage, right? Mm-hmm. Who has more information on how he should make a decision moving forward in his relationships, you or him?
Yeah, so obviously him. But I'll also have more information probably on what's better for his relationships than you, because I'm a man.
Totally,
right?
totally fine. Okay. Totally fine.
Yeah.
But so who should make the decision? Should he listen to your advice, or should he listen to himself, what he thinks is best?
Well, so I would say that you also have to take into account that there's social responsibilities and honor that men have, duties that they're supposed to gravitate towards. There are actual duties men have to gravitate towards.
This is just like nagging the duty. Okay. Well, what does he get?
You don't think men don't have duties?
What does he? I mean, why would you do something?
Like men should just do nothing, or what?
And again, marriage is its own reward. Okay. I don't think Pearl means to say this, but the way she's framing this, it is almost as though men should be rewarded for marrying women. Hey, let's go get married. Here's cash and prizes for you. Phoenix Light Games with the $5 super chat says, yeah, I agree, Donovan. Andrew is not the dude who's going to send men to the slaughter. That's what Hafiz did. He wanted men to blindly marry women. Oh my God, dude, Hafiz was crazy.
Well, why should they work hard for a society that doesn't reward them? I have no problem.
And it's not that doesn't reward. See, here's the thing. And again, I think Pearl's question should be, why should men work for a society that doesn't value them? Right? Does that sound a little better? We're not guys, here's the thing. Men, we don't need a pat on the back. All right? We don't need to be told, "Hey, you're doing a good job." No, we get fulfillment. We get fulfillment from building and we don't need an attaboy from society. We don't need society to, send us, stimulus checks for, hey, here's your stimulus check for being a man and contributing to society. No, all we want is a little respect. That's it. We don't need to be rewarded. We don't need to be acknowledged. Okay, we just want to be respected. Just give us the respect that we are due. If you give us the respect that we are due, we will give you the world. Men, we don't need all that. Yeah, Luke Perry says external. Yeah, we don't need all that external validation and coddling. We don't need that. That's women. They need that. No, what men need is to not be told that we're not needed. And I think that's what Pearl is trying to say. Men, we just want to be valued. And men are no longer valued.
I think that society should reward men for hard work.
But it doesn't.
Yeah, but it does. It does actually reward men for hard work. It doesn't always reward men for hard work with a family, though. That's not the reward.
Okay, all right. That's fair. Society does reward men for hard work in the form of money, provisioning, etc., etc. But outside of that, it's really nothing. Guys, I got to take a quick potty break. I'll be right back. And yes, it's just to pee. Sit tight. All right, guys, my apologies. Let's continue.
Societies have ever given men. Men
Really,
have to procure their own steak
men
for
have rewarded
families.
military members the last 50 years? They have?
Yes.
Sure, then I'm
Society
sure.
has rewarded military members over the last 50 years. Yes.
Really?
There's more.
Absolutely.
During the Iraq
And that's for the hard work. But as far as women are concerned, no.
War, for instance, there was a lot of honor that came back to the uniform. And then post that, now there's less.
More men have committed suicide than all of the more soldiers have committed suicide in the last 50 years than all of the world wars combined.
Yeah. Wow.
So society rewarded them?
No, that's not a social societal issue of society trying to punish them. Right. Iraqi war veterans were not getting spit on like Vietnam war veterans. Some of them maybe, but it wasn't the same type of contextual information.
I guess if society isn't spitting
here's why
on
this
them.
happened. This happened because of the tour. So it used to be that soldiers were cycled out after one tour. What happened during the Iraq war and Afghanistan wars, they were going back for 4, 5, 6 tours. They were completely broken. This was something the military has recognized multiple times. Society itself, though, demanded that these wars be stopped. Ultimately, they demanded it. That's why they put Trump in. When you're talking about the social duties and responsibilities of men, it is a fact of the matter they do have them. The idea here, though,
do you think that
this means that society rewards men with a family?
The monologue, is it going to end? Is it going to end? Okay. You're doing that to me, so I gotta,
Yeah. Fair enough.
So, do you think that men have been respected the last 50 years and honored in society?
Definitely not.
No, that's not. I didn't say that.
Okay.
We're talking about the military, a specific example.
Okay, but in general, do men get respect?
No, I think that men have been
society?
completely and totally disrespected as a bygone pieces of garbage.
Right.
The entire idea here is to try to change that.
Right.
Especially the Joy Behar thing. Pearl's her trailer for her documentary Joy Behar, who here thinks we need men? We don't need men.
Right. But
Right?
you
That's the point.
would understand the rationale for a guy that just says fuck it, right? Because society doesn't reward him.
So here we can maybe come to some agreement. Do I understand the rationale? Yes. Oh
Yes, but there you go. And this is where Andrew and I align. And this is I'm talking about the MGTOW and the black pill guys. I used to be really, really hard on those guys, but not anymore. I'm not as hard on the black pill guys anymore and the MGTOWs because I get it. Like, I understand the frustration. Trust me, I now understand the frustration, having been on Fresh and Fit close to 50 times, what men are really dealing with here.
Yes, I understand the rationale completely. Does that mean that that's good for men, though? No. No.
Okay.
And
There you go. There we go. I totally agree with that. I understand the rationale, but it's not good for them.
It clearly can't be because you say it can't be by your own logic.
But you know what's best for an individual.
No. You
never
actually
said
just
that.
gave the prescription. It's pretty great. You just said, well, so society is shitting all over men, and that's really bad for men, right, Andrew? Yeah, I want to change that. And you go, but wait a second. So you think you know what's best for men? It's like, well, if we both agree that society shitting on men is bad, then it appears we both think we know what's best for men. That society shouldn't shit on them. They wouldn't like that, right?
Right, but I don't
But they're talking about what society is supposed to do, not what they're...
predict it'll stop. I wouldn't predict that it would change.
Well, I can predict it'll never stop if we don't try to do anything about it.
Well,
I can
then
make a
run for-
100%
then-
prediction
right,
it'll
then-
never stop
then-
if we don't try to do anything about it.
then run for office, right?
Oh,
Go ahead.
he's
Well, you
not
don't just
doing
need to
that.
run for office. What you need to do is influence people who are in office. That's the main thing. People
Yes.
forget. See, NGOs and it's the lobbyists who ultimately are going to be able to make these
So
influences for change.
All right, in the next year, what changes can I expect policy-wise?
Probably not much.
That'll affect. Okay, so my
But in the next
producer has to
years-
make a decision in the next year. What's he going to do?
Yeah. So
he has to make.
CS says that's why Red Pill emphasizes on descriptive. However, men use the info is entirely up to individuals. Right. And it's funny because our critics and detractors like to say, well, this guy did this because the Red Pill did that. Years ago, Lisa Faye called in, what are you going to do if somebody pews up a building and says Donovan Sharpe told me to do it? I had to cut her off because I've never advocated for that. That's crazy. What we offer are solutions and prescriptions and anecdotes. What you do with that information is completely and totally up to you.
Should he look at the history?
Yeah.
Should he look at what might happen in the future?
Yeah, so if your
Should he-
producer's going to make a decision on marriage in the next year, I'd give him the same advice any rational human being would ever have. Great. You want to get married? Make sure all of your risks are as mitigated as you can possibly make
There you
them
go.
so that you can move towards family like men have always historically done and are now getting much better at. And then on top of that, Mr. Producer, you can expect within the next few years.
Ty Lee says, MGTOW was my introduction to all this Red Pill stuff. I think that's why it stuck. I knew how to hook up. I just realized that most women aren't worth it, and I enjoy my free time and money and mental energy. Yeah, you got that right.
That you're going to start seeing even more changes in the marriage court, and here's my proof. The number of kids living with their fathers has quadrupled from 68 to 2020 due to men's rights advocacy groups.
Oh,
that
now that I
seems to be
didn't know.
good for men. They can get access to their kids. Quadrupled, Pearl.
Yeah, Darius M is MGTOW. I love Darius M. I love Darius. That's my guy, man.
What do you think's going to affect my producer or someone similar to him more? Do you think you saying like these stats, or do you think what he's seen in real life is going to affect his decision making and what he thinks more?
People generally,
Good
I
question.
think, intuitively go off of experience first,
right.
and then they mitigate. But they often mitigate experience when they start looking for answers for why things they've experienced have sucked.
Right.
So like, bad thing happens, and I hate it, and so intuitively I don't want anything to do with this again. But then you start looking for answers for why bad thing happened.
You listing
Okay.
stats and shaming men is not going
No, I'm
to
doing it.
make.
You're shaming men.
I'm not.
Yeah, that's a shaming tactic. I'm telling you.
And is not going to make men want to get married, and it's not going to make them not believe what they have seen.
How?
That makes perfect sense. Pearl is right. I don't think Andrew's shaming men. I think what Andrew is saying is, hey guys, this isn't the way, right? Like completely and totally giving up. That's not the thing to do. That's not the thing to do. I get it.
How is it shaming men to tell men I care a lot about men's health more than anything else and would really like to see influencers start moving towards prescriptions so that they live happier lives? How in the fucking world could you ever say in a million years that that's a shaming tactic?
Okay, sure, you're not. Sure.
I mean, how? Like, how do you make that step? Now, I would say, on the other hand,
I disagree with Pearl there. I don't think what he did, I don't think that was a shaming tactic. I just think he's like, hey guy, and don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that he is Hafiz or anything, but by the same token, we have to understand what's really going on here. Oh, sorry about that.
You're shaming men.
Guys,
you shame men for sleeping around.
It's impossible, guys. You're way too fucking stupid to understand the system.
You shame men for not living the way that you want them to live.
No, I'm not shaming. I'm not telling men they have to live how I want to live.
You call them degenerates.
Well, yeah, if they're gays, they're degenerate, aren't they, Pearl?
Okay, well, no, you call them degenerates if they sleep around.
Yeah, if they're highly promiscuous, I consider that to be degeneracy.
Okay,
but
so
I still, even for those degenerate men, want the best for health and resources for those men
So
too.
what about men that just want to live with a woman for 10 years and have sex first? Are they
terrible idea? Horrible idea
degenerate?
by every single metric.
But,
totally. Totally degenerate. And it's a terrible idea.
But a better idea is to wait till marriage and give a woman the ultimate honor that you could ever give a woman. And she
in the comparison of those two situations?
She doesn't even have to have sex with you to get it.
They don't have to have sex with you if you live with them.
Wow.
Either. What's your point?
Well,
like they don't have to have sex in that situation either. And when you're looking at
and Andrew's right. They don't have to have sex in that situation either. But Andrew, they are far more likely to have sex with you if they know that you can leave without them taking their pound of flesh. This is why I say girlfriends are better than wives. The live-in girlfriend. Look, dude. Look, man. Look. Pearl is 100% spot on here. This is why she's asking what's in it for men. And I understand I understand Andrew's position. I understand Andrew's position here, but Pearl is right. Pearl is absolutely right. It makes in this day and age. And here's the thing. I want to make this clear, guys. It shouldn't be this way. It absolutely should not be this way. The way things are now, it shouldn't be this way. I'm not saying that it should be this way, but this is the way it is. Women don't respect you if you don't try to fuck them. Modern women do not respect men who do not try to fuck them. So if you're the type is like, hey man, I really like you, but I want to wait until marriage to have sex, dude, she is not going to respect you. I'm not saying that that's right, but that's the way it is.
The fact that living with a woman long term without marrying her, you end up anyway with these ideas of like common law marriage. You can still get taken in the ringer on that. The other alternative there is that the children are generally going to have terrible outcomes. Between those two choices, absolutely.
And again, a lot of guys say, well, Donovan, if you're in Devon, if you're with her long enough, it'll be common law marriage. Yeah, they didn't look up the laws in New Jersey and subsequently Nevada. There is no common law marriage in the state of Nevada. There was no common law marriage in the state of New Jersey. That's what it was.
Absolutely, I would prescribe that marriage is better than those. Even bad marriage would be better than those.
Okay, yeah. So, again, that's a tough sell. Maybe the men in the audience will buy it, right?
No, I think that mine was the good sell. So I think the shaming tactic comes from the idea of you saying,
but you're the one.
This is how I hear it. What I hear is men are so fucking stupid they can't mitigate their own risk. So just check out, guys. You're too fucking dumb. And I think the opposite. I think men are super fucking smart, and we can definitely do something inside of the societal social field to change the conditionals for men.
Who has more legal power, men or women?
Women.
In which context? At the mercy of the system or at the mercy of changing the system?
All right. Who do politicians cater to, men or women?
They generally cater toward women and children's needs first, yes.
Who does the legal system cater to, men or women?
Generally speaking, it's going to cater to the weaker sex and children, yes.
Okay. Who does the media cater to, men or women?
Yeah, same. I can just answer yes to all the institutions doing this.
Okay, so if an individual man is going to outsmart this billion-dollar system...
So they're too dumb to do it?
I would say they don't have power. I wouldn't say dumb, but I don't think
but
that.
don't men collectively have powers to overthrow entire systems via force doctrine?
Okay, but I mean, when you're talking in the abstract, that's like easy.
No,
right?
I'm talking in the instruct.
I want to go. I want to go specific. So my producer, he's listening, right? So he's gonna make a decision in the next 5 years about what he wants to do with his life, right?
Yeah.
And so he's listening. Now, what power does he have if a woman throws an abuse claim at him? What can he really do?
Yeah, so he can do the same thing that men have always done during any sort of claim for abuse. He can mitigate risk. You can do this via security cameras. You can do this via the Pence rule. You can do this via all sorts of various rules that men have instituted to protect themselves from false allegations of abuse. If you're talking about inside of long-term relationships, that's really hard for women to prove. Really hard for women to prove. Even marital rape is hard for women to prove. Those are not the things which men are getting tossed into jail for. They're getting tossed into jail and getting their lives ruined for false allegations, generally from strangers, not from women they're with long term.
That's just simply not true, because abuse allegations are brought up all the time in family court. Because
There it is. This is idealistic. This is idealistic versus realistic.
The Pence rule, you can do this via all sorts of various rules that men have instituted to protect themselves from false allegations of abuse. If you're talking about inside of long-term relationships, that's really hard for women to prove. Really hard for women to prove. Even marital rape is hard for women to prove. Those are not the things which men are getting tossed into jail for. They're getting tossed into jail and getting their lives ruined for false allegations, generally from strangers, not from women they're with long term.
That's just simply not true, because abuse allegations are brought up.
There it is. There it is.
All the time in family court.
There you go.
Because it's based on a preponderance. It's not, you don't need evidence, so they can just say things. I mean, I worked on one case where she threw a rape allegation from the first night they met, and then 10 years later, she said that he raped her. Court took it. She won custody.
Listen, it is the case inside a family court that women will make up all sorts of shit for the custody of children. Nobody's disputing that. What I'm talking about specifically is the charges of abuse, which generally happen. So in family court, what happens is most women are filing for divorce, not under an abuse claim, but under irreconcilable differences.
Well,
and the amount of them...
Right, irreconcilable differences, and there's the no-fault divorce thing.
Who are reporting abuse in the relationships actually is not nearly as high as you're presenting. The amount of men who are high status who get their lives completely fucking destroyed by false allegations from strange women is extremely high, though, usually in the workplace, if they're in any way connected in the workplace. Or if it is the case that they're a high-status man who goes on a date with a woman, that's when you start to see those accusations completely level men. I'm not saying that doesn't happen in the family.
This is funny. So Luke Perry says cameras are everywhere in my house except the bathroom. Shit.
But it does happen. It does happen in family court, correct?
Yeah.
So women can throw and what can he do if he gets a very feminist judge?
Yeah, he's going to get fucked.
Screwed.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, he's screwed. Yeah,
so
there you go.
do you think he makes him stupid if he gets fucked? Like he's automatically stupid?
I think that but what's the prescription? The prescription would be to begin the process of changing family courts so that you don't have the feminist judges that still operate under the...
Right, and see, they're both right here.
Under the old rules of immediately goes to
tick. My producer, he's got to make a decision this year. He's got to. What's he going to do? He's going to do now. Should he bet that Andrew Wilson's going to fix the laws for him?
Should he stay alone for the rest of his life? Because if he ever gets married, the woman's for sure going to give him an abuse claim and throw him in prison.
I didn't say that.
Is that going to be good for his happiness?
I didn't say that.
I mean, that sounds like a terrible prescription. Yeah, if you listen to me,
I didn't say that. But see the way.
So let's compare it.
The thing is,
Andrew Wilson, mitigate all risk possible.
Okay, so
and then Pearl Davis, good luck, you're fucked.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the distinction.
But see what you're doing is you're making it seem like men have two options, which is sleep around or be married, right?
Ooh.
That's kind of I don't know if that's what you mean, but that's what you're making it seem like.
No.
But there's a lot of people that are in like 2-year relationships with a woman.
Sure.
There's a lot of people that date casually, right? They just go on dates. They might sleep with one or two, maybe more than that, women. And
well,
then
that sounds like casual sex to me.
But then they pick their favorite and they get into a relationship and then eventually get married. I mean, I'm sure and I'm not trying to go personal, but I'm sure you know most people dated before like they met their previous like partners, their wife, right?
Sure.
So
yeah.
and so it's not really one or the other, right? It's not like degenerates and not. So when does someone become a degenerate? Like when does that line, like when are they beyond the point of return? Is
Yeah.
there body count?
So when you hit this idea of like,
is it
the
like
fallacious,
any sex
fallacious
outside of marriage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you hit a fallacious threshold fallacy, like when does a thing become the thing, right? We know that there's degenerates. Can I give you the exact number of dicks a guy has to suck before he's... Well, that would be just one, I guess. Do I have to give you the exact...
Just one.
Number of chicks a dude fucks before he's considered societally a degenerate? I don't think I need to. I think that's pretty intuitive. We know what degeneracy looks like. You don't think so?
I mean, I know.
Okay, so
I
a guy.
say,
okay, so here. I'll just pose it to you if you don't think so.
I mean, there's a lot of guys.
A guy is in a gangbang. He's in a gangbang.
Yeah.
Right, with it's him and 3 of his friends, and they're all fucking one chick. Is he a degenerate?
Yes.
I mean, what is he?
Yes.
Is he doing those every week, the rest of his life?
Yes, he is.
I personally
he just decided to go in and do it, right?
I personally,
Well,
I don't.
look. He's not a degenerate. Okay, he is engaging in degenerate behavior, right? Listen, I've engaged in degenerate behavior. Okay, that doesn't make me a degenerate, right? Like if a woman acts bitchy one time, that doesn't make her a bitch. So I understand. I understand the counter to that.
Tell men what to do in the bedroom. I think I prefer the don't ask, don't tell. Like I just don't. You can do what you.
There you go. That is a woman right there. I prefer the don't ask, don't tell. Don't ask, don't tell. There it is. That is the way women should be. This is the way women should be, guys. Okay? This is the way women should be. Don't ask, don't tell. Don't try to police anybody's dick, whatever. Totally understand that. This is the way women should be.
You want.
Yeah, well, I mean, I prefer not to have STDs floating out in society because people are getting in gangbangs in their privacy, their home.
Come on, Andrew. Phoenix Light Games with the $10 super chat says, yes, and that's the problem. When men have power and leverage, they use it responsibly because that's how we're built. When women are given power, they destroy everything for their own happiness, which is fleeting. Wow, very good. Yeah, Luke RP Perry says Adam 22's wife lets him smash other women on the regular. Well, of course. But he also lets her smash other guys. So that's a little,
And the libertarian idea of like, we're not going to govern it.
But that doesn't affect you. How does that
it
affect
affects
you?
me.
How does that affect you?
I live in this society. How does it not affect me?
You don't have an STD, right?
I have children. I have cousins.
Correct.
I have family. I have all sorts of people.
And that's actually what I was trying to get at is conservatives want men to save society for their children. And that's the point.
What's wrong with that, though? I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
You don't ask what's in it for them.
Wait a second.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
And that's the point.
Don't you want us to save society for men?
I think people need to make decisions based on the information they have about their own life.
Yeah, so
I am not
their own life, but again, men, we learn from each other as well. So I'll side with Andrew on that one.
I'm going to finish and then you can go.
Go ahead.
I am realistic, and I think it's better to be prepared than be blindly optimistic. So things I would...
There you go. It's interesting. It's very, very interesting. Pearl is extraordinarily pragmatic for a woman. She is very pragmatic, very logical for a woman. Most women are not as pragmatic outside of the purview of their relationship or as logical as Pearl. This is what makes her very unique. And listen, there are, and just because you're a man does not mean that you're going to be more logical than every woman. There are some women out here who are more logical than men. There are some men out here who are more emotional and governed by their emotions than women. But by and large, men are much more logical than women. Pearl happens to be an exception. She happens to be an exception. And Doctor Who Design says, isn't that a good thing? That is absolutely a good thing. That is absolutely a good thing. Her boyfriend, Nuclear Claudio, absolutely loves that. It is absolutely a good thing. You know he likes that because he doesn't have to deal with emotional shenanigans. You know what Pearl is also? Pearl is also very self-aware. She is very, very self-aware. Luke Perry with the $10 super chat says, Pearl is handling herself well, going against the big dog. Got to give her credit. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. She is doing a good job. Now, Pearl's weakness happens to be the same as mine. Pearl likes to cut off the other person while they're talking. I do the same thing. The difference is I'm louder and I'm boisterous with it. So
would personally prepare for, your kids are probably gonna your kids will probably go to school with women that do OnlyFans. That is probably going to happen.
Wow.
Yep.
And it's better to prepare and have a plan than to
try to stop it.
There you go. There it is.
I don't think it's effective to stop it.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it's effective.
I think it is effective to stop. Not only that, again, the framing is incorrect.
It's effective to stop it, but what are we going to do to try to stop it? Right?
It's not that conservatives are trying to.
Sorry.
Conservatives are not trying to save. Maybe the TPUSA conservatives are trying to save a society for the sake of their children. But even if that was the case, good, that's good. But that aside, no. What I'm trying to do is save men in society. Men. I think men, the patriarchy, is the most necessary component to society's functioning. And so if you want to have men who are in a patriarchal role, who are governing society, then you're going to have to prescriptively move men towards that. That's the only way to do it.
Can a man...
So ultimately, it's like, hang on.
Okay, go ahead.
My turn now. So ultimately, from your social bastardization of this whole thing, your framing continuously goes back to, well, conservative men want to save society for their children. Yeah.
Right.
And
yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
Good?
But what
Good?
does the average man get out of that? And that's the point.
They get a society to live in.
Right. So I just want to know when these changes are going to happen.
Do you think men live in bubbles in a forest, or do you think that they live in societies which are governed by social relationships?
Okay, so when are these changes going to happen? When
Yeah,
can
but
my
answer my
producer...
question first. Do you think that men live in isolated bubbles, or they live in a social dynamic society filled with interpersonal relationships?
The average man doesn't have many friends. He's 3 or less.
But that's not a bubble, and that's not answering the question.
Yeah, but they have friends, and they have family members, and they still have to engage in society. You have to go buy a fucking cheeseburger, right? They got to go buy a cheeseburger and not get pickles on it because the fucker doesn't speak
every
English.
stat shows that men are actually checking out as society. So
yeah, that's bad though, right? That's not good. We want to change that, right?
Right, but I would say it's pragmatic because they're realizing there's
pragmatism's bad.
Okay, well, I hope isn't a strategy, and what I think you're
There you go. Hope is not a strategy. There you go.
What I'm trying to do is sell hope.
No,
and I think it's better
the pragmatic argument that
still...
you're making right now is guess what? No men would ever be in pain ever again if they all shot themselves in the head either, would they, Pearl?
That would be the
ultimate form of pragmatism.
I don't really think that's the same, but hey,
That's just pragmatism taken to its logical conclusion.
So
if you want to stop all suffering of men,
okay.
they all go bye-bye. They're all dead.
Okay.
Now there's no more suffering of men. That's just silly, right?
I said men, look at the facts and make a decision. And you
there we go. Look at the facts and make a decision. There you go.
Can make a decision for yourself. I'm here to report the facts, and that's the same as shoot yourself. Okay.
No, that's not. No. You're making
totally
a conflation.
Fine. Hey.
Come on, Pearl. He didn't really mean that. Come on.
Wait for the born again virgin, guys. That's totally going to get you.
Nobody made that prescription.
That's what you said
You're
earlier.
Just lying now. It's just
no, that's not what he said, Pearl. Stop it.
Reframing.
That is what.
Reframing and total bullshit. Never said, guys, wait for the born again virgin. In fact, I'm the one wrecking those fucking broads. What are you talking about?
Okay.
The thing, I've never made any such prescription. It's always reframing.
Can I edit it here?
Because the thing is,
can I edit it where I asked you, I'm going to edit it earlier because you did say that the way you would suggest men dated was to wait till marriage even if the woman wasn't a virgin.
Okay. Now that is what Andrew said. Andrew did not say wait on a virgin.
Did say that.
Yeah, has nothing to do with born again virgins. It's just your
there you go.
pragmatism.
No. See, they're both right. Andrew never said wait for a virgin. He said wait until marriage to have sex, even if she's not a virgin. Phoenix Light Games with the $5 super chat says, I think the reason why men and women don't like Pearl is because they disingenuously mistake her pragmatism in place of pessimism. Pearl is a realist, absolutely, as most women are.
Social mitigation for bad thing happening. That's it. It's all a matter of mitigation of risk. The idea that I said that you need to wait for a born-again virgin is fucking absurd. Never said it. The reason you have to reframe this is because
what should I call them? Okay.
I'm advocating, hang on.
Right.
I'm advocating
wait for a woman that gave it to other men
advocating
for free?
for men's happiness, men's rights, men's health. And the only thing you can think of to do is to consistently attempt to reframe it into somehow, I'm telling men to take some plunge with some fucking skank born-again virgin. Fuck that. I'm talking about the mass mitigation of risk and the change to a system.
All right, guys, I know she slept with your ex-boyfriend, okay? Or I know she slept with her ex-boyfriend.
Here comes the straw man that I would never prescribe ever.
Okay. Should men wait till marriage? You said yes, right?
Yeah, generally yes.
Even if
the
woman isn't a virgin.
If it is the case that you want men to do whatever they want, then if man really likes the woman,
don't do whatever you want.
Look, I understand what Andrew's talking about. Andrew is correct. He's correct. But if you are dealing with women in 2025 and you do not try to fuck her, if you're not actively trying to have sex with her, she's not going to respect you. And if she's not going to respect you, then she can never love you. A woman cannot love a man she does not respect. It's a circle.
Do what Andrew says.
Alaskan K says Pearl needs to work on that attitude. Well, she is a woman. I mean, she is more pragmatic and more reasonable and more logical than most women, but at the end of the day, she is still a woman.
Yeah, if it is the case.
Luke Perry says, waits for marriage.
It's a no for me, dog.
My producer, he's taking notes now. He's going to follow your plan.
Yeah. So if the man really likes the woman, and men should do whatever it is that they want, right? Then under your feasible system, a man should just fuck a chick because he feels like it, right? It's like, that's untenable, one. And two, yes, is it okay for a man to hold his own integrity intact and still be in love with a woman who slept with a man before and have good outcomes?
Amen. And there we go. So we talk about how rare virgins are, right, guys? We talk about how rare virgins are. Okay. Amen. Amen. So right here, Andrew is qualifying his answers with amen. If a woman has slept with one guy, how many women out there? We know there aren't many virgins. How many women are out here? Let's just go ahead and do it. How many women are out here with just one body count? How many with two? How many with three? How many with four? How many with five? Right? How many with six? Okay? There are not many women out here who have only slept with one guy. There are not many women out here who've only slept with two, only slept with 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are not many women who have slept with just 3 guys. There aren't. Name me find me a 21-year-old who has only slept with one guy. And if you can, she is more than likely already spoken for. Luke Perry says, only Shirley Temple. Yeah, that bitch was so full of shit. Girl of his dreams and da-da-da-da-da. She sounded like a fucking TV commercial. That was ridiculous.
Yes, of course it is.
So now you're shaming men for wanting to sleep with women outside of marriage. And that's what I said. You're the one shaming men because you're the one saying that they're degenerates if they, even though statistically,
outcomes for men who maintain virginity and marry women with low body counts or virgins have really good outcomes.
I am super, you know what? You'd have to show me the study.
I named it for you earlier.
I am super sure that when the woman is not a virgin and the man is, that is a recipe for disaster.
Abso-fucking-lutely. There you go. There you fucking go. You better fucking believe it. You better believe it. That is a recipe for disaster. If she's not a virgin and he is, it's over.
Listen, you're right that the risk.
I know.
Phoenix Light Games with the $10 super chat says, listen, guys, I get it. Pearl has an attitude right now, but it comes from a good place. The horrifying story she has uncovered by working on her documentary has made her very sad. She even cried. Wow, I didn't realize that.
I'm right. No, I'm right.
But it's still mitigated. It's still but it's still mitigated
Right.
by the fact that if they have a lower body count, right,
Okay.
within the threshold of 1 to 3, right, it does mitigate risk.
Again, there we are, within the threshold of 1 to 3. And how prevalent is that? How prevalent is that?
Significantly. Is it always best to have a virgin? Sure. But guess what? Unfortunately, in the world that we live in, that's probably not what you're going to get. You're probably not going to get a virgin who's a man either.
So
but you can still mitigate all kinds of risk.
What
I
does
don't
he
understand.
get?
Why do you think
What
you can't
does he
mitigate
get?
risk?
What does he get?
He gets family, Pearl. See, again, Pearl keeps, what does he get? What does he get? What does he get? He gets family. Again, we don't need a pat on the back for starting and maintaining families. We don't need that.
What does he get? He gets.
So one more time, I'll explain what men get out of this. Even though you keep asking the question, I answer it. They get what they've always
you have such
gotten.
bad answers. Like,
Oh, okay.
You're
If I
like,
have bad answers-
here's a bad deal, guys. You
Yeah.
got a bad deal before.
Yeah,
Here's
no, you're
another
giving them a bad
deal.
deal. Not only that, here, let me ask
I
you this.
say- I
what
say
have men
make-
ever gotten?
Men,
Ever,
you've always
Pearl?
got
Name one thing men have ever gotten.
Pearl is right. Pearl's wrong here. Pearl is wrong here. Andrew is right. The one thing that men have ever gotten from marriage is a family. Again, men, we don't need a pat on the back. We don't need a check. We don't need an attaboy. All we want is a little respect.
You've
Ever.
always gotten it bad, so you should continue to
Answer
accept
the question,
it bad.
Pearl. Don't dodge, Pearl. What have men ever gotten, Pearl?
Translation, men.
Not answering. No, notice audience, she's not answering.
Notice
Pearl Davis's
audience, he
she's
won't.
not
Notice
answering.
he's not answering either.
I did answer. I answered 15 times.
Yeah,
now
yeah.
here's my question to
All
you
right.
after I gave you the answer.
Okay.
What have men ever gotten?
Okay, 100 years ago, average 6 to 8 children. I believe this is off the top of my head.
Okay.
So you only care about caring about children, not about men.
Wait, I'm not done.
That's caring about children, not about men, Pearl.
He got I'll
children do benefit men. Men want children. So yeah.
finish.
Okay, go ahead.
He got a virgin wife who had been with nobody else, who stayed with him for a lifetime.
Wait, I thought that women's behavior was ingrained and that they were always fucking men, according to you, and that the men just didn't.
No, women have always been the same. What's changed are the restraints. That's what's changed. Every religion, every past society, they knew the trouble that women could cause if they had unfettered access to just random dick. And we are seeing the consequences of that now.
No way.
They might have been. They might have been.
Well,
but
I
at
don't know, it
least
sounds
Might have been, no, not as much as they are now.
like a contradiction in terms.
if women did at the time, it was not as widely known as it is today. If women did, they may not have. I wasn't there. I'm not going to speak.
I know,
something.
but that's what you said last time. You said no, they were still screwing around even then.
Well,
It's just behind the backs, and nobody knew.
Well, I mean, there's genealogy records that show that women did step out. Like, there's people that
Yeah, but not at this rate, though.
have done like genealogy records, and like a lot of times it was the neighbor or something like that. I'm not going to go back and forth about 100 years.
Real Rain 89 says this idea that women in the 40s and 50s were virgins is a myth. No, that's not a myth. That's a fact. There were a lot more. Come on, Real Rain. Dude, are you telling me? So let me ask you this. Listen, not every woman in the 40s and 50s was a virgin, but there are a lot more. There were a lot more virgins than there are now. That's obvious. Come on.
Years ago, because
So
I live
what did
in.
men
I live
ever
in.
get, Pearl?
I
What
live
did they
in.
ever
but,
get?
but that doesn't matter. And that's
Yes,
the whole
it
point.
does.
right. So
You
the
keep
thing
going.
is
You
like,
keep going
you keep
back
on-
into. You keep going back to 100 years ago. I live in the now. I don't care what
Yeah, I
happened
know, but
100
you
years
just
ago.
asked me
I
this
don't.
question. You
I
said,
don't care.
Andrew,
I know,
what
but
did men
you keep.
get?
But you keep
And I
deflecting.
say- and I say
you
this,
keep.
I say, here's
you
what men
keep. But
get.
you keep deflecting
Yeah.
and bringing up the
I'm
past.
not
You're
deflecting.
like a woman bringing up the past.
I'm just
Who
making
cares?
you answer the same question
Who
that I'm
cares?
answering.
Who cares
You
about
say,
100 years ago?
Andrew,
So-
you're not giving me
so-
any answers. Here's my answer. Give
Okay.
me one, Pearl. What
Okay.
did they get? What did they ever get?
Right, I don't care about 100
Yeah,
years ago.
that's right.
I
You
care
got
about
nothing. You got nothing.
I care because you're talking
Nothing.
about the past. What do they get today, Andrew?
They get the same thing today as they did 100 years from now. A family.
What do
They
they
get
get?
the same thing they've always gotten, which is a family. The
There
thing
you
that
go.
seems to make men the
There
most
you go.
happy.
And see, this is the difference. What you guys are seeing right now is the difference between men and women. See, Pearl is thinking, okay, what do men get tangibly, right? And we as men, we don't need external validation. Women need that external validation. That's why Pearl keeps asking. That's why Pearl can't answer the question. Pearl can't. This is why when Andrew asks her, this is why when Pearl asks Andrew, what's in it for marriage, Andrew keeps saying it is the actual marriage. It's children. It's the family. Okay? Men, we derive satisfaction from different things than what women do. And that's the disconnect here. They're arguing literally two sides of the same coin. Okay? I will say this again. Men, we don't need external validation. We don't need a pat on the back or an attaboy from society. Okay? What we need, what we really want, what we really need is respect. Is to not be treated like the gum on the bottom of somebody's shoe just for existing with a cock and balls. That's the point. That's the point. And what Andrew is trying to say is that, look, what do men get out of marriage? I'm living proof. I've got a wife. I've got kids. I've got a family. I want other men to experience the same thing. That's what this is, right? Ty Lee says, the point is the reward is the same. It's just a lot harder to obtain. Hoflation. There you go. That's it. That's exactly right.
Happy.
Right.
Unless you can name something else that men were getting before that, and I'm all ears.
Do women stay today? Do women stay today?
They definitely don't.
On average, do women stay today?
At lesser rates than they used to.
Okay.
By for sure they do.
Okay.
But if you're asking what men get, that's a different question.
They don't get it. They don't get it.
Yeah, but a lot of men do get it. That's a lie. They do get it.
No, they don't.
A lot of men do. I just gave you the stats. And by the way,
and see, Andrew is using himself. He's like, a lot of men do. Well, what he really means is him. And listen, good for him, man. Like, I will never bag on somebody for having a family.
If you're talking about, again, even when it comes to guardianship, it's quadrupled. If you're talking about marriage in a Christian sense, 25% divorce, low body counts, even less.
Are more people getting married today or less?
Less. I'm glad. Less secularists are getting married. Good. Fuck them.
Okay.
Fuck them. I don't care if they get married or not.
Right, but this isn't a religious channel, right? You're trying to peddle.
It's a religious channel.
You're trying to peddle your religion, right? And that's kind of what you're.
I'm trying to peddle outcomes. Why do I care if secularist men who are hedonistic want to get married or not? It's irrelevant. The future belongs to those who reproduce, and it's not going to be those who don't get married because they go, well, the thing is that I don't feel like I'm getting anything that men haven't always gotten for this. And the one thing you could name, same thing I could name, they get children. When I said it, you said, well, Andrew, that's you promoting
who do the kids belong
good for
to?
Kids.
Who do the kids belong
Stop,
to?
Pearl, my turn.
Who do the kids belong to?
What you do, yeah,
who
my
do
turn.
The kids belong? You don't like the answer.
It's my turn.
Who do the kids? Who do the kids
you won't even let me
belong to?
answer. So
who do the kids belong to? It's a one-word answer.
Stop reframing. Let me finish. Let me finish the point.
It's a one-word answer. Who do the kids belong to?
I wasn't done talking before you interjected with your dumb opinion.
Who do the kids belong to?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Pearl, one more time.
Can you answer? Can you do it? Can you do it?
Yeah. It goes to the state. Right now, the children belong to the state. Yeah, that's terrible. That sucks. But what it meant,
so what
by the way,
get out
the
of
children belong to the state before they belong to the king. They belong to the king. Yeah, you say it's a spur because you cut me off every 5 seconds.
What? Yeah, because you don't have a good answer. They don't get anything out of
I gave you the same answer you gave me, which is hilarious.
Right.
By the way, same answer.
They don't get a family because women divorce.
Pearl, can you answer my question? Don't spurg.
What's your question?
Okay.
Can you not bring up history?
Pearl, can you answer my question? Don't spurg, Pearl. Stop spurging. Stop spurging. I'm just going to answer the question. Let me ask it before you start spurging. What have men ever gotten, Pearl?
I don't care.
Ever.
I don't care about history.
Yeah.
I don't care.
What have men ever gotten? And she doesn't care because she knows Andrew is right. They're both sidestepping either question.
Yeah.
He has to. Men today have to make decisions off of the information today, Andrew. It doesn't matter what they got. It's like, what do they get today?
Yeah, they get what they've always gotten.
Okay. Well, if you want to keep convincing men to wait for born-again virgins, it's totally fine.
That's not what he said.
I hope.
I never. Sure. Can you ever tell me
Pearl.
where I told any man ever to wait for a born-again virgin?
Okay.
Why do you keep making that shit up? Like, why?
What do you want to? Okay, you want men to wait for non-virgin women, correct?
No, I never said that either. I'm talking about the mitigation of risk.
You said that twice. You said that twice.
Yeah, and
Okay, so now Pearl, now at this point Pearl is out of line. Because she's not, what she is doing now is it appears that she's just trying to it appears that she's just trying to aggravate Andrew. You can tell, you can tell the look on her face, right? And Luke Perry says he's mad, but that doesn't matter. Okay, so Andrew's a little heated. That doesn't mean, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Like, Pearl should have a little more, she should have a little more class here. Instead of just poking him in the ribs because she knows. Yeah, Luke R.P. Perry says Pearl got him on the ropes. I wouldn't call it that. Nah, Connor Brown says no, Pearl is cooking. No, guys, nah, sorry. That's not cooking. Okay, listen, you guys know Pearl is one of my best friends. I love her to death. This is out of pocket, man. This is out of pocket. Okay, so like look, I agree with what she's saying and I agree with her point, but dude, I don't get entertained by someone getting heated and crashing out. That's not what Andrew's doing, but he's clearly upset. He's clearly in his emotions, and Pearl seems to recognize that as connoted by the look on her face. Like, she shouldn't be, like, come on, man. Like, you gotta be a little more professional than that. But who am I? She's got, look, man, she's got almost 2 million subscribers on YouTube. Maybe this is how to do it. I'm just never gonna do that.
here's the thing: you can clip it, right? But I'll counter clip. You won't like what you see because I didn't say that. I'm talking about the mitigation of risk. And when you're talking about the mitigation of risk, it still is actually less risky. Yes,
Right.
less risky.
I want to
Does
go
that
back
mean it's
to
optimal? No.
So you want men
Do you
to
understand?
find?
Hang on.
Okay,
Do you understand the difference
find,
between
okay.
optimal and risk? Do
So
you
you
understand
wanna-
like risk mitigation versus optimal?
So you want men to find women with below what, a 3 body count? Is that what you're suggesting?
No,
Now she's oversimplifying what he is saying. He's not. Oh, Pearl. He never said that he said that would be optimal. He said that would be optimal, but that he understands that there are certain things that just aren't possible. That's what she's saying.
just
Or
less
that's what he's
bodies
saying.
better.
Okay, so what would you
There you
say
go.
should be the cap?
I mean, yeah. Again,
How would you even know? How would you even know what the cap is? You know what I mean? How would you even know what the cap is? You know what I mean?
we're talking about risk mitigation.
Okay, sure.
You're asking for something which is a specificity, right?
Nah, Luke Perry says it's a debate. I guess there's no ground rules. Nah, don't do that. Nah. Without a moderator, it's no hold barred. Nope. Sorry, Luke. I got to disagree with you there. Just because there's no moderator is no reason to sit there and poke. Guys, here's the deal, man. At the end of the day, Pearl and Andrew are on the same side. Okay? She's on the same side. I'm on the same side. We're all on the same side. All right? And, listen, I'll have a conversation with, and listen, maybe she didn't have to listen to me. She knows more about the YouTube game than I do. That's just not something I would have done. I just don't like the fact that, listen, Andrew's older than she is. You know what I mean? Like, she's she's gotta be a little bit more respectful. You know what I mean? Like, at that point, look at her facial expression now. It looks disrespectful. It's almost like she has turned off the, okay, let's have a discussion. Instead, let's poke and prod at Andrew and make him spurg out and even acknowledge that. No, man, I don't agree with that. I don't care. Connor Brown says no, Pearl is cooking. No, that wasn't cooking. Okay? That was poking and prodding. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Right.
Okay.
So, how many? For instance, if I ask this question,
Brenda C says he's not mad. He just doesn't like it when someone misconstrues his argument. What Pearl does here is when Andrew gets done with a diatribe, what she does is she condenses it and she oversimplifies it. She understands that by oversimplifying, and she's doing this on purpose. Oh, okay, so what you're saying is that they should look for a woman with under a 3 body count. That's not what Andrew said. Andrew said, okay, the lower the better. Then she counters with, okay, well, what should the cap be? Come on. Well, seriously? Andrew doesn't know, and how will you ever know what a woman's body count is? Right? Come on, man. At some point, you have to exercise a little bit more professionalism. That's all I'm saying. She didn't have to listen to me because she's better at this than I am, but that's just not something I would do. I don't know.
You, how many women, or should you ever sleep with a woman who's fucked 100 men?
Yes.
Should a man ever do that?
Should a man ever do it? No, I mean, I'm sure I've fucked plenty of girls who fucked over 100 guys, yeah.
Did you answer the question?
Yeah, but it's actually answering by showing you how fallacious the actual question is.
Okay.
So what you're saying is, Andrew, give me a threshold. I'm not here to give you the threshold. I'm here to tell you about the mitigation of risk. The less bodies, the better. Yes. Does that mean, though, that if you have a high body count woman, it can't work out? No.
Okay.
The risk is way higher.
How would men verify that?
We can't. And Pearl knows that you can't because she's had conversations with me about this online. You can't verify what a woman's body count is, but I'll tell you what you can do. Pay attention. Pay attention. That's all you have to do, guys, is you have to know what to look for and pay attention. So many people, how can I put this? So many people get caught up. Not caught up, but so many men sleepwalk through their interactions with women that they miss out on red flag behaviors in the beginning of the relationship. The sex is great. You're putting on your best face. She's putting on her best face. Everything is fine. Everything is great, right? Everything is fine and everything is great. So you're subconsciously ignoring these red flags. But if you have the experience, if you know what to look for and you pay attention, you'll never ever figure out what a woman's body count is, but you can figure out how much of a risk she is. So for example, let's just say you're dating a woman and you two like each other and she regularly travels. She has a bunch of guy friends. Maybe she's, you know what I'm saying? If she travels and has a bunch of guy friends, you can't predict what her body count is, right? But what you can accurately deduce is that this is probably never going to you're probably never going to commit to that person. You're probably never going to commit to that person. Okay? Warren Mazagawi says you are low, even your music drowns you out. Then turn up your fucking headphones, dude. Turn up your headphones because I'm at 20.0 decibels. And I'm not talking any louder and I'm not turning it up any louder. So if you just came in here just to disagree with me, then go fuck yourself. Don't really care.
Well, here's the thing. You asked me this last time. It was kind of funny, right? Mm-hmm. So they would verify it the same way they've always verified it. They would look at reputation. They would look.
Pay attention.
At past history. They would talk with friends. And you know what's really interesting? I went back and I took a look at this. And it turns out that when men investigate these things and poignantly ask these questions, they actually do get a lot of these answers very quickly.
That's right.
You can't actually.
Yes, they do. But you can't ask. Listen. Talk to everyone but the girl. The girl is, listen, women are going to sell purity. This is what they're designed to do. They're designed to hide their promiscuous ways. So you check out her Instagram, her Facebook, talk to people around her, pay attention when she talks. You're never going to know what a woman's true body count is, but you will know what her proclivities are if you pay the fuck attention and ask around.
Actually verify this based on reputation.
Okay, so if a woman had a past in a different city, how would the man know?
He wouldn't.
Or she does something.
He wouldn't know. He wouldn't know. He wouldn't know. What Pearl is doing here is she is asking for like an ironclad guarantee, and that's just not realistic. And I think what Pearl is getting at is that you're never going to find a completely virtuous woman. If a woman had a bad past in another city, you would never know. This is why you pay attention to the way she acts. And get this, let's just say a woman was a super slut back in the day. If you can't pick up any discernible red flags, then guess what? Maybe she has changed. Right? Guys, I don't know what Devin's body count is, but I'm sure it's pretty fucking high. I don't want to know what that is, but I'll tell you this. She did her level best to hide her proclivities when we first met. And the habits and traits and characteristics that did sort of peek out, I tamped those down immediately. And now it gets to the point Devin doesn't even talk to waiters anymore. Okay? And this is where Alex from Playing with Fire got me. I told, hey, don't wife up hoes. He's like, okay. But you agree that most women are hoes, right? Yes. Okay. You even said your own woman was being a hoe when you met her. Yes, she was. Okay, so wouldn't it be fair to say don't wife up women who act like hoes? I was like, you know what, Alex? You got me. You got me. So I think what Pearl is doing here is, I think she's just, I don't know, maybe it's just me, because she doesn't normally use these facial expressions when she's talking to people, okay? But I think what she's asking for is something that's impossible. You're never going to find the golden girl.
She does
so it'd be
something
social,
on, she does
social media, families, big mouth sisters, big mouth friends, all the other ways that you would always
But
verify
if she
these things.
downloads a dating app, how would the guy know? She
Yeah, I
hooks
know.
up with a
But
guy
you
off a
can
dating app.
endlessly reduce
Right.
this hypothetical to the point
Right.
where you can just continuously add variables. Like,
you
what
go.
if a woman was in a forest and her plane went down? She was on a desert island for 3 days,
Right.
and the news never broadcast it. Could she have slept with a man then? Yeah. But I'm saying that, again, when it comes to risk and mitigation, you can do investigation the same way women do with men, by the way, to
There you go. There you go.
find out their body count. And you can, in fact, suss out fairly
See, I don't like the fact that, this is more disrespect, man. I do not like the fact that, see how Pearl is being, I don't like this part. I don't like the way Pearl is being dismissive of Andrew while he's talking. You see how she looks? She's kind of rolling her eyes, not paying attention, not
that
engaging.
again, when it
Watch.
comes to risk and mitigation, you can do investigation the same way women do with men, by
Watch,
the way,
just
to
watch.
find out their body
Look,
count. And you can,
Yeah.
in fact, suss out fairly quickly if they have a high one or not. Does that mean always?
Right.
No.
So you
But
think
it's all
most
about risk
men, you
mitigation.
think
See, it's almost as though she's not even listening at this point. And I know she's listening because Pearl's a very good listener, but I don't know, man.
most men can figure it out pretty easy how many people she slept with?
Not how many precisely, but whether or not she slept with more than he's comfortable with, or
There you go. There you go. That's the answer. Pay attention, guys. And I'll tell you something too. A woman who has fucked 77 guys, she's gonna move a lot differently than a woman who's only fucked 7 guys. You guys understand what I'm saying? Right now, the woman who's fucked 77 guys, is the answer 77? I don't know. But I know that this woman appears to have fucked less guys than that, right? Robert Anderson says she might be getting into her feelings. Yeah, and see, Pearl is not a demonstrative person. She's not a ga. So at this point, maybe they're both kind of in their feelings and they're showing it in a different way. Andrew is much more demonstrative. Pearl is a little bit more passive aggressive, which is fine because she is a woman. But I don't. This is a bad. It's a bad look. Reverend Brown with the $10 super chat says, "Listen, I like Andrew, but I believe that 95% of advice, 95% of advice will get men got by modern women. He's more of a quote throw and hope type of guy instead of aim and fire." Wow, very good, very good. Let's continue.
has a reputation of lying about sleeping around, which would be red flags, right?
Okay, so you think that's pretty easy. So how would you can just ask around and then men will tell him.
No, well, here's the thing about women that's great, right? They never.
You see how she's saying? You see how she reduces and almost it's her body language and her vocal cues that's triggering Andrew. Andrew will make a long diatribe, and Pearl will just reduce. Okay, so basically he can just do this and everything's fine. That's not. I don't know, man. Like, that's not the way I would have done it, but what do I know?
Shut the fuck up. So the greatest thing about them is they like to narrate their lives, and they like to do that especially with their friends.
Connor Brown says, Pearl is just saying don't take the risk, which is the correct take. No, I totally get it, Connor. I totally get it. My contention is that Pearl is being disrespectful towards Andrew. Okay? Pearl is being disrespectful towards Andrew. And I would tell, dude, when we talk, I will tell her this. No, she can say, well, fuck you, Donovan. I don't give a fuck what you have to say. But I stand by what the fuck I said. I agree with what Pearl is saying. Don't take the risk and again, men are risk averse, okay? It doesn't make it, because even in my situation with Devin, there is still a modicum of risk. Not as much risk as some other people, but there is still risk there nonetheless. That's what Pearl is saying. She's saying, look, I'm going to give you the information, and you can do whatever it is you want to do. What Andrew is saying, okay, I agree with that, but you must take a biblical worldview, and he also advocates for risk mitigation, okay? My contention is the way she is now conducting this, because it appears that she has now just decided just to try to piss Andrew off. Now, I'll talk to her about this, and maybe that wasn't the case, but her body language and the way she just kind of simplifies everything he says, I don't think that's fair.
Right.
And women also like their friends like to cause trouble. If you start poking around inside of a woman's female circle, they start blabbing about all kinds of shit.
Thank you. There you go. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Pearl knows this.
About exes, where they've been, where they haven't been. They do this constantly.
Okay, so I want to get back to...
Guys, listen to this, man. Vetting women is an inexact science, just like vetting men is also an inexact science. There is no perfect way to vet women. I'm sure that Devin has done things that I'll never know about. And you guys know me. I don't forget anything, and I am as thorough. I am as thorough can be. And you guys know I have a great, great memory. It's not an exact science. There is no guaranteed formula. And I think what Pearl was trying to do is she was trying to say, okay, Andrew, what is the formula? The formula is imperfect, and of course Pearl is, okay, well, it's imperfect because what if this and that and a third? That's all that is, guys. That's all that is. We're all on the same side here.
Because we never finished the step by step, so I'd really like to finish that. So you want men to wait for the non-virgin women, correct?
No, I don't.
That's not what he said. See, now Pearl is black and whiting this. He didn't say wait for the virginal women. He didn't say wait for the non-virginal women. What he said was the lower the body count, the better. Come on.
No.
So you want them to sleep together?
Not my position.
A month in?
Tell me what my position is.
You said that you wanted men to wait till marriage.
I said that would be more optimal for men's health to do X thing is not a prescription that they should do X thing. So just because it mitigates risk for you as a man.
Reverend Brown says, I disagree. The existence of, quote, the sisterhood mitigates most of this, quote, investigating Andrew's preaching. You're right. You're absolutely right. But never forget, not everybody a girl has been friends with are still friends with her. Okay? Not every, listen, man, you're right. The sisterhood is the sisterhood. But guess what? What's the first thing women do when they get upset with each other? They call them a bitch, a slut, or a hoe. Any scathing information I have ever gotten about a woman was either from a dude she fucked, a dude she knew, or a woman she used to be friends with. So yeah, the sisterhood is real. Okay? You might not be able to get information from her friends, but I promise you, you will be able to get information from her ex-friends and her ex-boyfriends. So yeah, the sisterhood is intact. But we all know good and goddamn well women will betray each other at the drop of a hat. And you guys know this too. Women are not really friends with each other. They just tolerate each other between fights. So if you happen to catch one of her, quote, friends/frenemies on sort of a break, she will tell you everything you need to know. The information that a woman will give you about her friend will depend upon how she's feeling about her friend at that moment. So yeah, the sisterhood is real, but guess what? The sisterhood is also flawed.
If you fall in love with a woman, right, for her to have a low body count, that still mitigates your risk. It's not me prescribing that you go find a woman who's not a virgin and marry her. That's absurd.
Yeah, Kingsley Messidor says, yeah, she's playing with him in a disrespectful way. Yep, I agree.
We're talking about the outcomes here, the pragmatic approach.
Okay, but practically, what percent of women do you think are marriageable? What percent?
Oh, my God. That is a very good question. I don't know what the percentage is of women that are marriageable. This is a very good question by Pearl. It's not very high. It's not very high. And that's the answer. It's not very high.
That's hard to say. I don't know. I mean, as a practicality.
This whole debate, and you didn't even think about this question at all?
Come on, Pearl. Now see, come on, man. How the fuck is See, that's not. Come on, man. Like, how is Andrew Wilson? So you mean, Pearl, to tell me that you believe that Andrew Wilson knows exactly what percentage of women are marriageable? Come on. See, now at this point, now she really is sort of playing with him for sport. Come on, man.
Oh.
No, I thought about the question, but it's a very difficult question to notate. How many exactly? Like, how many women have red hair? I don't know. How many women, have red eye? I don't know the actual answer
You've
to this.
interviewed so
but
many.
I still think.
Come on, Pearl. He's interviewed a lot. That doesn't mean he knows what percentage of women are marriageable.
That somewhere around at least 20-25% of eligible marriageable women within the element of marriageable men is a good distinct possibility they work out, because that's what the stats show me, that almost 60% of these marriages actually do work out long term if they're under the right conditionals.
Well, if they're religious, right?
No, that significantly increases it from 60%.
Okay, so you want men to find these 20, so the majority of women are not going to work, right?
Right.
So you're saying to men, you might find out of 1 out of 4 women, you might get a wife.
No, I was talking about the totality.
It's definitely not, dude. The number is much lower than 1 out of 4. It's much lower than 1 out of 4.
Of the population.
Okay, fine.
But if you insert risk mitigation for marriageable women, right, then your odds actually drastically increase.
You think 1 out of 4 women have a body count under 10?
No, I didn't say that either.
Dude,
but you said marriageable.
But I mean, I think
come on, now, Pearl. This now, this is going sideways. This is going sideways. How the hell is Andrew supposed to know that? How she's asking Andrew questions that he couldn't possibly know the answer to. Come on, like, we got it, Pearl. You're right.
Do you think men should accept more than 10?
Well, here, let's just.
Do you think men should accept more than 5? Well,
how many women have less than 3 body count?
But I don't trust stats that women report their body count.
Now there we go. There we go. Absolutely. Pearl is 100% right here. She is 100% right here. Okay. I don't trust. And dude, you look. We all see on Fresh and Fit. What's your body count? 3, 5, 10. Less than Pearl is 1,000% right. I don't trust any statistics from any survey that women answer about their body count. Fuck no. Hell to the no. Now that I agree with.
So now whatever the data says, it's wrong too.
I mean, if women say it, yeah. Come on.
She's right.
We're asking women about body count. Come on.
Yeah, no. Pearl's right here. Pearl's right here. If we're asking women about body count, they always fucking lie, without a doubt.
Andrew, you gotta be realistic here.
She's right here.
Yeah, it looks like it's somewhere. The average of it is about 50% of women by the time they're marriageable age have less than a 5 body count. Yes, that's what I'm looking at.
You have been out of the dating market too long.
Yes,
Andrew.
There you go. There it is. Now Pearl is correct. There you go. Now Pearl's correct. If Andrew thinks for 1 second that women are telling the truth about their, this is bad. Dude, I've known girls who have fucked 5 guys in a calendar week, man.
Average of it is about 50% of women by the time they're marriageable age have less than a 5 body count. Yeah.
Oh my God, 50% of women at a marriageable age have less than a 5 body count. That is simply not true. That is absolutely not true. That's not even close to true, dude.
Yeah,
that's what I'm looking at.
You have been out of the dating market too long, Andrew.
This is the stats I'm looking at.
These statistics. No. These statistics are incorrect. Women lie. Women lie about their body count all the time. Even on surveys, when they know that nobody knows who they are. Yeah, Reverend Brown says Andrew is taking women at their word on this. That's the problem. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Luke Perry says he's pulling stats out of his ass. No, I don't think he's pulling stats out of his ass. I just think, just like Reverend Brown says, he is taking what women say at face value.
All right, guys.
Yeah. And now we're looking at marriageable age, which is going to be between the age of 19 and 29, right? So we're looking at marriageable age for children. Now, is that the case? I don't know if that's the case. But ultimately, who cares?
Let me ask you something, Connor. Do you think it's funny that Pearl is outwardly disrespecting Andrew Wilson here? I just need to know. I just want to know. Because it sounds to me like you think it's funny that Pearl is being disrespectful to Andrew, who is a very respectable man. Look, man, you might not like Andrew Wilson, okay? You might not like some of his views. You might think he's leading guys to the slaughter with his advice. But he's on our side. He's on our side. And you guys know I love me some Pearl, but he deserves a lot more respect from Pearl than he is currently getting. Okay? Yes, Pearl appears to be winning this debate. But that doesn't mean she has to be disrespectful. And that doesn't mean that you got to be fucking laughing about it. Because I happen to like Andrew Wilson very much. I really, really do. And I don't like the way he's being treated right now. And if you think that's funny, then my friend, you might be in the wrong podcast. I don't like seeing, look, I don't like seeing men. I don't mind seeing people get cooked. What I don't like is cannibalism. Pearl and Andrew are on the same side. Okay? They're on the same side. And it appears that Pearl knows that he's a little bit flustered, and she seems to be sort of, prodding him and being super disrespectful while doing that. I just want to know, Connor, do you think Connor says she's not attacking him, just his argument. Answer my question, Connor. Do you think it's funny that Pearl is being disrespectful to Andrew Wilson? And I'm gonna need you to answer that question within the next minute or so, because if you don't, I'm gonna fucking ban you. This is not funny, guys. It is not funny that and let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. Pearl is a guest in this. Listen, Pearl is doing her thing, but she's a guest in this in this space. She's done very good work, and she will do very good work in the future, but this is out of line. This is out of line, and this is out of pocket. I don't like the way she has treated Andrew for the last 10 or 15 minutes. I don't like it. And Connor says, I don't think it's disrespectful. Okay, well then you, my friend, are fucking gone. See ya. See ya. There it is. There it is. You don't think it's disrespectful. Then that is a fundamental difference, my friend, between you and me. I love Pearl. She's one of my best friends. I'll love her till the day I die. But but her treatment of him, this is disrespectful. I'm sorry, I'm gonna call it out. And if you think it's funny, then guess what? Then you can be the fuck up out of here. If you don't think what she has done the last 10 or 15 minutes is not disrespectful, then that's a you problem, friend. That's a you problem.
Ultimately, anyway, the truth
Who
of the matter
cares
is
about
that even
body
if it's
count?
damaged,
Ooh,
no.
Who cares about body
That's not
count?
what I said.
Kyle 2020 says Andrew has no issue laughing in his opponent's face. I'm a big Andrew Wilson fan, but it's fair play here. No, disagree. I disagree.
And
Who
she
cares
just
anyway about the
accept that?
topic?
I disagree.
No.
No. What you guys got to forget, what you guys tend to forget is Pearl's a fucking woman. Okay? Pearl's a woman, y'all. Have we forgotten that? Yeah, listen, Andrew can taunt and laugh in his opponent's face because he's a fucking man. It's not the same when a woman does it, guys. It's the same difference between a man being in charge and a woman being bossy. That's what's happening here. It's funny when Andrew Wilson does it to women. It is not funny that Pearl is doing it to Andrew. So as far as I'm concerned, that is not fair game. I'm sorry. I am not enjoying this at all. I enjoy Andrew Wilson. I enjoy Andrew Wilson poking and prodding Wes Watson. Now that was funny. That was funny as fuck. But let's not forget, y'all, Pearl is a woman. And she is a guest in this particular space. And I'm not trying to gatekeep, but Pearl is a woman, guys. And what she's doing right now, that is exhibiting masculine behavior. Say whatever you want about it. But she's a fucking woman, guys. And she should not be acting like a man is acting, and that's what she is doing. That's my problem with this. Andrew Wilson, dude, he's an elder. He's a respectful man with a wife and family. And due respect to Pearl, like, for her to be poking and prodding and laughing and all these, I don't like that. Yeah, Kyle 2020 says fair. Women laughing in men's faces can cause trouble. Right. Like, I'm not, no. Like, I agree with you. It's funny when Andrew does it because he's a man. It's not so funny when women do it, especially when they're doing it to another man. So you can miss me with that.
At the topic at hand, the case of the matter is that even if none of them right now were marriageable, and they were all fucking skanks, and they all had dozens of bodies, we would still be trying to move society towards a reform of such a system and not try to black pill and nihilism all. That would be stupid. Ultimately, when we look at men's happiness,
she's not even listening.
They want to get married.
Right?
Okay,
fine. I want to get back.
See, she's not even. Yeah, this is getting out of hand. She's like, okay, fine.
Back to the step by step. You're happy.
See, this whole, just watch. She says, I want to get back.
Okay, fine.
Here's the thing. Dude, this is getting bad, y'all. This is getting bad. She wants to get back. She wants to get back to the step by step. Okay? She doesn't want to get back to the step by step. She wants to get back to disrespecting him. Okay? She wants to get back to disrespecting him because here's the thing. Andrew, Pearl knows, just like the rest of us do, that there is no step-by-step advice that Andrew can give to modern men on how to deal with modern women. Okay? she knows that there is no step by step. She knows that there is no step by step. And I guess by asking him this question, this is sort of to indirectly prove that there is no step by step, right? But it's almost like, I remember a long time ago. I remember a long time ago. I actually used to coach Little League. And I was the reason I coached Little League, is because I was living in Clayton, North Carolina. There was nobody else. There was nobody else to coach. They needed a coach. And I saw a sign. I was like, okay, well let me go and coach. I didn't have a kid, so I was like, all right, cool. I'll go and coach. Well, I remember there was this, and dude, we had a bad team, terrible team. But I remember and we were getting. There was one game we were getting creamed. I think it was like 8 or 9-0, and in the second inning. And what the other coach knew, and I was a very inexperienced coach. So what this coach would do anytime we had a runner on third, he would instruct his pitcher to throw the ball over the catcher, knowing that I would send him home. I'd be like, okay. It was a designed play. The kid would get the ball at the backstop, be right there to tag my kid in time. The coach is in the dugout laughing. The game has already been decided. Why are you going to rub salt in the wound? It's fucking Little League, man. Why are you going to set me up like that? It's Little League. You can't you know what I'm saying? Like, this shit doesn't matter. That's what Pearl is doing here. She is unnecessarily running up the score.
I want to get back to the step by step. You're happily married. Let's get to the step by step.
For what?
We're getting stuck at the waiting. So what's after that? So then you marry her.
I don't understand. What is the question you're asking me?
If you're giving a
look, man, she shouldn't ask the question. She should just tell Andrew, look, dude, and she said this before, Andrew simply isn't qualified to give men a step-by-step instruction on how to get a wife. She knows this. Okay? She knows this, yet she's posing the question anyway. This would be like Don King, or this would be like Dana White calling me and saying, Alex, the last fighter pulled out against Francis Ngannou. You want to step in and fight this guy? You know what Francis Ngannou would do to me? He'd cave in my fucking skull, and everybody knows it. Yet, Dana White is still on the phone, calling me up, serving me up. Pearl knows that there is not a step-by-step solution that Andrew could possibly suggest. Yet, she's asking the question anyway. Come on, man.
Description. I want a detailed how to do it. So,
what you do is you get a club and you walk over to a chick and you bash her in the fucking head and you take.
There you go. See, and now Andrew has now figured out that Pearl is essentially mocking him by asking this question. There you go. Pearl is asking a very facetious question in a serious way so that she can poke and prod and make fun. And Andrew, finally understanding what's happening, says, all right, you walk over and you club her over the head.
You're back to your house and you bang her, right? That's a detailed step-by-step plan. Or did you maybe want to talk about viable prescriptions rather than
viable?
Andrew gives dating advice, which has nothing at all to do with the conversation of moving men towards marriageability.
Yeah, but okay, so if you want men to get married, you can't tell them how to get there? Really?
That's fucking stupid. What are you talking?
Okay.
Why would I need to be a determining factor for every individual man on earth for a step-by-step guide of how they get married? That's fucking retarded.
Okay, well,
that's literally retarded. Why would you even ask that?
My producer's on the market, 40-year-old guy in the Midwest. What should he do? There you go.
Lose weight.
Okay, then what?
I would start with that.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding, Mister. Look, I took a cheap shot because it was funny.
Oh, I
like the guy. I thought it was funny.
I forgot you met him.
Yeah. It was look. He's skinnier than me. I'm just joking with the guy. I was kidding.
Okay,
right?
fine. Totally fine.
So,
Hit the gym. That's not bad.
I don't know what the intricacies of his life are. Every single individual is going to have a completely different.
So he should make the decision and not you. Right?
No, based on where people are in the.
Okay, now I understand where Pearl is coming from here. Andrew needs to concede the fact that men need to make decisions from themselves. Don't say you need to do it like I do it. Okay? What Andrew should be saying is, listen, if you are going to do it, here are some suggestions that I have. Okay? Mate selection and vetting, it's not an exact science. But as long as you apply some common red pill sense, you will mitigate your risk. Yes. Are you going to trip and skin your knee every once in a while? Absolutely. Are you going to meet up with the wrong woman who takes advantage of you and breaks your heart? Yes, there is absolutely a chance that could happen. There is no question about it. However, you drastically reduce the odds of this happening to you if you take these suggestions that I'm giving you. That's the answer. That's the answer. Pearl is making it sound like Andrew, she keeps trying to pigeonhole him into this, just, forget all the risk and get married. Andrew has said countless times that that's not what he's saying.
Distinctions of their life. Well, yeah, I mean, ultimately everyone's going to make their own decision, but hang on, stop. I'm going to answer your fucking question. Each individual person on planet Earth is going to have a unique set of circumstances, which, because I'm not an omnipotent god nor psychic, have no ability at all to understand in a comprehensive way, but I can still, even though I know that I'm not going to be able to tell how everybody on the road drives, I can still tell you that a stop sign fucking works.
Right, so if that's true, why do you talk like one?
Like what?
Like you talk like you're the god that knows the best way for people to
I've never done that one.
Oh, no. Oh, Pearl's out of line here. Pearl is out of line here. He doesn't talk like he is the god of the... Ooh, boy. I'll tell you what, man. I think what this is... All right, Phoenix Light Games at the $2 super chat says send a voice message in Discord. Yeah, I'll get it to in a second. I think Pearl's disdain for TradCon is sort of seeping into this discussion with Andrew. I think I've just figured... Maybe it's taken me this long to figure it out. Right? Pearl absolutely hates TradCons, and for good reason. Right. We all know that TradCons are basically feminists that do the speed limit, etc., etc. But she is really, you guys remember when she absolutely destroyed Lauren Chen? That was awesome. That was awesome. Right? Dude, she was taunting her, all this, who are you to tell a man what he should do in his own house? And we're like, oh shit, blah, 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 blah. But her redirecting that energy towards Andrew, to me, that's out of line. I could be wrong, but let me go to Discord. Okay, here we go. This is PLG, aka Phoenix Light Games. Here we go.
Hey guys, this is PLG, and I'm just addressing, what's
the POWG
going on in this debate between Pearl and Andrew. And I would really like to address this to people in the chat as well, but specifically to Pearl. And Donovan, please send Pearl this message because I really think she needs to hear this. Pearl, love you. Pearl, thank you for all the value you provide. Truly, I'm truly grateful for everything you've done. But Pearl, how you conducted yourself later on in this debate with Andrew, it's not okay, man. Really, the laughing and the disingenuous arguments you were making in response to Andrew's statements. Come on, bro. I know you're better than that. And here's the thing. I get it. You're probably going through a lot right now with the documentary and everything like that. All the stuff that you've heard, all the work you're putting into it. And listen, I get it. It's a lot, but that's still no excuse to disrespect Andrew like that. Listen, Pearl, you got to remember, you and Andrew are both on the same side. Right. Okay? You are both on the same side. This isn't Pearl versus Andrew. This is Pearl and Andrew.
Thank you.
This is supposed to be a discussion where you discuss your viewpoints on life and maybe come to some agreements. Again, even though you both are relatively in the RP space, you're not going to agree on everything 100%. And this is the problem with the red pill community, or rather the manosphere in general. We may have individual creators, but our alliances are very shaky and fragile. Guys, we have to remember we're on the same team.
Right.
This is our problem. We may have good points. We may have strong views on life, but we have shaky alliances that are fleeting because we forget that we are part of one community. we forget that we're on the same side, and we may have different views, but we have the same foundations, and relatively, we want the same outcomes for each other. Like, remember, we're on the same team. And Pearl, listen to me. Again, Pearl, Andrew is not your enemy, okay? You may have different viewpoints than him. You maybe have different solutions in your head for when it comes to marriage with men and women. But Pearl, remember, you're both on the same side. He's not your enemy. And again, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I highly suggest that you reach out to Andrew and apologize. You don't have to do it. I'm just saying it would be good if you did, okay? Because Pearl, I respect you and Andrew to the highest degree. And honestly, I confess that I agree with mostly what you say versus what Andrew says. But I still respect Andrew to such a degree that, listen, like, you got to, Pearl, you got to do better. And I know you can do better. So I just hope you take this as a learning experience and everything like that. And again, I'm not like taking a shot at you or anything like that. I'm just, when I see somebody I admire not conducting themselves how I would think they would conduct themselves, it makes me feel, it bums me out, man. It just bums me out. So, Pearl, if you're listening to this, just do better. Sorry about that. That was a train going by. I'm outside. But Pearl, just do better. I know you can do better. And again, and here's the thing. I highly support you and whatever plans you have in the future. And I know the documentary is going to be legendary and revolutionary. So, Pearl, you don't have to follow what I say. I would just highly suggest that you just call up Andrew and just, apologize for what you did. And listen, like, this isn't you versus him. This is you and him.
Oh, okay. Don DeMarco. Yeah, I mean, I'm just, listen, man, look, dude, none of us are perfect. This is not a referendum on Pearl's overall character. Pearl is one of the best people I know. But I think, what has happened here is that she has put Andrew into the TradCon bubble. And if you know anything about Pearl, she absolutely loathes TradCons. She hates TradCons with a passion. And I think she's probably channeling her disdain for TradCons to Andrew. You know how that goes. TradeBoy32 says, I just hope there's no bad blood between them after this. No, I don't think so. Andrew's a man. He gets it. And Pearl, again, she's pragmatic. She's pragmatic. She knows what's up.
Well, in fact, I just told you that I would not sit here and Google
you call people degenerates. You call people degenerates if they don't live exactly how you live.
No, I'm not asking them to live exactly how I live. Mm-hmm. That's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. I mean, okay. Yes. If you're
I just think people are tired. I just think people are tired of getting preached at, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, I think that people are tired of you enabling the degeneracy of homosexuality because you won't give a prescription, right? Like,
what power do I have to stop them?
You have the power of the vote, the power of influence. And not only that, here's the other thing that's so funny about this, right? It's like,
what power do I have?
And when you ask for, hang on, real quick before we get to that, when you ask for these like detailed, give me a step-by-step guide, Pearl, you have a job, you're a podcaster, right? Give me a step-by-step guide for how everybody on planet Earth gets to work.
As a podcaster?
No, just as anything.
Well, I don't know how to do anything. I know how to do podcasting.
No, just how does every person on planet Earth get to work? Every one of them.
I could tell you how to do a podcaster.
No, just ever. Anywhere, at any circumstance,
I wouldn't say
that's time.
Leah's Gardal says, Pearl is using the Kathy Newman gambit. So you're saying, yeah, what Pearl is doing is Andrew will talk for a long time, and Pearl will take what he says. She will oversimplify it. She'll oversimplify and make it hyperbolic. There we go. Very, very nice. Let me make a quick adjustment here. Hang on 2 seconds. Well, I thought I knew what I was doing. That was whack. There we go. Now we're good to go. Now we are good to go. Yes, we are back. We are back. We are back. In the immortal words of Kevin Samuels. So, just wanted to replay. Just wanted to quickly sort of replay the live stream from yesterday. Those of you guys who saw it for the first time today, welcome. That one was so what you guys just watched was streamed on Donovan, Sharpe, etc. The reason I decided to do the podcast on Donovan, Sharpe, etc. is because there we go. That's perfect. Is because I was trying to sort of catch lightning in a bottle. I think that channel has something like 6,800 subscribers. Yet it's gotten more subscribers. It's gotten more subscribers than. It's gotten more subscribers over the last 30 days. It's gotten 102 subscribers. This channel, the main channel, -7. I can't figure it out. So it is what it is. All right. And so so we are going to get right into the Hard R podcast, featuring, of course, the Hard R bingo card. There it is in all of its glory. Breakdown. I see. Okay, I forgot to. All right, so I forgot to change that. No problem. Yeah, Thaddeus Brown Walker says, "Oh, that explains it. That's why I never saw the notification, because it was on the other channel." That's exactly right. Okay, so it is now time for the Hard R podcast. But before we get into, and we've got plenty of police videos for you guys tonight. Oh, we've got plenty of police videos. It is definitely Hard R time. This is the most famous, infamous segment on YouTube. So let's take a look at this right here. This we of course, listen, we've always got tweets. There's never a shortage of tweets from White Ghost. Apparently, it says, black teen destroying TVs at Costco. It's just what they do. They contribute nothing of value. They just take and destroy. This is jungle behavior. Let's take a look. Oh my God. Dude. Yo, look at this. Look at security. They can't do anything about it. Look at this. Look at this. But then as soon as someone steps in and reprimands him, they end up on TV. Look at him. He's chimping out. He's going to chimp out. Unbelievable, man. Insanity. Look at this. Somebody in the chat, and it was funny, somebody in the comments said, well, you have to give the kid a break. He's autistic. I don't care what the fuck he is. This is criminal behavior. Like, what is he doing? If he's autistic, why is he knocking over the biggest? If this kid is autistic, if this kid is autistic, why is he destroying the most? Dude, there's always an excuse for this kind of behavior. There's always an excuse for this kind of behavior. This is just what these people do. This is crazy, man. Look at him. Crazy town, man. Look at this. Look. He knows. Look, this kid knows exactly what he's doing. He's just knocking over TVs. Look. This is an absolute insanity. Absolute insanity, man. And we wonder why they don't want it. We wonder why they don't want him anywhere. Oh, here's another one. Oh boy. So this one is Shaniqua destroying a Walgreens in typical black fashion. Let's take a look at this one. Again, listen, guys, send me the white equivalents to this. Send me the white equivalents to this. Look at this. Look at this. This is crazy. See, they all say the same. Clean that shit up. Pick it up. Look at this. Look at this. This is fucking crazy. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is why nobody wants the... Yep. This is why nobody wants y'all. Just being as destructive as humanly possible. When is this going to be against the law? When is this going to be against the law, people? Yeah, King Life says, yep, a lot of businesses are closing up around me. Of course. Absolutely. This is absolutely fucking ridiculous. How often does this happen? This is crazy, man. Elena says, like a feral wild animal. No, that's exactly what that woman is. Ay, 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 ay. Guys, again, show me the... Dude, show me the white equivalent. Show me the... and let's be honest here. Show me the white equivalent and the volume. I'm sure somebody can, I mean, listen, I'm sure somebody can probably find a video with a white person doing the same thing. Though I wouldn't know how you would, but even if you could, okay? Even if you could, you couldn't find me the white quantifiable equivalent. Maybe you can find one or two here or there. I don't know how or where you'd find them. But you can never, ever, ever show me as many videos of white girls tearing shit up as black women. And again, black women make up only 7% of the population. They make up 7% of the population, but they're responsible for 98% of destruction in stores. Crazy. Crazy. This next one is tweeted by Salty Girl. She says, let's see what she says. She says, I can't get over how self-entitled and just straight up demonic their tribe is. I'm beginning to realize blacks are toddlers in adult bodies. Ay, 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 ay.
Okay, let's go.
What is she doing?
Let's go. You didn't let me get my moment, so I want to say my name is Kadijata Diallo, and I'm graduating today. I don't like how you snatched the mic out of my hand, so today is going to be all about me.
Oh, drops the mic. Congratulations!
Listen to that. You hear that bullshit? Congratulate! Like, look at... Guys, this is barbaric... That is barbaric behavior. This is barbaric behavior. She is literally wrenching the microphone out of her hand. Like, where does this... what are we doing? So today is gonna be all about me. Like, what?
Let me get my moment, so I want to say my name is Kadijata Diallo, and I'm graduating today. I don't like how you snatched the mic out of my hand.
Look how uncomfortable white people are.
Oh, drops the mic. Congratulations!
Yeah, congratulations. I want you to look at the principal. Look, or the dean or whoever. Watch him.
You didn't let me get my moment.
Look at this. Look at him. He can't. Look. He wants to approach her and stop her, but he can't. See?
You snatched the mic out of my hand, so today is gonna be all about me.
Oh, drops the mic. Congratulations!
Congratulations! Guys, this is why, gentlemen. Ooh, wait a minute. Sorry about that. Oh, I didn't have the whatchamacallit up anyway. Oops. Sorry, y'all. But yeah, they're untouchable. Nobody can touch them. Nobody can say anything to them. Because if they do, they know they'll end up on the news. Oh, I can't believe it. Somebody touched me. Somebody did this to me. Somebody did that to me. Blah, 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 blah. And they wonder why they don't want them anywhere, man. They wonder why they don't want them anywhere. Okay. Oh boy. So this first video, by the way, all of these videos have come via Phoenix Light Games, who is a literal gold mine in terms of finding hard R content. This video is entitled Moments Before Disaster at the Airport. Oh boy. Let's take a look.
Hey, buddy. Do you remember me from before?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
You mind coming with me? We'll talk.
No, I don't care if you shoot me, sir.
I'm not gonna do that. Hey, no.
I don't care if you shoot. Wait, what? No, stop it.
You mind coming with me? We'll talk.
No, I don't care if you shoot me, sir.
I'm not
This nigga just said, I don't care if you shoot me, sir. What in, oh my
gonna
God.
do that. Hey, no. You got me all wrong. You got me all wrong. I just want to talk. You got me all wrong.
I want to go back there.
Well, you can't go back there. No one can go back there. The only way you're gonna be able to
Yeah, Raven, this is the Hard R podcast that we're doing right now.
go back there is if you wait until the proper time for your flight. You're going to New York, right?
Ain't no transportations.
This nigga's
they
high.
layovers and stuff. They having layovers and stuff, but hey, it is what it is, man. I don't care if they, wherever they go, man. I'm trying.
Yo, this is why they shouldn't, dude, I'm gonna tell you what, this is why they shouldn't let people, this is why they shouldn't let niggas drink at the airport, man. I mean, dude, a lot of this airport stuff is because these people are drunk.
I'm trying to get to New York.
I understand. You got a ticket, right?
Huh?
You got a ticket, right?
Yeah, I got a ticket.
Yeah, so you're gonna go tomorrow. You just gotta wait, man. That's all. You got your ticket. I
He
saw
looked
your
at the
ticket
date
before.
wrong.
We
He
talked
just looked
before.
at the date wrong.
Here, come with me. Let's talk. We're gonna make sure you get to New York, all right?
I gotta find my ticket.
All right. Well, let's go find it then.
Yo, King Life says, dude looks like a crackhead. He don't have a flight, but he's already high. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, King Life. That's pretty good.
I don't care anymore, man. This is whack, man. This ain't
This is
right,
whack.
man.
It's not open yet. That's the problem.
Yeah, like, my man, you can't get on the plane yet. Your flight leaves tomorrow, my guy.
This ain't man.
Yo, this nigga's
The
fucked
babies,
up.
man.
Did this nigga get
Babies,
heroin or
man.
something from somebody? Like, what?
Babe.
All right, Fred. Maybe you should just go with the nice officer.
Hey, come on.
They're talking to him like a kid. Here you go. Maybe you should go with the nice officer.
Let's talk. I ain't gonna bother you, man. I just want to talk to you. That's all.
Dude, shout out to this police, Don DeMarco, this police officer.
No. It ain't. I appreciate it. Thank you,
Don't
sir.
worry. They're really good. They're little people.
I'm gonna tell you what, this cop is really exercising a high level of diplomacy.
Man, this is crazy, man.
I'm gonna help you out, all right? What's your first name?
Eric.
Eric? All right, my name's Jason. You can call me Officer Jason, all right? All right.
Ah, very good tactic there. Very good tactic. So the officer is going to bring himself down. It's a nice looking airport. He's going to bring himself down to the passenger's level. He's not going to say, my name is Officer Peterson. No, you just call me Officer Jason. First name. I like it.
I'm gonna take care of you, man, all right? So look, would you mind having a seat?
So what? How you gonna take care of me?
How am I gonna take care of you? You trying to get to New York, right?
Yeah.
All right.
What you gonna do?
Well, listen.
I'm afraid to sit down because I'm afraid you're going to shoot my ass. You know how many niggas done died on this dirt?
No, dude, no. It ain't like that. No, man, it ain't like that at all.
Man, you finna shoot me in the head. I finna go to the bathroom. We gonna wait till I turn around. You gonna shoot me in the back of the head.
It's not like that at all. Hey, let me ask you, are you from New York?
I was living there the last few years.
In New York City or Long Island? Where are you from?
Huh?
Where are you from? Long Island, New York City?
Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Which one?
From both of them.
Both of them? Okay.
Oh, see, this nigga, he's talking about both. Do you guys hear this? See, listen, look, check this out. Do you see the inherent disdain and mistrust of police officers? Why can't you just tell this dude where you live? Like, dude, I don't know what state you're in. It's obviously not in New York. Why don't you just tell the officer, hey, man, look, all right, I'm from Brooklyn. You ain't got to be like, both of them. Like, what the fuck is this going to do? You think this dude is going to follow you home? You think he's going to be like, hey, let's send some FBI and say helicopters down to this dude's place. We're going to arrest him because he's black. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. Come on. No, Brooklyn ain't that bad. Brooklyn ain't that bad at all.
I'm from there too, so we got that in common. All right? So look, what time is your flight tomorrow? Did you find your ticket?
12.
12? Okay. See, right now, it's only 11:15 at night. So you got a long time before your flight.
He's got 12
So the reason
hours.
why they didn't want you to go all... Yo!
What the
I'm not gonna... Yo, it's...
I don't care if you shoot me.
Get over here.
Give me that gun.
No! Get there! Get on the floor!
I don't want to get your taser out. That's what it's for.
Put your hands behind your back!
Oh my God! What the hell was that? Yo, I ain't never...
That stupid ass motherfucking, that stupid ass movie. Playing tricks on me and shit.
What?
Playing tricks on me with that.
Hold up, man. Yo, I got to play that back. Yo, what happened? What the? Yo, he just... What the fuck?
Both of them.
Both of them? Okay. I'm from there too, so we got that in common. All right?
I thought the officer was doing
What
all
time
right.
is your flight tomorrow? Did you find your ticket?
12.
12? Okay. See, right now, it's only 11:15 at night. So you got a long time before your flight. So the reason why they didn't want you to go all... Yo!
Shoot me, bitch.
I'm not gonna... Yo, it's...
I don't care if you shoot me.
Get over here.
Give me that.
There are a lot of niggas talking about shoot me. I don't care if you shoot me. You guys want to know something, man? I think a lot of these niggas out here are just trying to get a statue like George Floyd. I think that's what it is. I think they just want to get a statue like George Floyd. That's why they're... Dude, how many times... I mean, there are a disturbing amount of people who... There are a disturbing amount of niggas who say, shoot me, I don't care if you shoot me. Why would you, like, I don't, like, do these people not realize that there's body cam present now? Okay, you don't get a statue if you tell the cops to shoot you, and then you should pull a gun on him and then he shoots you. No. You don't get the same, there's only one George Floyd, okay? And there will only be one George, well, there are several George Floyds. But nah, man, no. They are not, I think America has figured out we are done canonizing niggas. You heard it here first. We are through canonizing niggas. And for those of you guys who don't know what the word canonize means, it means make him a saint. He is now Saint George Floyd. There are more murals up of George Floyd than Martin Luther King. There are probably more statues of George Floyd than Martin Luther King or Malcolm X. These niggas trying to get on. See, these niggas are tired of being on t-shirts. They're like, nah, I'm not trying to be on no t-shirt. I ain't trying to be on no t-shirt. No, that shit, no. That's 2010. Nah, fuck all of that noise. No, I'm trying to get a statue. I'm trying to get a mural. I'm trying to get on the national news. I'm trying to be a martyr. The problem is that we understand, we see you're telling a cop to shoot you. Unfucking believable, man.
No! Get there! Get on the floor!
Yo, if I was this cop, I'd have whooped this dude's ass so goddamn quick. I'd have whooped his ass. As soon as he threw that shit on me, bruh, that'd have been a wrap. It would have took me long. Danny Gonzalez says, I like the shirt you have on, Donovan. It looks really lightweight and thin. Yeah, this is the Charlie Harper t-shirt. I actually wore this yesterday too, but I have showered since then. But yeah, I have plenty of these t-shirts. These are very comfortable. These are the Cuban t-shirts. These are like the Cuban t-shirts. I like this. Call myself Vice City Donovan. Phoenix Light Games with the $10 super chat says, niggas are taught that police officers will use manipulation tactics to fool them that they're on their side to manufacture ways to arrest him. That's why he lunged at him. This is what they're taught. That is sad. That is absolutely sad. That is absolutely sad, man.
Get your taser out. That's what it's for.
Put your hands behind your back.
That stupid ass.
Death Magnetic says, would have lit his ass up with a pew pew. Nah, No, where's the fun in that? Where's the fun in it? Dude, I swear to God. I swear to God. If there were ever a city that were stupid enough to give me a gun and a badge, the first time a nigga says, fight me, I'm gonna be out of a job. Oh my God, I'll be out of fucking job. Man, I'd have whooped this nigga's ass so goddamn quick.
Motherfucker, that stupid ass movie. Playing tricks on me and shit. Playing tricks on me with that motherfucking movie Training Day.
Danny Gonzalez says, that does seem right. They will do anything for a statue. Do they kill each other over Jordans? I thought the officer was actually doing quite well, to be honest with you. Oh shit, wait a minute, is the Knicks game?
No, you made this happen.
I ain't made nothing happen.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, you did. You attacked me, you son of a bitch.
43 to base. Go ahead and start me up EMS, please.
Luke Perry says, no jumper. He had Bizarre on from D12? Bizarre was my favorite. Dude, Bizarre was my favorite on D12, man. Damn.
I know what all y'all look like.
This is why this should have been dealt with on day shift.
Yep.
Pimpin' ain't dead, ho, says Bizarre's still alive after those green and yellow purple pills. Yeah, right.
This ain't fair, man. Dude,
that's why baby mothers love us, but they hate each other. They probably want to take each other out and date each other. Oh, by the way, this soundbite right here.
No, the fuck you didn't.
That is actually from, I think that's from a skit right before, I think, at the track called Nasty Mind. He was like in the car, he's like, hey, what's up? You want some sparkling water? She's like, nah, I'm ready to smoke. He's like, oh, about some pig feet. She's like, nah. And all of a sudden he goes, and lets out this huge fart. And she said,
no, the fuck you didn't.
He said, girl, chill out. That shit came from my soul. And he's like, I want you to give me a kiss. She's like, kiss you where? And then he says, oh, my booty. Bizarre. Yo, Bizarre was that nigga. Bizarre, Bizarre is bizarre. Like, bizarre.
Stop talking. You get on my nerves.
Oh, my booty.
No, I don't care, man. You sucker punch me, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, he said about some pig feet.
No, you did that. You sucker punched me.
What?
I didn't touch you at all. We were talking.
Man, y'all killing kids.
He got you in the lip.
Yeah.
You need EMS to check you out, too.
Damn, he caught him on the lip.
So you're stuff right there?
Dude, I'd have
No, that's his
fucked
snack
him
that
up.
he threw at me before he attacked me.
Bruh, I would have fucked him all the way up, y'all. Oh my goodness, man. He'd have had to hit me one time and then it would have been a wrap. Damn, felony assault on a police officer.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, that Jadawa said, look, that's what he said. That's what he said. Ask the niggas in the chat, they know. He said, oh, my booty.
Ain't fair, Lord.
Oh, my God.
No, the fuck
My
you
favorite,
didn't.
man.
I said, girl, chill out. That shit
Young
came from my
East, my
soul.
Mexican sample.
He said, better out. He said, better out than in. Shit.
Houston, Texas.
I might have to bust out Devil's Night, man, because D12 was, those niggas were crazy.
Second one y'all took from me. And
You all right? Yeah. Tips off.
Okay, I think this one is pretty much over. I mean, he you know, he pretty much assaulted a cop. This next one is entitled, oh no, King Life says, aha, you know who else would say that? Oh no, please, please, don't do it. Don't do it. Defiant mom wrestles cops after teens film her kids, claims racial profiling. Oh boy, here we go. Here we
It's
go.
not okay. We gonna get enough of them saying it's okay to keep saying something to us or doing something to us without it being okay.
She's just went ballistic. I'm just gonna kick her out of here.
And you see what she's saying? You think she gonna sit here and lie? You think she gonna lie?
This is why we can't have nice things.
She ain't got no reason.
One more word out of you, and I'm gonna take you to
And
jail.
guess what? I'm recording you. I'm recording you.
Oh, she's already. Well, hell, look, we done already got started. Okay, let's do it.
Get out of the building,
Don't touch me.
or I'm gonna take you to jail.
Oh, there it is. Don't touch me. There's another one. Don't touch me. Where's it at? Yes, sir. We are off to a very fast start. Phoenix Light Games with the $10 super chat says, Donovan, also remember that niggas are also taught not only to be canonized by dying a saint, but to take a cop's life with them. That's the insidious way they gain status in their fucked up community. Real shit. Yo, what's the name of the dude out there? I think it might also be down in Texas. The kid did something to the cop, and the cop shot him to death, and then the kid's father came and ran over. I forgot what his name is, but yeah, man. Here we go.
On March 29th, 2023.
Hold up. Wait. Was that a dog? Were those dogs? Look at this. Look at the kid. Look at the kid.
Get out of the building.
Look.
or I'm gonna take you to jail.
Look at the kid. Look at the kid right here.
Let's go.
Look at that. Oh, yeah, that
On
was
March
definitely a
29th,
dog.
2023, officers in Ohio received a call from Embassy Suites hotel staff to assist with removing a guest.
Jesus Christ.
The guest was upset and seen yelling about teenagers filming her kids without her permission.
Calls earlier for noise.
Okay, now I can understand being upset about teens filming your kids without permission, but there's a way to handle that. You don't go fucking ballistic on it.
She's just went ballistic. I'm just gonna kick her out of here. They're in 214 down there. I'm sure you'll hear their mouth when you get down there.
Oops! This dude said, I'm sure you will hear their mouth when they get down there. Damn!
We've tried everything to calm them down.
The parent had previously been an employee of the hotel.
Oh my god.
Used to work here. We know. She will not shut up. These kids out here. One kid was
She's like, she will not. Yo, listen to him again. He said she will not shut up.
Previously been an employee of
He says, you go down to 214, you'll hear that mouth.
the hotel.
used to work here. We know. She will not shut up. These kids out here. One kid was.
Oh my god, he's tired of her mouth.
The kids were running around. All we did was ask them to put the kids inside and be quiet. We got noise complaints, and she'd been running her mouth. Comes down here, confront.
There you go. See, letting her kids run around the hotel. This is the thing. That's it. She's loud. She's letting her kids run around the hotel. That's why people are filming her kids.
So we just want them out of here.
All right. Can you go let them know, and then we'll stand with you?
I told them you were on your way.
Well, yeah, we've got to be the ones that catch and kick them out. They're just going to stand behind us.
Yeah, but see, here's the problem. Niggas don't care. Dude, niggas ain't scared of cops no more. They're not afraid of cops anymore. That's just not that's just what he's got to deal with.
Just keeping the peace.
Yeah, they can't evict without.
Correct. Yeah.
Correct.
That ain't like the old days.
The times have changed.
This chick has to know she's about to get kicked out.
I gave her every chance to just shut her mouth. You know, alcohol played a bit part.
It's only a Wednesday.
Yo, this dude is tired of this bitch's mouth for sure.
Tried to do everything we could. Like I said, she used to work here.
You only get. Well, she should know.
She should absolutely know better.
Yeah. That's the kids right there, the tall kid. She's going to tell you, he was raping my child. She's only 1 year old. I said, well, he can take whatever he wants. There's no law against that.
Well, this looks just like an NBC Suites.
You smell that?
Yeah, I do. Smells like a skunk.
Look, they're in here smoking weed. Yo, they're about to chimp out. They're about to chimp out, y'all. They're about to chimp out. I already know it. I already know they're about to chimp out.
That's everywhere now.
Yeah. They walked through the lobby and they said, I asked them before, you got a pet skunk or something? Hey, Jared?
No, I ain't disrespectful. I respect you.
Oh, here come the swear words. Here we go.
They was gonna kick them kids out for running around playing any way.
Look at this.
I've been here, I'm worked here before. I know how that shit go. I ain't stupid. Be a damn fool to think I ain't stupid. Motherfucker.
You're fine.
Nah, I got my own money. We gonna get home.
Jesus
Christ. Everybody in this motherfucker. Let's go. Go.
Ay,
They ain't gonna do a goddamn thing.
Jesus Christ.
She went out that way. I don't know if she went outside or not.
I didn't even see her come down this way.
No, she went out the. I think she might have went down the stairs and went outside that way.
Oh my gosh, I don't want to bring the kids out. Some of them got their jackets on, coats on. And
Do you want to go
Hey,
pull the
not
car
my
on?
problem.
we didn't have no car.
Oh, okay.
We got dropped off here.
I got you.
Oh my
So,
God. Oh my
You have
God. We ain't
Wi-Fi?
really got no car. Yeah.
Everything was on her. So,
You got a phone? You might want to call for a ride or try to figure
I
something
gotta get
out.
all these kids.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, the call for a ride, shit. Let's go. Panda Trucker with the Panda Trucker with the $20 super chat. Says, just to clarify, cops don't punch suspects. They delivered close-hand strikes to the side of the suspect's head to gain compliance during resistance. They also deliver knee spikes to the softer softer areas of the body. That's exactly right. Very good.
And the car I got is not going to be enough for everybody.
She's not being very cooperative right now, or very reasonable.
It's about to go to jail.
Officers stayed in the hotel's lobby with the parent and other guests while they waited for transportation.
I got everything. Here, I got your shoes.
But I got
Come on, let's go out. Let's see.
How many kids does she got, man?
Cause I'm gonna play about a lot of things, but I ain't gonna play about myself.
Well, of course you don't. I don't play about my kids. I'm not supposed to.
I want to do. Everything was funny when them grown ass men was recording these little ass kids. Oh, do you?
Oh wow, now they're fighting with each other.
Cause we all gonna make a joke about this shit. We all gonna make fun.
Praetorian Guard is in the house. The officer of TSR Towers says this is one reason why cops are quitting in droves. Dude, I don't know what we're gonna do.
We all gonna laugh about it.
I don't know what we're gonna do without cops, man, because it's getting bad out here.
No, it's not okay.
What's gonna start happening, guys, is we're gonna start having to militarize our police. We're gonna start having to militarize our police. I wouldn't be surprised if there are some affluent areas who may or may not be thinking about having their own police force within their own communities with their own rules. Not necessarily their own rules, but they've got their own jurisdiction, and anybody who enters the premises, and again, I'm speaking in hypotheticals here.
Stop the cap.
My hand slipped. But I would not be surprised if there were not even affluent communities, just certain cities where there just isn't enough police force, where they're like, you know what, let's pool our money together and let's hire a security force. Let us hire a separate from the police. Separate from the police. They can take them to the cops, whatever the case may be. But let's hire a, you know, it's time for martial law without martial law. If somebody's fucking with you, if you see a questionable character, if they're fucking with people, hey, come get this motherfucker. And they don't come up in this motherfucker talking about, well, I need to, no. They go in there ready to fucking split skulls. And if they gotta pew, they fucking do what they fucking gotta do. I'm talking zero tolerance bullshit. None of this wrecking stores. No, none of that shit. That's what it's going to come to. That is what it's going to come to. Yeah, private police. Yep, Dr. Krause says, like in Africa, private police. Absolutely. And I'm going to tell you what, man. I would like to privatize police, and I want them to be as militarized as humanly possible. Arm these motherfuckers to the teeth. Dude, I'm talking Glocks, Desert Eagles, M16s, AR. I'm talking all of that stuff. Just to let motherfuckers know that when you come up in this motherfucker, we ain't fucking around over here. We are not fucking around over here. You want to get loud in the grocery store? All right, man, come on. Nuh-uh. They ain't gonna be doing all that talking. They're gonna snatch your weave, grab you by the hair, drag your ass out, throw your ass in the paddy wagon, and take you off to the city. That is what is going to happen. That is what's going to have to do that. Phoenix Light Game says, Donovan, they're already doing that. One of the videos I sent you perfectly illustrates that. High-end neighborhoods and above average ones in general are really protective and adamant of keeping them out. Absolutely. Well, I hope I find that one here pretty soon. How about that? Yeah, Judge, yes. Charlie LeBron says Judge Dredd police officers. That's what it's going to come down to. It's none of this, ma'am. Can I have a word, please? Like, dude, that police officer was perfectly fine with that dude. He was perfectly fine. Like, dude, I thought he was making progress, conversations, blah, 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 blah. Cool, man. You know, he was all cool. Then all of a sudden, the dude throws some chips at him and hits him in the lip. No, No, man. No. You hire a Donovan police force? There would have been none of that. Hey, get your ass up out of line, man. Hey, get your ass out of here. Your flight leaves in 24 fucking hours. Get the fuck out of here. I ain't talking to you. I ain't playing with you. None of this I know my rights bullshit. That's what's going to have to start happening, man. That's what's going to have to start happening because I think there's one thing that we all know and understand is that the only thing niggas understand, this is the only language they understand, is this shit right here. That's what they understand. Because the more courteous you are, the more polite you are, the more they escalate. So if you've got dudes who are decked out in SWAT gear, armed to the teeth, and I'm talking armed to the teeth, comms and everything, bulletproof vest, says police on the front, hey, I'm gonna need you to come with me. There's not gonna be any fucking lip. There's not gonna be any fucking lip. Let's continue.
We gonna get enough of them saying it's okay to keep saying something to us or doing something to us without it being okay. We're not gonna keep letting them dictate our life, stopping our life, doing what, they're not gonna kill us because it's in the broad daylight, it's on camera. I don't know what happened, Coach. I do. When them kids came to me and said,
sorry about that.
They said, I feel some type of way. Why are you telling me? Because I'm hurt. I'm right here. It's not okay.
Lack of emotional control, y'all.
They don't see me yelling. They know exactly.
Yo, she needs to listen to her girl. She needs to listen to her girl in the red. Her girl in the red is trying to put her up on game.
I don't care, but I do. I just said I care.
So when them kids came to me and said what they said, and they all saying right here like they don't give a f***.
Coco.
No.
Who did it? Only thing you gotta.
Charlie LeBron, in all caps, says, what about Elon Musk's police robot who are non-negotiable? Yeah, exactly. Straight up. Like, we need, like, some RoboCop type shit. Now again, obviously, this little experiment, this little thought experiment we're doing, obviously there will have to be bugs that will have to be fixed, right? But I'll tell you what, man. If people know that there are bugs that have to be fixed, how much are they willing to chance? Okay, let's let's do some gray area shit. Nah, sorry, not gonna happen.
Tell the cops who did it and then
did what? Toya, I worked here. I know what the f*** they gonna say. It ain't, and when I try to.
Oh, look at old girl. Old girl is like, yo.
Oh, he was on. I know what the kids did. I know what happened.
Yo, the girl in the red. Yo, the girl in the red would be like, oh, she's like, yo, get me up out of here. Yo, if I'm this girl right here, I would not swim at this chick anymore. I would not even do it.
It was cool. You can't be cool when I'm being like that.
I'm not saying I'm cool. Only thing I'm saying is I feel what you're saying.
See, she don't want to yell. She's like, yo, let's take this shit outside.
I can't feel you right now. I can't. Because right now my heart is at these kids.
Am I sorry for telling him I'm sorry? Why am I saying to him why.
Yeah, Reichenfaust is like, Red Shirt is like, not a good time to do this, man. I'm trying to tell you.
He's explaining to me what the he said to him. No,
God, these people.
I mean, get the out of here. I got my own money, just like they got their own bread to figure out what they own here. And I called my mother before I sit here and let these mother say me. Come on, it's cold outside. Okay, you can sit here with them. And you see what she said? You think she gonna sit here and lie? You think she gonna lie? Look at what the they said. I know damn fool. These good kids.
See, now look, now you see that? Now you got the kids getting into it.
No, it's about time we start stepping up for our damn self. Them too. Racist ass mother. And if I feel like I've been racially profiled, I got every right to say if I've been racially profiled. And that's their
She
job.
said racist. Yep. I caught it too. Where is it? Oh, don't tell me it's not on here. No. Oh, there it is. Got it. Very nice. Let's continue.
To say something. So if I ask him politely to start recording.
Angry Casper said, I'm a re-listen, sir. Curious on your take. Have a good show. Subscribe, man. Yeah, appreciate it, man. It's a good watch. Check it out.
10-year-old kids running around, I would get them under control. And they thought it was okay to keep recording them and talking about them and saying this, black, that.
Yeah, see, what she's doing now is she's just looking for an excuse to show her ass. That's all she's doing.
It was cool. But when I asked them to stop, everything wasn't cool. But when I said something, nothing was cool. When I said stop recording these kids, when I even came down here and said, can y'all tell them to stop recording these kids? They are kids. They are under the age of 18. You think they care? They didn't care. They didn't say, oh, hey, can y'all start recording them? They kids. They gonna do what kids do. Nothing. I asked them to start recording them. They kids. I would get them under control.
Yo, the reason why the reason why they were recording your kids is because they were out of pocket. Uh-oh. Yeah, we don't. Yo. Look, Charlie LeBron says, Ed 209 for RoboCop. You are trespassing. You have 15 seconds to comply. Otherwise, I will be authorized to use lethal force. Yeah, and then he made Swiss cheese out of that dude. Yeah, we don't need RoboCops. We need Ed 209s out this motherfucker.
I would get them.
Havoc Pleasant says, black women don't know how to pick their battle. Dude, they never pick battles because they fight literally everybody.
They didn't care about that. They were still doing what they wanted to do with these kids. But I asked them, can y'all stop recording them? They kids. They gonna do what they do. They kids.
They're gonna do what they do. Translation, my snot-nosed ass kids with no supervision were acting up. There you go.
No, they didn't care. They thought it was funny and thought it was a joke.
Yeah, it is. It is funny and a joke to see a woman who has kids that she has no control over.
Kids. And that's not funny for us to be in a place we paid our money in for them to think it was okay. They black kids. That's not fair.
This ain't got nothing to do with race, boo.
To them, how y'all think they felt as kids?
They don't give a damn. They just knew they were on camera, ma'am.
To get racially profiled at the age of 9.
You can't be racially profiled by civilians with cameras, ma'am.
Younger.
Hey, Nuclear Claudio. Wait a minute. How do I know that that's really Nuclear Claudio? Nah, I don't know. Nuke. I don't think that's you, bro. I don't think that's you. No, You're up out of here. You're up out of here, bruh. You are up out of here. Don't even try it. Don't even try it. How did my girl do in the debate? Come on now. You know what it is. And if it's really you, trust me, Pearl will tell me.
Because some people want to record them when I said I got them. They'll stop running around. When they stop running around, you think them white people care about them? No, they didn't. How y'all think they feel? Huh? It's not funny, right? It's nothing as a joke. Because they're kids. They're going to do what kids want to do. Because they're kids. I worked here. I've been here. I know how I feel. Because I ain't never run no kids or run
So what the hell's going on here?
Kid stuff. They're kids.
Oh, there it is. All right, we're going to get some action here.
Tell you.
Phoenix Light Games with the $10 super chat says, this is an unfortunate reality that black children in the West need to be told. Your mothers have you out of selfishness, not selflessness. They use you to get what they want and will get you killed to get it. Wow. Allie had her baby. What? All right, Allie had her baby. Good for her. Good for her.
A white man that says something to their face about them being black?
Look at her. She's next
That's not
switching.
no kid joke.
She's trying to make it about something that it ain't even.
How y'all think it hurt their feelings? When white kids running around here saying, oh, they black kids. Oh, this and that. That hurt their feelings when they gotta come.
She's literally just talking shit. Your little snot-nosed kids were misbehaving and running around unsupervised. That's why they were filming them.
I said, tell us, I said, we can't even do nothing. We can't do nothing. Y'all can't do nothing.
Praetorian Guard says you're looking at entitlement. That's exactly right.
Y'all what they did as kids, and I'm not gonna support no kids, because I'm a grown-ass adult. So when them kids said some of these kids, y'all think they came and said nothing to us?
Your kids, my kids. Oh, she did talk. You know what? She was talking about her kids.
Because it hurt their feelings. But it's never gonna cure to y'all.
You're allowed to record.
It's a problem. I'm gonna show them what the problem is. I ain't got time to deal with this racist ass shit. And these racist ass people.
Yep, there it is. My kids.
It's funny because a white man and a white man that says something to peanut butter on them while I was
She is totally.
It's funny. Mama, please come here before I be in jail. And I'm not
Oh, you ain't fucking playing?
But you ain't got no reason.
One more.
Oh, he says you. She said, "There it is." She said, "Don't touch me." There it is. Here we go. Here we go.
And I'm gonna take you to jail.
And guess what? I'm recording you. I'm recording you.
Get out of the building.
Don't touch
Get out of the building.
Don't touch
Or I'm
me.
gonna take you to jail.
Let's go. Let's go.
Right now.
Don't touch
Right
me.
now.
Don't touch
Right
me.
now.
Don't touch me.
I'm telling you.
Oh, and I'm recording.
Do you see her children? See, this is I'm telling you, this is how niggas get shot. This is how niggas get shot. And you wonder why these young niggas running around act like this towards cops. You wonder why they act like this towards cops, because they see their mothers doing it.
That's fine. I'm trying to escort you out of the building.
Let's go. Let's go. And you ain't got no right to touch me, so leave
Let's
me
go.
alone.
Get your stuff.
Let's go.
Get your stuff and go.
And guess
Get
what?
your stuff. Get your stuff and go.
Oh, since I called my mama, it's a
Better to
problem.
I will take you to jail.
Dude, this guy is old. This guy is fucking old school. Now she wants to call her mama. Let me call my mama.
Okay.
So get your stuff and get out of here.
Okay. I'm becoming a lawyer.
That's fine.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. She's gonna call her lawyer. She's gonna call her lawyer. This is unbelievable. Bitch, nobody believes your fat ass has a goddamn lawyer. Spoon Zaza with the 20 Canadian dollar super chat says support.
Out the door.
No, I ain't
Out the
got
door.
no, don't touch me. Don't touch me. I asked you not to touch me.
You're under
I
arrest.
said, no,
You're
I'm
under
not.
arrest.
No,
Yes, you
I'm
are.
not.
Yes, you
No,
are.
I'm not.
You're resisting
I'm already at the door. I'm already at the door.
Too late.
Nope, that's
No,
it.
I'm not. No,
Nope,
you're not.
that's it.
Give my phone.
That's
Give
it.
my phone. No. Get
Yes,
off of me.
yes, yes.
I asked you to get off of me.
Nope, Your ass is going to jail now. Now you finna go to jail.
You can't arrest me. Get the
Yes,
off of
they
me.
can and they fucking will. And of course, it's always the kids.
Careful, sweetheart.
Get them the fuck out of here. They mama's out of pocket.
Come on.
Look at that. Unbelievable.
Oh boy, 32, we got one in custody.
That was too long, Coco. That was too long for you. Come on over here, Coco. Come over here, Coco. Come on. Come on here, Coco.
I was already at the door.
I know you tried though, didn't you? You tried.
No, y'all
You
tried.
You tried.
Y'all tried.
You all tried.
You tried.
You almost
See,
made
she's
it.
a last word type of bitch.
You almost made it.
Because I was off the door.
You almost made it.
No. You weren't out the door, bitch. Don't.
Let's see my big car.
Yeah, Havoc Pleasant says you got a lawyer but no car. Stop it. Right, exactly.
Come on, let's go. Call my lawyer.
No, with me tomorrow. Have a seat.
Call my lawyer.
Have a seat.
No.
Please do.
No. Call my lawyer. I got every right to a lawyer. So call my lawyer.
You said you got every right to a lawyer. You don't have a lawyer yet. It's got to be court appointed.
Lawyer.
Oh, yeah, we got a clapback cop, too, don't we?
You're pushing me.
Yes, I am pushing you.
And they recorded you.
I know, that's fine.
So call my lawyer.
Sit back.
No, you don't have no right. So what's your point of arresting me? Because you didn't.
Disorderly conduct.
Nah, you didn't state that. You didn't state that.
Jamal Miller says somebody called Johnny Cochran. Yeah, there's just one problem. Johnny Cochran's dead.
When you arrested me, so I've asked you to unarrest me. I've asked you to unarrest me because you don't have no
arrest if you don't stop.
He didn't even say, hey, you're under arrest for,
He doesn't have to, bitch.
None of that.
Jesus Christ, man. See? It's the only language these niggas know. Is either the pew-pew or the motherfucking handcuffs. That's the way it always is. Spoonzaza with another 20 Canadian dollar super chat. Says these BT 1000s hate hut test the law. Niggas don't stand a chance. No, they do not. Nope. Absolutely not.
Tired of it. Yeah. Off to jail. Coco, you didn't need to do this tonight. You didn't need to. Not in front of your...
You are arresting me because I put my foot out and I told y'all the truth.
Yeah, we gave you way too many...
Y'all arrested me for what reason?
No. She wouldn't have left. The only way she was leaving that place is in the handcuffs. That's all it was.
You were using profanity in a public...
I was outside the building.
You were inside the lobby. You were all over the...
I was already outside the building.
Too late.
See, you're not going to be able to tell her anything.
It's not too late because my feet was already out the
It's not too late. This
building, so...
Right. The cop is like... did you hear the cop laugh? The cop is like, is this bitch serious?
Too late because my feet was already out the building, so play the recording. Play the recording.
No.
I got the record. It's all on my body camera.
Back.
No. You can't tell me...
We ain't playing shit back, bitch.
What to do.
And you can't
Lord have mercy.
You're arresting me with no charge.
I just told you.
No, you didn't. You were trying to tell me that after the fact you put me in handcuffs. You were supposed to tell me that the fact you were putting me in handcuffs, and I think you forgot that. As a
Praetorian Guard says, guys, pro tip: any boutique hotels with cheap weekend rates, there will be ninja and methany infested. Absolutely.
So tell me my rights.
You have the right to remain silent.
No. You was supposed to tell me that when you arrested me, so I think you might want to let me go.
This is funny. She really thinks that because he didn't Mirandize her. Oh, so she just said, read me my rights. She just said, read me my rights. And she was asking about her phone a little bit earlier. But listen to her. She's like, oh, look at that. You're going to have to let me go because you didn't read me my rights on the recording. That's just going to automatically drop the charges.
Okay. I'm going to not do that.
Yes, you should. Don't worry about it.
Looks like you got 3 warrants for your arrest.
Oh, boy. 3 warrants for her arrest. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Now it's really over. Now it's really over. Dasher49 says, Donovan, knowing that many men and women in this day and age cheated their way out of past relationship, don't you think that people who are in position to judge or talk about morality are few? Yeah, Dasher, disingenuous question, my friend. I don't remember seeing you in here. But you says many men and women in this day and age cheated their way out of their past relationships. Yeah, Dasher, respectfully, very disingenuous question. Women cheat their way out of relationships. Women regularly cheat their way out of relationships. Men almost never do. Okay, so let's stop trying to draw parallels between men and women and saying that they're equal in terms of dating crimes. He says, don't you think that people who are in the position to judge or talk about morality are few? I don't give a shit about morality. I am not going to speak to people from on high. I'm not going to bring the morality cathedral into this podcast. So I could not give less of a fuck about whatever about that. Osaru, I haven't seen you in a while. Osaru Badiaru. Pardon me, says, Donovan, that happened. In 2024, a predominantly white, affluent enclave within Baton Rouge, Louisiana, successfully seceded from the city and its school district to form its own city called St. George. Damn, I did not know that. Hold the fucking phone. Is that true? Wow. Damn. All right. Praetorian Guard says, this is why Carnival is the frontier airline of the sky. Sometimes you get what you pay for. Yeah, real talk.
That stinks.
After placing the suspect in the patrol car, officers discovered the suspect had active warrants from a previous
Oh, she shut the fuck up then, didn't she? Look, she was doing all that talking. She was doing all that talking until he said, well, you got 3 warrants, and she shut the fuck up. Watch.
As a police, so tell me my rights.
Listen.
You have the right to remain silent.
No. You was supposed to tell me that when you arrested me, so I think you might want to let me go.
Okay. I'm going to not do that.
Yes, you should. Don't worry about it.
Looks like you got 3 warrants for your arrest.
Listen.
That stinks.
After placing the suspect...
Look, she shut the fuck up. Oh, Dashers49 says, yeah, I agree, my bad. I didn't formulate the question correctly. I wanted to say many women. Yeah, I'm not really... Okay, that's a good reframe. Yeah, I don't really... I really try not to bring the moral cathedral into what I do. In terms of people who can speak our morality are certainly few. I'm probably not one of them. I think that humans, we're all born with the inherent understanding of the difference between right and wrong. You know, but some, you know, I mean, you know what they say, man, all's fair in love and war. And unfortunately, sometimes, you know, most of the time men get the shit end of the stick. But fortunately for us, if you found this community and you're, you know, over the age of 18, then congratulations, I guess.
In the patrol car, officers discovered the suspect had active warrants from a previous incident.
Oh, boy.
You got some more charges on you.
Oh, boy.
Because I haven't drove a car, so...
Well.
Oh, they don't want to tell me what I'm arrested for. They didn't arrest me for anything. They didn't say, oh, ma'am, hold your
No, they didn't arrest you for anything. That's why there's a warrant.
hands behind your head because you arrested for this. They didn't say none of that. So
Jesus
Right, went on blue ash too.
Well, even better.
Okay.
I tried.
I know you did.
I mean,
I do really
she's
appreciate that. Okay.
And like I told her,
It happens. You get intoxicated and you get elevated emotion. It just,
but like I was trying to tell her, like, you can't. You got kids right here.
Right.
And I'm as the manager was trying to tell her to calm down, I'm trying to tell her to calm down too. Like, we got kids in here.
Exactly.
Like, you is intoxicated. Like, just try to lay down and go to sleep.
That's what it's hard to do with people when they get intoxicated.
Yeah, but that's that's me. That's what I used to do.
Right.
When I was young.
Yeah.
But she has a baby.
I know, that terrifies these poor kids.
So now they done see what happened. I don't know what to do.
But you guys got it right on
I called her
Okay,
mom.
good.
She,
Oh, Blue Ash is in Ohio, okay.
Get her stuff on to come and get us
Okay,
and,
good.
and everything. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you
Ain't
so
that
much.
some
Okay,
shit?
if you guys need anything, just give us a call, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
See that? How about that? You treat the cop with respect, he treats you with respect.
Coco, here's the deal.
You know, we haven't seen Officer John in a while.
We had to wrestle with you to get the handcuffs on. That's a resisting charge. Can I say something without you interjecting for a minute?
No, that's not gonna happen, officer. That's not gonna happen, officer. This is a black woman you're... This dude must be new here. Oh, you must be new here. He's like, can I say something without you interjecting? My guy, I appreciate that, but that ain't finna happen. That ain't finna happen.
I am taking you to jail.
So what you say for me?
Disorderly conduct, and you got 3 or 4 warrants for your arrest.
Yeah, I'm going to jail. So.
Yes, you are.
Oh my God. Danaya?
The suspect was charged with disorderly conduct.
And who the hell knows what else, right? Let's go to our next video. Ooh, police teach extremely entitled teacher. She doesn't call the shots. Oh boy. Boy, let's just keep on coming. Let's go ahead and reset our bingo card. And away we go.
September 14th, 2023. Officers initiated a traffic stop. The driver complied by stopping the vehicle but immediately exited and began walking away.
Imama says the judge will deny you bail. You are stupid.
Hey, stay inside your car. No, get back here. Get back here. Get back here. Ma'am.
Oh, shit.
I
No,
just saw you
shit.
get out of the car. Me too.
No, shit. No,
Back to the car. Back to the car.
What you got in the back? She has some fried chicken?
Put you in handcuffs.
She got some ribs?
Touch me.
Walk back to your car.
Oh, there it is. Do not touch me, and hard R bingo is underway. Why is it the first thing that niggas tell the cops is don't touch me? I'll never understand that. I don't understand that. Do not touch me. Let's go.
Not touch me.
Walk back to your car.
Do not touch me.
Walk back to your car.
I'm not scared of you.
I just want you to get out of your car.
Call another officer. I'm
I
not
will.
leaving.
Walk back
I'm
to your
not
car.
leaving.
Walk back to your car,
Okay,
please.
call
Walk-
another officer.
Walk back to your car.
Call another officer.
Back to your car, please.
Okay, my
That's all
car's
I'm
right
asking.
there.
Walk back to your car.
Oh,
please.
look, she's recording too. Oh boy, that tell you what. Here we go. So we're off to a very fast start. She is also recording. Psh, Jesus Christ, who knew? I'm gonna tell you what, man. This is why we have the bingo card. This is why we have the bingo card. And one should really sort of appreciate the reason why we use the bingo card is because it's the same shit. It's like these people use the same playbook for everything. Panda Trucker with the $10 super chat says the only time police have to read Miranda rights is when the police question you about the case. They don't have to read them when you get arrested. No, of course not. But of course, like Phoenix Light Games always says, the only reason why niggas study the law is to find a loophole to give them justification to be insubordinate with police officers. Let's go.
Please,
My
that's all
car's
I'm
right
asking
there.
you, okay?
My
Let's walk.
car's right there.
Come on.
My car's right there.
I understand that.
My
Let's-
car's right there.
Oh, so she's going to say, so there it is. There it is. The black woman, same sentence filibuster. My purse right there. My purse right there. My purse right there. This is what black women do.
My car's
I'm gonna
right
put you in
there.
handcuffs.
You're not touching me
I
because
will.
I'm not detained. I
will.
was never pulled over. I'm not
I just-
stupid.
I just
I'm not
stopped you
stupid.
right there for improper
no, you
passing.
did not.
Improper
And don't
passing.
spit in my mother face.
This is not going to go well for you.
Do not put
Come
your
on.
motherfucking
This
hands
is
on
it.
me.
Back to your car.
I just you wanted to be in that sweet girl with Ken. Don't put your hands on me.
Walk back to your car, please.
Don't put your motherfucking hands on me.
I'm just
She got some ribs.
Walk back to your shit. Don't
We're
put
right here.
your hands
What's up with the ribs, though? What's up with the ribs?
Walk back to
on
your car,
me.
please.
Do not put your hands
I can't imagine acting like this with cops, man. I can't imagine, this again, and we wonder why black women are at the bottom of the sexual totem pole. We wonder why black women are at the bottom of the sexual totem pole. If they don't have respect for the law, what makes you think they'll ever have respect for you?
on me. Do not put your fucking hands on me. And I know you just fucking heard me. Don't put your hands on me. I can run off and do whatever the fuck I want to do.
Elementary, please.
With your dumb ass.
Come back here.
Shoot her. Bye.
Oh, yeah,
Do
she knows
not
she's going to jail
You
now.
run up on me. You ain't pulled me over.
Yes, I did.
No, the you didn't.
Give me 41, have him step.
Bruce Leroy said bootlicker. Nobody time him out. Bruce Leroy, you're gonna have to try a little harder, buddy. Bootlicker is a little old. Dude, what the fuck is this? 1984? Bootlicker. Oh, I'm so hurt. Okay, try again, Bruce. I'm gonna give you another
You
shot.
did not pull me the fuck over. Get the
back
fuck
your
away
car.
from
No,
me.
come on.
Don't put your fucking
Uh-oh.
hands on me. Do not put your
You guys know what I think? I think the police officer is looking for a reason to arrest this chick because he wants them ribs. That's what I think. I think Officer Riley wants them ribs. He smelled them ribs. He's like, you know what? How the fuck can I get them ribs? Oh, I know. I'm a white cop. Let me arrest me a black. That's reason enough. I think he wants them ribs. I think that's what it is, y'all.
Get hands on me! Help! Help!
Oh, it's the bat nigga signal. There it is. The bat nigga signal. Get your hands off me. So here's what's happening, guys. This is what's happening. She is screaming help to try to recruit surrounding black men to come to her rescue. And what do I always tell you guys? Well, black women routinely put black men at risk, especially their children. We've always said this. Black women are the only group of people on the planet that regularly and willingly put the lives of their children at risk. Well, the same happens, to black men. This woman is help, help, help. So what if these niggas come and run up on her? what's going to happen to them, right? What's going to happen to them? But she don't care. All she wants is help, help, help.
Get back to your car. Help! Help! I got a female screaming. Help! Help! Get back to your car. Help! Help!
This is absolutely crazy.
Negative. It's on a traffic stop. You have non-compliant.
I would just tase her.
Get back to your car. Get back to your car. Back to your car. Back to your car.
Look at her jumping up and down. Dun 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 dun. Bat nigga.
You're gonna be in cuffs. You are gonna be in handcuffs.
Bat nigga.
Touch me, I'ma beat your ass.
No, you're not.
Oops! There it is. There's the nigga coming out in her. If you touch me, I'ma beat your ass. Oh. Well, okay then. I guess that would count as a threat to the cops. Max says.
A grenade.
Yep.
Okay.
How am I getting handcuffs? I did nothing.
I stopped you on a traffic
You
stop.
know what beat your ass mean? That mean going in a canoe. Why you bothering me?
Because you were improperly passing and I stopped you. You hopped out of your car and you're not listening.
I'm already out my car. How you pull me over?
Because I stopped you and
This
I watched
is
you hop out of your
crazy.
car. That's what's happening.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I'm not going to argue with you. Walk back to your car.
Uh-oh. There's other cops.
On the sidewalk.
Walk back to your car. You are.
Charlie LeBron, I really need you to stop with the all caps. Charlie. He says she's screaming for help. The police officer is right there. No, she's not screaming for cops, Charlie LeBron. She's not screaming for cops. She's screaming for niggas. Specifically,
broke-ass niggas.
Who have nothing else to do but to come to the aid of their fair maiden. She's not screaming for cops. No, she's screaming for people. That's why we call it the bat nigga signal.
You're not free to go. You are not free to go. Do you understand?
Don't put your hands on me no more.
You're not free to go.
And I am free to go.
No, you're not.
I'm not stupid.
You stupid.
You're not free. You're not free to go. You're not
See,
free to go.
she's screaming because she wants passerbys to come and help her.
You are not free to go. You are not free to go.
King Life says, while her hands are cuffed to the wall, eat them ribs, get my hot sauce out my desk, and chow down on them ribs, lick my fingers too. Real shit, right in front of her. Yes, sir. I would absolutely eat them ribs. Yo, check this out. Real shit, think I wouldn't eat this bitch's ribs. I would totally steal that bitch's ribs. And I would admit to it, too. They'd be like, Officer Hopkins, in the jailer's inventory, she seems to be missing a rack of ribs. Would you happen to know what happened to that rack of ribs? Yes, Your Honor, I ate them. The whole rack. Yes, the whole rack. And they were really good, too. I would absolutely cop to that. Yep, this is the rape scream. See? Here's the bat nigga signal.
Put your fucking hands up. On the ground.
There's somebody else.
What do you want? On your stomach. On your stomach. On your stomach now.
What do I want? I want them ribs.
On my stomach.
Okay.
I'm on a concrete.
Stop. Come on.
I'm on a concrete.
Okay, on your stomach.
Praetorian Guard says, no, we toss that shit out. Hell, nope, that's an L, Praetorian Guard. No, sir. He says we don't want rabies. He's so stupid. Dude, think I wouldn't jack the man. I would eat the hell out the ribs, man.
Get on my stomach on the concrete.
Lay on your stomach.
Reichenfaust says, Your Honor, those bones made the best damn soup I've ever had. That would probably get me off too. Okay, I'm going to let you off with a warning, officer. I can't make any promises, Your Honor.
Stop. On your stomach.
On your stomach.
Yeah, Nick Buscoon says she screamed he's got his gun out. Do you see how she's endangering people? She's making people think that the cops are trying to shoot her. And so what she is trying to do is she's trying to indirectly or directly recruit people to come in and shoot at the cops. Like, this is crazy.
Get one.
I can't lay on my stomach.
Not free or not
Oops.
free
Sorry about
to go. You are not free to go. You are not free to go. You are not free to
See?
go. You are not free to go. You are not free to go.
Put fucking hands up.
Uh-oh, yep, now, look, now we got another cop there. Now it's going.
On the ground.
What do you want?
On your stomach. On your stomach.
What do I want? I want them ribs.
On your
Shit.
stomach now.
Yep, Death Magnetic says screaming for Pookie and Junebug to come save her. Yep.
I can't get on.
Charlie LeBron says, I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. You forgot one word, Charlie LeBron. You forgot one word. Barbecue. Well, actually, 2 words. Barbecue sauce.
My stomach.
Okay.
I'm on a con.
Damn, I want me some ribs now.
Come on. Relax.
I'm on a concrete.
Okay, on your stomach.
I can't get on my stomach
Yes, you
on
can.
a concrete.
Lay on your stomach. Stop. On your stomach.
I can't lay on my
your stomach.
stomach.
Get one.
I can't lay
King
on
of
my
Life says,
stomach.
this is why you
Drop
can't
the
trust
phone.
sisters at all. Yeah, real talk. Real talk. Sisters will have you, dude, sisters will have you come into the rescue, fuck around and get shot.
Drop your phone. You can have the phone.
Let go. Give me your arm.
Can someone give me the arm?
Your arm.
I can have the ribs? Is that what she said?
Your arm.
Get your arm back here.
I am right next to Fox Chase.
Hold on.
Why the hell does she have to yell all the damn time?
Can't get out.
Stop.
You're not moving.
Reverend Brown with the $10 super chat. Says her scream reminds me the beat from Jump Around.
You're done.
Out of what?
Stop.
That's it. You're done.
I can't get out. I can't get out.
Yeah, you're not getting
Oh my
out.
God, I can't get out.
Stop.
I can't get out.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I
Relax.
can't get out.
All 3 of you are white hunkies. Now what? Size up behind.
Stop moving.
Keep thrusting.
Do you have anything illegal on you?
Your mom's dildo.
Oh, your mom's dildo. Very mature.
Throw her to the one side. Maddie, you want to pat her down and make sure she doesn't have anything?
Make sure the lady does it before I beat your ass in the middle.
Stop.
Bitch, ain't nobody.
I'm gonna do it.
I just can't. Can you ask me questions? Do you see the hair in my face? What do you
Dude,
do?
what
Get
is
the hair
wrong with
out my
this
face.
chick? This chick's got to have warrants, dude.
You don't need to see us.
I can't breathe.
There it is. There's another one. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. The battle cry for St. George Floyd. Of course you can.
I can't breathe with the hair in my face. When you get,
I can't breathe with my hair in my face.
All right. Let's go.
Search. I just told you I came from yoga, stupid. Do you see pocket?
America's tired of these people, guys. Like, seriously, like, it's getting real old real fast, man. And you can see white people, they're gonna... You guys think I'm fucking playing.
You see black. Stop. You're. Now I'm done. Stupid $1,000 bag. Put your head in it. Put your head in it, like I f***ing said.
Just be done.
Put your f***ing head in it, like I said. And I dare
kick.
scratch.
Do not kick.
I dare scratch. I dare scratch. I dare scratch. I dare scratch.
Yeah, I already got the threatening the cops.
I dare scratch.
All right.
I dare scratch. Getting pulled over on the ground. Which one? Can't wait.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about.
She's got it.
Good? All right. We're going to stand you up.
Can you be cool?
Oh,
if you stand
shit!
Up?
Oh my God.
Oh, my bad. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. Okay, all right. Looks like I have made a mistake. That was Nuclear Claudio in the chat. My bad. Oops. All right, so that was, yeah. That was, I'll take the L on that.
Stupid.
Yep. So that really was Pearl's boyfriend. Oops. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and mod you. Oh boy. Oops. Oh shit. Oops. There it is. So that really was Nuke. All right. Okay. All right. My bad. Hey, listen, you guys know me, man. I'm shoot first, ask questions later. You never know these days.
There's a pipe right by you.
Oh, my stomach.
All right, roll to your side.
Oh my God.
Pearl just texted me. He was like, "Tell Donovan it's actually me in the chat." Whoops, my bad.
Roll to your side.
Sit up. Sit up on your butt.
I can't do it. My stomach.
Stand up.
Oh, I can't do it.
Okay, hang on.
I'm gonna need an ambulance. No,
bring your
I
knees.
can't do it.
I'm gonna need an ambulance. There it is. Yep, now she's trying to delay. I need to go to the hospital. Wait a minute. Where's this at? I have to go to the hospital. There we go. There we go.
All right. shit.
Stand up.
Please get him away from me.
Stand
Only the woman officer next to me.
Okay.
Get him and
Stop
away
yelling.
from me. Please.
Stop yelling.
Can you please get
Stop
them away
Jesus
from me?
They gotta be here for me.
You, please. Please, can you tell them to just go?
Breathe.
Excuse me. I can't breathe.
Yo, this
Can you
is.
they
I
have
can't breathe, dude.
Can you tell them to move aside so I can stand up? Can you tell them to move
My
aside
neck.
so I can
My
I'm
back.
in someone's driveway. I work across the street. You
I,
find that.
I certainly hope not.
Can you please tell them? I can get up. Oh, okay. Just, you got a light too. Oh, okay.
Stop.
Can I get on my knees?
Oh yeah, I got the don't touch me already.
I just told you I
You're
came
gonna
from
stay on the
working
ground.
out.
I hear you. Okay. Just give it a second.
I thought y'all were just trying to help me up.
No, we're gonna stay on the ground.
They're like, no, we ain't trying to help you up.
It's
Shit.
probably a better idea to sit down.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you do a citizen's?
Damn, is that? Oh, look at they got pickles all over the
It
ground.
depends on how quick they get here, though, right? But okay. Maybe. Shut your ass up with your white car. You like disrespectful talk, but you're a police officer.
This is unbelievable. She's like, like, dude, this is just like, guys. How, like, where do black women get off? Where do black people get off on talking to cops like this? Look at this. Like, yo, listen to this.
Shut your ass up with your white car.
Shut your ass up. But if somebody breaks into this bitch's house, the first people they're gonna want to call is who? The cops. Unbelievable, man. This is just. I'm telling you, this is why America's tired of these people.
You like disrespectful talk, but you're a police officer. Okay.
I don't think I've said anything disrespectful.
Oh, okay. You engage with it. I'm not married. Ma'am.
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time. They're calling the ambulance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, everyone in the neighborhood where I teach at has heard a young black female yell for help. What happened?
Guess when? Oh my God. Oh, this is a teacher? This is a teacher? Oh boy.
You don't even know. You just out here causing a scene. That's the little kids look up to shit like this. To be a cop like you. You see my fat ass stomach? I'ma have one of them kids.
Are you saying that you're
What
pregnant?
I'm
is she
saying that you're
talking
doing
about?
a good job holding me down, sir. Thank you. What's your name?
Mark Cusick.
Thanks. I want to know what was there improper.
See, now she's about to be passively aggressive. She's gonna be passive aggressive, then she's gonna be a little more aggressive, and then she'll be like, "Shut the fuck up, white boy."
Where you go? You know I have parked my car, have my keys, and walked down the street. They all have cameras. Everybody got cameras. So
Yep.
why you just try to detain me? Everybody has cameras.
Because he pulled you over on a traffic stop, you got out of your car and would not stop walking. That's why he detained you, and now you're going to be arrested. That's why.
Why did he just put his hands on me? You got.
He put his hands on you because you would not return to your car. He pulled you over on a traffic stop for improper passing. You exited your vehicle and would not get back in your vehicle like he instructed you to. That's why you're in the handcuffs.
Lady in her car over there. People right here. I don't need a paramedic. Everybody has cameras. I was out of my car and walking away. The police officer threw me on the ground and I yelled for help. Everybody within 5 miles heard me yell for help.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And nobody came to help your black ass because they know your black ass is in the wrong. That's why your ass is going to jail.
Everybody got camera. So it don't matter how mad I am. You don't never put your hands on me if I'm not detained. I know the law. I'm not saying I teach for no reason, you stupid. It's justice. A ticket or I'm going to jail.
Oh, you're going to fuck to jail.
Oh, yeah, you're going to jail.
Oh my God. No.
They're like, oh, you're going to jail. Wait, did you really? Hold on. Did this woman really think she was going to get off with a ticket? Seriously? Seriously? Havoc Pleasant says, black female yelling for help. I'll sit back and watch with the neighbors. Yep, exactly. Ain't nobody rescuing y'all. Ain't nobody protecting y'all, man.
Saying I teach for no reason, you stupid. It's justice. A ticket or I'm going to jail.
Oh, yeah, you're going to jail.
Oh my God.
Look, all 12 officers are like, oh, yeah, you go to jail, yeah.
Oh, why? Why am I going to jail now?
Are you serious?
You fought with the police.
I did not. I have video of me walking away before he got out of his car. What are you talking about? I did not fight with the police. He waited for you to get here. What are you talking about? So how am I fighting with the police if I'm on the ground?
What are they dealing with?
How am I fighting with the police if I'm on the ground?
Okay,
because everybody knows a black girl's on the ground. I gotta go to jail.
Here we go.
Portillo selling in these people. Are you guys
Here we go.
But
Here we go. Here it is. There it is. There it is. You're racist. There it is. There it is.
Jail? For what?
And she resisted. Oh,
I
wait.
was quiet when the other guy pulled up and he threw me on the ground. I have
Yes.
video footage of this shit.
And we're watching the video now.
I told him I was walking home. I pulled over because it was improper passing. I'm yelling for help. I know everybody on this fucking block. Don't kneel on my shit. Don't know nobody. I know everybody on this block. I walk from school. This is my route. So we causing attention to the right shit. That's all I know. Thank you. That's my shoe.
Yep, there you go.
So,
That's it.
He kicked
That's
my
it.
shoe off. And she put her hands down my pants. Yeah, I'm okay.
Well, yes, because she was searching you, sweetie.
And to check me, she put her hands on my buttocks. So
Well, yes, that's what she's supposed to do. That's what she's supposed to do. What if it had a man that had done that?
I'm okay.
We just want to make sure you don't have any injuries or nothing like that, okay? That's all
Did
it
he
is.
tell you how
It's
I
just a
got pulled
precaution.
over? I'm not talking to you. I can't talk to two people at once. Do
Oh
you
my
respect that?
Yes, I do. I apologize.
It's not the bottom of anything. I was just told I was going to jail. In my black ass mind, I would be like, damn, I'm going to jail for what?
You live
Yeah.
over this way?
You went
For
all
resisting
throughout my
and fighting
purse,
the cops.
My glasses, you touched my ass.
I
You
didn't
don't know
pull your
if
purse.
I live out this way.
Here
That's
we
why
go.
I'm asking.
So where was
Here
I
we
walking to? To the school?
I don't know. I just got
So
here
where was
after
I
the
walking to then?
I
When
don't
the
know.
I don't know how he even found me.
Do you live over here?
I've worked out twice today for an hour. Been very busy. I'm
Oh, no, you did not work out twice today. Nope, sorry.
confused why I'm getting detained and pulled over. I'm quiet. I'm
Kyler Nygaard says, has she ever heard of the right to remain silent? Clearly not.
quiet. Furthermore, I have nothing else to say. I have a mental disability.
Oh, my-
I am depressed. That's all I'm telling you.
There it is. I have a yes. She's trying to get off on temporary insanity. Sweetie, you're not guilty. You're not accused of murder.
I want to go home. That's all I'm telling you.
Well, you can go home, but it's not going to be tonight.
That you are medically okay. The police, whatever you have going on with them tonight, has absolutely nothing to do with us. We're here.
You can leave.
So you do not want
You
to go
can
to the
leave.
hospital. Okay.
It's either hospital or jail. I don't have to go to the hospital. Bye, sir.
Yeah, that's fine.
Does he want me to go? Please ask him who pulled me over. Does he want me to go to the hospital?
It's up to you. Do you have any
I
injuries?
was okay walking home with my salad after not eating for 2 days. Do you
Yeah, but sweetheart, you're about to walk away from the car. You see, you got pulled over.
understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I don't.
I'm just.
Yes, there it is. Praetorian Guard says fleeing a traffic stop. There you go.
I've been saying the same narrative. Nothing has changed, and you still seem like you're asking me questions.
I'm
that
asking a
is
different
what?
question, okay?
No.
Do you have any
no,
injuries?
no. The narrative has not changed. Thank you. And I only
Can you imagine, dude? I don't know. Why is it that black people just want to be just as difficult as humanly possible? This is insane.
because I am from Masuga, so you should know that, right?
I don't know who
So you
are.
didn't look at my ID. You
No,
didn't
I-
talk to the arresting
I
officer.
personally didn't yet,
The
no.
officer doesn't know if I'm from Oswego, but he pulled me over, and I ran away.
He might. I don't know.
Okay, so this is a lie. Where is your marshal? Is he here?
Oh, there it is. Yep, there it is. Call your supervisor. Call your sergeant. There's another one. Boy, we're just a couple away from bingo here, guys.
Where's your sheriff? Not marshal. Where's your sheriff?
Our sheriff is probably.
Can
at
you
home.
please call him?
We have a supervisor if you
I
want
want
to
the
talk to him.
sheriff because what
We-
you just told
The
me,
sheriff's probably not gonna come
what
out
you
right
just told me did not align. How don't you have my ID and know where I'm from, but I'm on the ground obstructing justice? That makes
She's
no
just
sense.
being difficult.
Miss, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, sir.
I think it's your dad over there. Does he, do you want him to take your vehicle?
The hero could have the vehicle.
Have
yes.
it? Okay, well, we
That's why I left it, so I could walk home. I have no gas.
won't execute a bill of sale just yet.
Oh,
But
now
I'll
she's
let him
capping
know
like
that
she's
you
walking
take
home because
I
she
was
didn't have
going
any gas.
to safety. That's why I left it there. I wanted them to drive it. I wanted to keep
my
working
God,
out and
this
walking home. It's like a mile from
Oh
here,
my
sir.
God.
Why couldn't I do that?
Oh my
it's literally
God.
you pushed me in the driveway. Why couldn't I walk home? I can't. Why couldn't I walk home? So I'm on
Because
the
you
floor.
got pulled
so
over.
at this point, it's inequity. Okay, it's not inequity. It's unjust. Yes, it is. How's my actions just? I say not swigo.
Dictated.
You're the one I want. Anyways, why you got me on the ground? Should I put my shoes on, man? Because you keep saying or no, and it sounds very, very weird. Did I want to get on the ground, yes or no? Did I want to get pulled over, yes or no?
Do you want your shoes?
Can you help me put my shoes on, man?
Of course.
When you weren't here, they went down my pants and touched my ass. I have nothing on me. I'm a teacher. Ask some kids across the street when they go to school to sell their teachers some shit for me to have something. How about that? I don't know where we're going. Where are we going? Which
Oh, you're going to
There's
jail.
12 cars. Where do I go?
This one right here.
Okay. You did your job. Good job. Just know how I look at you and everybody else thinks, though. That's why you got the camera on. You see what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
I know you don't. Be a cop. Can I get in or stay like this? What do I do?
Secondary.
Do I get in or do I stay like this?
Just stand right like that.
Switch you one more time.
Okay.
Can you spread your
I
legs
have
out for me,
time to
please?
put eyeliner on too. Do I go like this?
Oh, we got the Becky cop over here. We got the Becky cop.
Ma'am,
Just
can you
stand.
spread your legs out for me?
Normal.
What do I spread my legs out for?
Yo, why does she keep
I'm not
having-
understanding. What do I do?
Just spread
Hold
your
on.
legs out.
Is this okay?
Just put her in.
I don't know what to do.
See, I didn't do nothing. All we needed to do is say, take that badge off.
How do I get in? I've never.
Just sit down. Just sit down. Exactly like that.
How do I get in?
Thank you. You're doing
Get
great.
in here like this?
Yep.
Under the thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
and I'm
sweetie,
gonna
that's
put your
how it
seatbelt
works.
on for your safety, okay? Right here. Just so you know, everything in here is recorded, okay?
Close the door.
Everything is audio and video recorded, okay?
Oh,
Excuse me?
God.
Excuse me. Excuse me. If
Dude.
his fat ass heard the door, why wouldn't he look and say, do you need help?
See, again, back to the passive aggression.
Hair off the seatbelt. I can't breathe because it's fake hair. You see what I'm saying?
I'll
I have
move it for you.
asthma. I can't breathe, put it in my face.
I'll move it for you, okay?
Thank you. That's what he did when I was on the street. He just looked.
Here, I'm gonna move it for you, okay?
Okay,
Behind
now
your
you
back,
get it.
okay? Oops, sorry.
Oh, see how hard it is, right?
Yeah.
Yep, with no hands. Thank you.
You'll most likely be charged with felony, so you'll have to see a judge in the morning.
Oops.
Yes, ma'am. Your actions dictated everything that happened.
The woman was charged with resisting arrest, obstructing a peace officer, and assault. She was also cited for disobeying a no-passing zone and for improper parking on a roadway. A mandatory court date was scheduled for all charges. Share your thoughts below and remember to like and subscribe for more.
They threw the book at her ass. They got her for everything. All right, let's do another one. This one is entitled Crazy... Oh, my God. Crazy woman attacks officer during arrest. Let's restart. Let's reset our hard R bingo card. And let's get into it. Oh, my God. I swear to God, man. I just don't know how much longer... I don't know how much longer they expect people to put up with this. I really don't. Let's get it.
You have a warrant for your arrest.
What the f*** did I do?
Oh, what did I do? So already we've got a I didn't do nothing.
Saturday, November 11th, 2023, Pensacola, Florida. Pensacola police officers are conducting a routine traffic stop near L and Garden Streets when they notice a vehicle violating several traffic laws. What seemed like a standard stop quickly took a different turn, or so the officers believed at first. I'm Tyler, and this is your daily dose of crime.
Oh yeah, this is.
Hey, roll the window down.
Nah, I don't like it with the narration. Wait a minute.
Hey,
what's wrong?
Hey, turn the car for me, please.
What did I do?
Turn the car for me, please.
What did I
The reason I'm stopping you is one, for your speed. Secondly, second, you can't maintain a single lane.
Yes, I can.
And third off, I lit you up 4 or 5 blocks way back there.
Park somewhere that's safe. I don't even know why I'm getting stopped. I did not do nothing.
You're speeding?
So wait a minute. So he when he says I lit you up, obviously that means I turned on my traffic lights. So he chased her for like 4 or 5 blocks.
I was speeding.
Failed to maintain lane. When you turned off of, just listen. When you turned off of W Street, that car almost crashed into you because you turned into their lane. I was right next to you.
One of the officers approached the driver and explained the multiple violations they had observed. The woman behind the wheel immediately grew defensive, denying some of the accusations outright. Her attitude was noticeably confrontational, and tensions began to build.
If you work with me, I'll work with you. That's all I ask, okay? Do you have your license with you? Where y'all heading to tonight?
We can come
Downtown? I got you. It's
All right, yeah, I don't like reacting to videos that have narration. So let's move to the next one. Oh boy. How a simple traffic stop. Oh my God. How a simple traffic stop turned into chaos. Let's go ahead and restart or reset our hard R bingo card, and away we go. Is he a more sovereign citizen? Hey, Nuclear Claudio is in the house. Sup, bruh? Sup, bruh? Yeah. Nuclear Clay says, "Told you guys I was the real nuke." I did not know. We've had a lot of imposters. We've had a lot of imposters come in here, so I tend to shoot first, ask questions later. But welcome to the Hard R podcast, Nuclear Claudio. Oh, he ain't got no ID. Is that what this is? Wait, I see it right there, isn't it? Isn't that it right here? That's it right here. Oh, come on, bruh. Bruh. Where's that license? Oh, don't do it to me. This nigga's gonna act like he ain't got no ID. Oh, there it is. Nope, that's not it. There it is. Jesus Christ.
All right. This still a good address for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh boy. It's almost too quiet. It's very ominous. I think this nigga might drive off. Praetorian Guard says this might be Alkey Hall. Oliver Ware the second says, "Is that 2 Chainz right?" It might be. Shit. 2 Chainz. Man, I am really hungry for some ribs, y'all. Holy moly.
Dispatch has been up.
16. You put us on with 27, please.
Oh, Akron.
2341.
Hey, Nigel says W Myron Gaines. Myron Gaines sent us. Appreciate it. Thank you guys very much. Shout out to Myron Gaines. Him and I pretty soon are going to be working on a collaboration event. Stay tuned for details.
Perfect.
Wait, what?
2341.
Oh, Reichenfaust had land before this, so he's not. Yo.
Dispatch has been updated.
I'll bet that bitch was coming from the rib joint. That's probably why she was so mad. What's up? Why is this moving so... Hold up. Oh, all right, here we go.
13.
Is he out of the car? Oh, no, that's the other cop. Oh, shit. You got... Oh, whoa, we got 1, 2, 3. We got 4 cops. Oh, Slash. Is he putting on the manhandle?
You've been smoking marijuana in the vehicle recently?
No, sir.
Okay. So my partner, he smells some burnt marijuana on the other side of the vehicle.
Uh-oh.
There's no marijuana in the car at all. No roaches, nothing like that.
Sorry. I literally did. Do you mind if he passed through my grandmother's obituary? Literally. I have a party, real business. I work for the federal government.
Okay.
I'm literally, I will stop the cap.
This nigga does not work for no federal fucking government. Stop it.
I wish I even had my ID on you.
I have your ID.
Yeah, I'm talking about my federal ID.
Okay.
To let you know. Yeah, that's my business.
Here's that.
In the car, I could pull. Matter of fact, pull out the iPad. The iPad is right here. It'll just show you my grandmother's whole memorial service I just did.
What does your grandmother's memorial service have to do with you smoking weed in the car, bro?
Okay.
I literally want to just go rest.
I understand that, sir. But
here, matter of fact, I'm gonna show you. The iPad would show
You already
him.
done gave him your federal ID and
No,
your
I didn't
license,
even
bro.
give him
He didn't give me.
Rackenfeld says, you ain't never heard of government cheese? Yes, I have. I actually used to eat government cheese. The first time my mom and dad were separated, we were poor as hell. Like, look, man, y'all, look. Y'all think just because of the way I talk, I don't know nothing about that powdered milk or that government cheese or that hard-ass bread. Y'all don't think I know, look. Y'all don't know nothing about the big cheese blocks. Like with the government cheese, like you get the big cheese blocks and it's like one slice. It's like they have the slices alternated so that you could peel it off the block so one is up, one is down. I know all about that. I know about some government cheese. I know about bread sandwiches. I know about sugar water. Man, I'm telling you, man. Y'all think that just because I talk this way doesn't mean I ain't never been through no hard times. Man, I done been there. Fortunately, that only lasted, how long were we there? We were there like a year and some change, something like that. But yeah, man, and we didn't live in, you know what's interesting? We didn't live in the hood, but it was actually pretty bad there, come to think of it. I don't know, somebody Google this address. I don't know why I remember this. We used to live, our address in Washington State used to be 73C Village Green Loop, Stillicum, Washington. I don't remember what the zip code is, but our address, 73C, was our apartment. It was us, and then right behind us was my mom's friend, Miss Melanie. 73C Village Green Loop, Stillicum, Washington. And if that place is any worse than it was when I was there, anyway, let's go.
Give me a federal ID. All right. So there's no marijuana in here at all.
Well, sir, you just said I turned for a wrong turn.
Okay, but
bruh, he asked you a question, yes or no. Let's go.
That doesn't change the fact that it smells like weed, right?
Oh, no, it doesn't smell like weed. Okay. Sorry,
He's no smart.
Did I break the law?
You broke.
Sir, step out of the car, please.
Traffic infraction.
Okay, can I get my traffic ticket, please?
Okay, we're gonna have you step out of the.
Yo, Jamal Miller says, I know the struggle, Donovan. Block cheese and man, motherfucking powdered eggs, man. Y'all don't know nothing. Look, man, y'all don't know about them Tastios instead of Cheerios. Like, yo, we were so poor. Oh my God. We were so poor, man. Yes, the big silver can. Oh my God, Jamal, bro, you're speaking my language, bruh. Yo, and check this out. The cereal, when you're on food stamps, the cereal doesn't come in boxes. It comes in bags. It comes in bags. Instead of Fruit Loops, it was like some fruit rings. Instead of, Golden Grams, it was, I don't know. Dude, I'm telling you, I know all about that government cheese, man. I done been there. Don't think, look. Don't think just because your boy lives in a gated community doesn't mean he don't know nothing about the struggle, man. Like, we used to be there. Like, we were dude, it was me when we first got to Washington after my mom and dad first separated. It was me, and my mom had all 5 of us, right? It was all of us in a 1-bedroom apartment. All 6 of us in a 1-bedroom apartment. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hey, anyway.
We're just going to check for weed real quick.
Can I please have my traffic?
Okay, we're going to have you step.
Uh-oh.
You broke a traffic infraction.
Okay, can I get my traffic ticket, please?
Okay, we're going to have you step out of the vehicle. We're just going to check for weed real
quick. Can I please have my traffic
Okay, we're going to have
ticket.
you step out of the vehicle, and we're going to check for marijuana real quick. Is there
but you're right, though. The cereal was on point, though. Look, I will tell you that. The cereal was on point.
Any guns, anything like that in the car?
Oh. Sir, I have no firearms.
Okay.
I have nothing.
Okay.
Sapio Africanus the Fourth says, your old address looks like it should house disabled vets, but I'm with you. Food stamps and WIC is not fun. No, it is not.
We're just going to have you step out. We're going to check. There's no marijuana.
Who the sergeant?
I can call a sergeant if you want, but it doesn't.
Oh, there it is. See, somebody's in the back. Somebody's in the back. See, here we go. Call the sergeant. Call the sergeant. So now somebody in the back is like, okay, how can we delay this and make this as difficult as possible? What is happening, guys, is what Phoenix Light Game says all the time. The only reason why niggas study the law or make it a point to know the law is to find some way to be insubordinate to cops and get away with it. This is why we have the hard R bingo card, guys. It's because niggas do the same shit every time. There's somebody in the car who's like, okay, It's time to deploy the tactic. Okay, call the sergeant, get your supervisor.
Please.
Yo, maple, yo, mayonnaise sandwiches, yo, cinnamon toast. Fucking dude, we used to, yo. Cinnamon toast in the Hopkins household when we were broke. We used to take the bread and we used to toast it, lightly toast it, right? Then we take the butter and put it in the microwave, and then when we get the butter out of the microwave, we drizzle it on the bread. Then we take the cinnamon and sugar. Woo, that was some good eating. Man, that was some good eating back in the day, man. Don't get me started. Do not get me started, man.
Still got to get out of the vehicle.
I will when he arrives.
It doesn't work that way.
When he arrives. When he arrives, because...
All right, guys, I'm going to tell you one thing.
This is it. This is, the cop has lost patience. The cop is all out of patience. You want to know why we know the cop is all out of patience? Because he's like, okay, guys, I'm going to tell you one thing. Look at this.
It doesn't work that way.
Look, watch.
When he arrives, because...
So they're telling, okay, well, when the supervisor arrives, that's when we'll get out.
I'm going to tell you one thing.
There it is, right there. I'm going to tell you one thing. You niggas get the fuck out the car. Pro Special says, this call your sergeant tactic is so funny to watch as German. That would never happen, even remotely work. That would never even remotely work here, right?
You guys can be out of here in like the next 3 minutes if you step out of the vehicle.
Why wouldn't we be out of here? I shut the vehicle off, everything.
Okay.
I'll sit here and wait.
Need you to step out of the car. This is going to be all bad.
This is ridiculous.
Okay, go ahead, step out of the vehicle.
This is ridiculous. Sir, I don't feel comfortable stepping out the vehicle.
Okay, I am telling you to step out of the vehicle.
Oh, there it is. I don't feel comfortable. I'm in fear for my life, he says. Oh, I think we're going to hit bingo on this one.
I prefer... Sir, I do need to do it.
Okay.
My hands are up. Your camera on.
It's 100% off. Just go ahead, step out.
Is your camera on? Are you recording this? Oh, look at this. Look at this. We got a bunch of white cops looking for a reason to hunt down and shoot niggers. That's what this is. That's what we're taught. Every time you're pulled over by a police officer, they want to shoot you. Look at him. Hands up. Don't shoot. What is this nigga doing?
Vehicle, and it makes it that much easier.
This nigga. Talking about his hands. Come on, man.
My hands are up.
Okay.
My hands are up. My hands are up. My hands are
He's about to crash
I don't know
out.
why I'm being treated this way.
Here, listen.
What are you talking about? Oh, this is all bad.
I don't know why I'm being treated this way.
Sir.
I don't know why I'm being treated this
Sir,
way.
I'm going to explain
I don't
it to you.
know why I'm being treated this way. I do not know why I'm being treated.
So now what he is doing, now he's taking the black woman tactic. Now he's taking the black woman tactic, right? He's going to repeat the same thing over again very, very loudly. Yep, Havoc Pleasant says they're about to get roughed up. Yep, that's what this looks like.
This way.
Ah, Praetorian Guard says this is passive resistance. Ooh, I like that. I like that. That is absolutely passive resistance. That is passive. I like that. That's very good. 860 Saying God on the Rumble side says, this is a good example of how cops act with black men compared to black women and how much they let black women go on and on and on and on with the clown show. Well, we are stronger than they are.
Sir, are you going to be an adult and listen?
I do not know why I'm being treated this way. I do not know why I'm being treated this way. I do not know why I'm being treated this way.
I will call a sergeant, but you got to step out of the vehicle.
I do not know
why. It doesn't work that way.
I'm being treated this way.
Pennsylvania versus Mims.
I do not know why I'm...
There it is. There it is. See, there's that case law. Pennsylvania versus Mims, I think, and I've heard that before. I think in this chat. Reichenfaust says, smell of weed, probable cause. Poor reason to detain enforced. This guy is trying to martyr. Yeah, it looks that way.
Case law, you got to step out of the vehicle right now. If you don't step out of the vehicle in the next 5 seconds, I'm going to pull you out of the vehicle, okay?
We'll record him, please.
Okay, I'm going to pull you out of the vehicle.
Record.
Okay,
this is
go
crazy.
step out. Step out.
Sir.
Step out.
See, now he's going to resist.
Step out.
Ow!
Step out of the vehicle.
Oh my God. The bat nigga signal. Are you serious with this?
You're choking me!
Are you kidding me?
Help!
Sir,
Help!
I will call a sergeant when you get out of the vehicle. If you want to get out of the vehicle, I will call a sergeant. Step out of the vehicle.
Ow!
Step out.
Ow! You're bending my arm backward!
Step out.
damn bit of sense, man.
You should know the law, then. Sir, roll to your side.
Like, what is he really going to yell the entire time?
Roll onto your side.
You throwing me under the car now! Now you throwing me under the car! Now you throwing me under the car!
Roll onto your side. Can you tell him to roll on his side?
Look at the girl
If he stays
recording
on his
it.
stomach, he might stop breathing.
This nigga is, all this dude is just yelling. This is crazy.
Sir!
Yeah, he's gonna be non-compliant. Just throw his ass in the back of the car, man.
Sir, you're not making this any better for yourself. Just roll over onto your side.
Is this dude really fucking crying? What in the world?
Sir, roll onto your side.
Phoenix Light Games with the $5 super chat says, Donovan just resent another video of a nigga being an absolute bitch boy. He might as well be a black woman. Please watch it. It's hilarious. Yeah, I'll probably have to watch that tomorrow. This is going to be the last one we do today. What is he doing?
Hey, let's pick him up.
Oh my God, this is absolutely insane.
Just lean right there, all right?
Yo, this is... What in the fuck? What in God's green...
Okay? He asked him to step out of the car. Under case law, we can have him step out.
Oh my God, dude. I swear to God, dude. This is why dudes aren't... Al Mustafa says he's literally acting like these women who get arrested. Yeah, right? Jamal Miller says he's possessed. No, he's not possessed. He's just what Praetorian Guard has the answer. Raised by a single mom. Yep, raised by a single mom, act like a single mom. There you go.
So there is an ambulance and a sergeant on the way.
Kevin Murray says, how is this not bingo yet? Well, because he spent the better part of the last 10 minutes just yelling.
Okay.
Okay, so have them start getting out.
So here's what we're gonna need to do, okay? We're gonna need you to uncuff.
I'm not gonna undo nothing. If you gonna undo it, that's what y'all gonna do. I'm not gonna undo nothing until it's
Oh no, come on, man. Now you're gonna resist too? Come on. You're not gonna undo nothing, dude. Oh my God, I swear to God. I swear to God. And guys, and these are the type of niggas that complain the most about the cops. Like, what are you doing? Just step out of the vehicle so they can conduct a goddamn search.
Unbuckle the
I'm not gonna unbuckle
have
it.
you step out.
I'm not gonna unbuckle it. You can't.
I'll unbuckle it for you, but you got to get out,
That's
okay?
what you gonna do.
If I unbuckle it, you gonna get out?
That's what you gonna do.
I got it.
That's what you gonna do.
All right, so
y'all gotta put your hands on me. I didn't commit no crime. I ain't do nothing. Okay. So y'all don't have to touch me or anything.
if you want to step over to the sidewalk.
Anything.
Man, I'm let it get out of the
On the
car.
sidewalk. That's ridiculous, though.
Look,
bro.
just bruh, just go over there and stand
I don't
and
want you
don't
to get
say
hit by a
shit.
car, okay?
Just exercise common sense here, people. Oh, this nigga's
He can go to that sidewalk if he wants.
We get to search it.
Yeah.
If they find a whole forest in this bitch. Oh god, this motherfucker.
You don't want to get out of the car.
What the fuck is wrong with this dude?
Yeah. Why do you guys go hang out with him if there's not somebody?
Do you want to come on this side with your friend?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars come before the sergeant came.
One is on the way, sir.
Do you want to come over here with your friend, or do you want to stay
fine
over
right
here?
here.
Okay.
I'm fine perfectly fine right here.
Okay.
So I don't know.
So this nigga's gonna take a time to see. He's gonna get his little shots in. 1, 2, 3. We got 6 cars came before the supervisor. What's that got to do with anything, bruh?
I mean,
it depends on where he's coming from, honestly.
There you go. There you go. They don't know where the fuck the supervisor or sergeant is.
He coming from New York. I mean,
He could be coming from the west side.
This nigga.
Just trying to help out.
Yeah, he did this in front of his homie.
Just an improper turn.
Is he blue?
No, but it smells like weed. He wouldn't get out.
First, I already told you, I just was coming back from after burying my grandmother today. And then y'all done handcuffed me, dragged me out the car.
Well,
I
none
guess
of that
that
had to happen.
Oh, there it is.
Get out of the car when you're-
See that? See, there it is. See, now he wants to talk, but then as soon as the cop responds, ah!
Oh, damn, Brandon, this is crazy, bro.
Right, sir. Quick question for you. Do you have a license, a valid license? You don't? Okay. So if neither one of you have a valid license, I'm going to have to tow the vehicle. If you want to take the vehicle home, that's perfectly fine with me, but one of you have to show me a valid license. He already refused. If you refuse, then I'm going to have to tow the vehicle. It's totally up to you.
There you go. Choices.
Yes or no?
No.
So you want me to tow the vehicle?
No, I don't want you to tow the vehicle.
Okay. So I'm giving you the opportunity. I can just make sure one of you guys is a valid driver, and I can let you drive the vehicle away.
I'm not a valid driver.
You're not? Okay. Is he?
I don't know what it's like.
That means no.
Okay. I'll ask him one more time. If you're sure, I'll tow the vehicle if you don't want to tell me that.
It's so funny. These people are acting like acting like they're being victimized by the cops. This is a bad look, man.
Yeah, just start.
At first, we didn't refuse to exit the vehicle. He was talking to my brother. I'm a passenger in the vehicle, didn't break any laws.
All these
Seatbelt
vehicles
on.
were here when the traffic stop first was initiated.
These two were. This one and this one come out the blue.
that's
So
two
that
cars.
sound like, to me, in my experience,
Entrapment.
it looked like that would be like y'all doing it drug deal or something. You know what I mean? Like
this conversation is going in circles because you're not hearing. When you're listening, you're not hearing.
See, there it is. Of course the conversation is going in circles because he's arguing like a black woman. What this man is trying to do is he's trying to absolve them of the responsibility. That's what this is. Basically, the reason why we're in this situation is because of the police officer's fault. That's what he keeps trying to go to.
Okay. I'm just asking questions, officer.
All right,
No, you ain't just asking questions.
Multiple times. They didn't violate any rules or regulations. They didn't violate procedure. This is a traffic stop. They conducted it professionally. They did what they needed to do. I'm here now. I've answered the same question multiple times. Are there any other?
This is the sergeant. Yep. So, this is the sergeant. And the sergeant, of course, can't tell him anything that will, nothing that the sergeant says is going to suit him.
I don't got nothing. I don't have anything else. He was going to check the identity.
Yep, sergeant's done. He's done.
So he didn't want to identify himself. I'll ask you one more time. Do you want to?
That's no ID right there. He didn't want to identify himself.
I mean, if you don't want to, I mean, I can tow it.
Tyrone Buford.
Do you have a valid license?
Yes. I don't got my ID on me.
That's
the only.
Do you know your driver's license number? I can take your social too if that works for you.
283.
Hey, are you just charging through the obstruction?
Dude, these cops are bending over backwards.
All right, sir. So unfortunately, your license is expired since. Your license has been expired since August.
Oh, okay. So he just needs to go get his license.
I ain't knew my shit.
What about your brother? Is he have a driver's license?
Maybe you could talk to him and convince him, because like, realistically, like.
Hey, what are we doing? Just are we? We're gonna put him in the wagon. I'm gonna put him in the cruiser.
I'll call the wagon.
Max says, "Who the hell walks around with no ID?" Yeah, people with warrants. People with warrants walk around with no ID.
That's crazy.
Yeah, just tow it.
27.
All I gotta have to do is deliver.
Go ahead.
We got a 36 mail account.
Yeah, Kevin Murray says they weren't mumbling, they were asking for a sergeant. Yep. Oh, and this dude is still acting crazy.
Oh, I didn't know why he was coming.
This nigga.
I mean, I don't even know what else you fucking me with the handcuffs cutting into my head. And my shirt.
God, this is.
This is.
I think this is his.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what we got?
I'm gonna go make sure all this stuff's in there.
Okay. Hey, sir. Can you roll over your side a little bit? I know being on your stomach like that can't be comfortable, but every time we touch you, you start screaming, so.
I told you I'm hurt.
Why?
And then I'm.
Yo, he thinks that by screaming every time they touch him, they're not going to arrest him.
Flip the handcuff that's cutting it. I mean, I know you see it. You don't see how tight these are.
Oh, loosen the cuffs. Here we go. Loosen the cuffs. Yep. Yep. I swear to God, it's the same thing every time, guys.
So when you're flipping me, it's kind of, I'm telling you I'm hurting. I'm not lying.
Well, sir, there's plenty of room in this handcuff.
There's none in that one, and that's the one y'all were flipping me towards, sir.
All right, I'll loosen this one a little bit for you, but I can't give you much more room, okay? All right, there's a little bit. That's about as much as I can do, okay? I'm gonna lock it up.
GAR says he's going to try and escape. Yeah, I think that's why he can't. Yeah, well, that's the reason why they always say loosen up the cuffs.
All right, sir. Now, do you want to roll to your side? That's about as much as we can do.
Here, I'm on both sides. I'm already down on the ground.
We can't put you up. We can't have you on your stomach, though. Okay. We gotta have you roll to your side, or we can have you stand up, whichever one you want. You don't have to be sitting down. we can walk you to the back of a car and you can sit down there. What do you want to do?
I would let it get. I would let it without this
All right.
This is crazy.
All right.
This is crazy.
So if we help you stand up, can you walk back to one of the cars?
I probably can. Can I get some shoes on?
Yeah, I got you.
Is that okay?
Which one do you want?
Yeah, so you didn't say it. They both mine.
Some Seazall.
You got any socks or you just...
No, we just...
Alright.
You want us to put them on or you want us to stand you up so you can slip them on?
King Life says, just shock him, he'll give you full compliance. Yes, he will. He's wearing the Jumpmans.
You sure these yours are a little tight, man? Or you want me to untie them?
I'll put them on.
Okay. Alright. How do you want to do this? What's easiest for you?
I'm sorry, give me a second.
Yep. Alright, sir, I just want you to get off your stomach, so...
What is this dude waiting on?
Probably easier if you try to bring your knees to your chest.
Oh my god.
I swear it hurts every time.
Jethro Raffro has gifted 1 Donovan Sharpe membership at the Hudsman to welcome him to the TSR family. If you would, Alex, put your age and location in the chat, as is customary of all first-time channel members. Let's do a chat-wide age and location check. Let's do it.
Okay. How can we help you get up? We can pick you up, but that might not be the most comfortable, so which one do you want?
Can you get your knees close and then you sit?
You want to see if your hand's sitting up? Here, let me know when you're ready.
There you go.
There we go.
Finally, they got his ass up. Jethro Raffro with another Donovan Sharpe membership at Jonathan to welcome him to the TSR, or to the Hard R family.
Here's one shoe. Here's the other.
Aaron Pedersen says, middle of nowhere, New Mexico.
All right, you ready to stand up?
Oh, shit. Sean Steger lives at Fort Knox. Damn.
So that way when I help lift you up, you can stand, all right? You ready? 1, 2, 3.
You want me to pull these up for you?
Oh, man.
Dude, it didn't even have to be that serious. Oh, look at Becky over here.
What's easiest for you now? You want us to hold these, or you want me to untie them? What do you want?
This is crazy.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, they're about 5 minutes out.
Making a wrong turn.
Okay, well, oh, okay, that appears to be the end of the video. I was going to say that was kind of a boring one. Had all the actions. Had all the action. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.